1 2. Mic check 1 2 3. Checking mic 1 2. Check 1 2 3. Final check. Final check 1 2. Final check 1 2 3. Final check 1 2 3. 1 2. Check 1 2 3. 1 2.
Good morning, good morning. Can you hear me? Colleagues, we are running late. There's a bit of a background. Good morning, colleagues. We are running late. Can you just bear with us? We are just waiting for Dr. Vati.
Good day.
Good morning, good morning, yeah. Good morning, colleagues. Are you still awake? Yes, firstly, I just want to apologize. We're supposed to start at 9 o'clock, but due to some delays, we have to start now. My name is Caroline Kwatani. I am the Assistant Dean for Teaching and Learning at the Department of Chemical, Metallurgical and Materials Engineering by the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. And I'll be your program director. I'll be flying this plane, and I believe that you'll be safe. I know there might be turbulences, don't be afraid. Just fasten your seatbelt and be calm. And I believe that there will be a smooth landing. And in having said that, I just want to welcome you to our emerging researcher, INDABA. I just want to ask one person, what is INDABA? Emerging researcher, we all know, but INDABA, where is this word emanate from, INDABA? Because we've got seminars, events, you know, conferences, but this specifically is INDABA. No, Dr. Batile, no. INDABA, anyone? Anyone? I only see one person, so you don't know why you are here. It looks like you don't know why you are here. Okay, so according to what I've researched, is INDABA is to gather the right people. I believe you are the right people, together at the right place, at the right time, to discuss the right issues. That's INDABA. The right people, at the right time, at the right place, to discuss the right issues. Having said that, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome all to this emerging researcher INDABA. I would also like to welcome our colleagues, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers from USAF, UP, NRF, SANLIC, TUT, and also the DVC RNI, and most importantly, our emerging researcher. I would really like to commend the Directorate of Research and Innovation for organizing this event. Can we give Dr. Vati Zamxaka's team a round of applause? And today's theme is on reviving emerging researchers through meaningful engagement. And I believe today's presenters will offer good tools on how to successfully create and foster collaboration and mentorship to promote research excellence capacity. And I believe that we are all here to share our experiences, to learn, and to network, and to be inspired. Having said that, without taking any of your time, can we put our hands together for Dr. Vati Zamxaka? The woman is a true ambassador for TUT. She has made TUT well known throughout the world and doesn't hesitate to speak well of the university. Can you agree with me? Yes. Can you give her a round of applause? Over to you, Dr. Vati. I invite you to come to the podium. Can you give a round of applause?
Timelang. Sanbonan. Molweni betun. Abshen. Ha, what guys are you still sleeping? Goeiemorgen. Yeah. No energy in any of them. I've been trying. Let me try one more time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our program director, all our attendees that are here today, the members of management that are among us, the emerging scholars, the representatives from external organizations, our students, our reason for us being in here at the university, and esteemed colleagues, both here with us in person, but also those who are joining us online. Sanbonan. Hey, I thought I was coming to welcome people to a very progressive university, the university that is moving from good to great. Sure. Serious. I understand that there are colleagues from other institutions in here, and if this is the energy that we are giving them, I'm here to welcome the colleagues to a university that is the home to the cannabis hub. Did you see outside? Yes. That is a home to the Institute for Future of Work. That is a home to the Hub for Artificial Intelligence. People, colleagues from UP and other institutions, you should be clapping hands for us now. For us now. Hey, this thing is acting up. My goodness. Sorry. Okay. I thought I was welcoming the colleagues to a university that makes knowledge work. I thought I was really welcoming you, colleagues, to a university that is really progressive. You know, some things may be just one of those things maybe for other colleagues. But when I say we're progressive, maybe we are saying to yourself, our claim to fame, Kain, serious. What is it that is setting them apart? This university is number 4 in the country for creative output. Yeah. We're number 4 out of the 26 publicly funded universities, number 4 in creative research output units. Watch the space. I was chairing the Senate Committee for Research Innovation yesterday. Watch the space. We're going to be number 1. Yeah, the results that are going to come now, we're going to be number 1. I saw when on the screen, the colleagues from UP, where are they? Oh, yeah, this one used to be my colleague. I used to be her boss many years ago. So watch the space. You are in the top 4 as well, UP, there. So, but watch the space. We're going to beat you. We're going to be number 1. Watch it. I thought I'm welcoming colleagues to a university that is having 16 researchers. 16. Yeah. 16, 16. 16 researchers. Yeah, we're moving. I thought I was welcoming the colleagues to a university that has moved from hosting 43 rated researchers to now 72. Yeah. I thought I was welcoming colleagues to a university that has moved from a low base of 274 research output units to 632 that we've submitted now. Yeah. We're walking the talk. We're not going to come here and try to mesmerize you with some beautiful speeches, and there's no substance to what we're talking about. We bring the results into the table. Numbers talk. I'm an epidemiologist, so numbers is my friend. So I thought, really, colleagues, I'm welcoming you to the largest contact university in South Africa. Largest contact university. Don't go around and quote me and say, I said this is the largest university. I said largest contact university. UNISA is not a contact university, right? We are the largest contact university, hosting 65,000 students as we speak. 65,000 students. Those students are spread across 3 provinces, in 6 campuses, in 7 faculties. By the way, Mr. Matopa, we are the only university that is having a standalone ICT faculty, man. That's us. And they are even hosting a research chair on 4AR. Yeah. They're moving. No. We're walking the talk at TUT. We're moving this university from good to great. Mediocrity, we don't have mercy for. We don't have mercy for mediocrity in this institution. We're smelling, we're speaking, we're sleeping, we're waking up excellence. That's us. On a serious note. No, we mean business. If you are not going to toe the line as far as excellence is concerned, ship out. And then those who are for excellence, they should ship in. That's it. Okay, let me do what I was asked to do. Let me behave. But numbers talk. We can't claim fame if our numbers are not talking, Prof. Kodwane. Our numbers should talk. Colleagues, it is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today at the 2025 Emerging Researchers INDABA, a gathering that not only celebrates the promise of new knowledge, but also reaffirms our collective commitment to nurturing the next generation of researchers within our great institution that makes knowledge work. Our theme this year, which is reviving emerging researchers through meaningful engagements, could not be more timely. In a world that is constantly shifting politically, technologically, and socially, the role of an emerging researcher is more critical than ever. Although we are cognizant, colleagues, that the journey is not always easy, the Tshwane University of Technology, as an institution that embodies empowerment, is with you through this journey. We are aware that many of you are navigating complex systems, limited resources, and are pressured to produce, publish, and perform. Let me pause a bit and say that although you are navigating, colleagues, the complex systems with limited financial resources, but your university, the People's University, is ensuring that is creating an enabling environment for you to thrive, very conducive environment for you to thrive. Why do I say that? This institution, on a yearly basis, colleagues from other institutions, on a yearly basis, these institutions, this particular institution, I always say they are spoiled. We set aside 18 million rand just for us to host postdocs. I'm just trying to qualify what I mean when I say we are making resources, be it human resource, be it financial resource, available. We have moved from a very, very low base of hosting 58 postdocs to hosting over 160 postdocs as we speak, like active postdocs, over 160. That's us. Nino mona, man. You. I can't deal. Really, I can't deal. This institution sets aside 11 million rand from our research output units subsidy to support our M's and D's. We are here today to talk about emerging researchers, but I want you to understand who feeds into the emerging researchers and how do we ensure then that there is that feeder. This institution, out of our subsidy that we are getting from DHET, the university is only taking 35%. The entire 65% is given back to us through Senate Committee for Research and Innovation. Only 35% that the university is taking. The whole 65% is given back to us to reinvest that money into driving research and innovation in this institution. That's why then we're able to host the postdocs that we're hosting now. That's why we're able to support our M's and D's. That's why we're able to support even our researchers in many ways than one. Colleagues, to ensure that this INDABA benefits us all, we should ask ourselves, how do we revive the spirit of inquiry, the joy of discovery, and the confidence to lead in research as emerging researchers? Revival begins with connection. Meaningful engagements are not just about networking. They are about building communities of practice, mentorship, and collaboration. They are about creating safe spaces where questions are welcomed, ideas are challenged, and growth is nurtured. As emerging researchers, your work is not just about data and deadlines. It is about impact. As emerging researchers, your work is not just about data and deadlines, It is about impact. Whether you are in a lab, in the field, or the archives, your research has the power to shape policy, to transform communities, solve societal problems, and reimagine the future. Because we strongly believe that as a university, we are not the monument of elite, but we exist to solve societal challenges. Working together with our government, working together with our industry. I believe that they are here in the room, and they will be joining forces with us. They will continue to join forces because they are already working with us. But they will continue to join forces with us. So as a Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research, Innovation and Engagement, ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to remain curious, stay courageous, stay courageous. Things come to those who are courageous. If you're not courageous, you'll never win. And for you to be courageous, it starts here in the mind. Once the battle is won in the mind, that battle is no longer a battle, it doesn't exist. So stay courageous and stay connected to the why behind your research. In alignment with the Tshwane University of Technology's Institutional Strategic Plan, 2020 to 2025, which is ending this year, and in particular Pillar 2, which is impactful research, innovation, engagement, and technology transfer to foster growth and development, we remain committed to empowering researchers. We continue to empower employees through targeted research capacity building workshops and by actively sharing funding opportunities that support scholarly advancement. These efforts are part of our broader mission to cultivate a vibrant, inclusive, and impactful research culture across the institution, as you would have noted from the figures that I've given you earlier. It was not going to be possible for us to move from a very low base of 274 units to what we've submitted now, 632, which is, by the way, we are still very far away from where we ought to be. But one needs to run, rather needs to crawl before you can walk and also run. So we have crawled, colleagues. We have walked. Now we need to run. So we have already calculated, I'm not going to say now the figure, but we've already calculated based on capacity. We've analyzed our data as far as our researchers are concerned to look at the capacity that we have. What is it that we can produce in terms of the research output units with the capacity that we have? But I can tell you that that figure is quite substantial. It's not even here in the region of 600s. So it's quite substantial. So we were not going to be in a position, colleagues, to inculcate this culture. Rather, we're not going to be able, apologies, to produce the numbers that we've produced if we have not, or if we had not inculcated the culture of research in the institution. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Development Plan in 2008 set a target to increase the percentage of academic staff with PhDs to 75% by 2030. That's according to the DSI, which is now called DSTI. With a total of 832 institutional staff at TUT, of which 632 hold master's degree and 326 hold doctoral degrees. Then this gives us 39%. We have surpassed the target of 591 for master's degree holders. In terms of the doctoral holders, we as an institution have not reached the intended target of 422 doctoral degree holders, which is 51% of the institutional staff. So this is a call of action. So we need to work on this. So we're not only sharing only the good news, but we're sharing also the pain. Researchers who have held a doctoral qualification for less than 5 years are known as emerging researchers at Tshwane University of Technology. According to the report on the evaluation of the 2023 university's research output published by DHET, the average number of academics with doctoral degrees as reported by DHET was 53.8%, which is 14.8% higher than the permanently employed academics with doctoral degrees at TUT. Nationally, emerging researchers contributed significantly to research outputs with an average of 26.3%, which equates to a third for all publication types. It is duly noted that females have contributed 44.6% towards publications nationally. We're getting there. TUT has demonstrated notable progress in its research outputs, with the total number of research output units which have been submitted to DHET. In 2023, DHET approved 461.52 research publication output units. Before that, by the way, it was 453. Before that, as I said, it was 274. So if you are moving backwards, 274, from 274 we moved to 453, from 453 we moved to 461, from 461 we have submitted 632, crossing fingers that they all get approved. So as I was saying, according to the report on the evaluation of the 2023 university's research output published by DHET, the average number of academics with doctoral degrees as reported by DHET was 53.8%, which is 14.8% higher than the permanently employed academics with doctoral degrees at TUT. And as I've just mentioned, as I draw closer to the end, in 2023, DHET approved 461.52 research publication output units. The emerging researchers contributed 12.07 units towards the approved units. This was 2.6% of the university awarded outputs. A total of 8.65 units were contributed by females. This was 1.9% of the total units awarded to the university. In 2025, a total of 632.42 units were submitted to DHET for the 2024 research output publications. A total of 31.66 units, this is 5% by the way of the submitted outputs, were submitted by the emerging researchers. So I'm trying to paint the picture of your contribution as emerging researchers. This is an improved rather, almost double what was awarded in 2024. Out of the submitted units, the female emerging researchers contributed 12.92 units. This was the 2% of the total units awarded to the university. We remain confident that DHET will award all the submitted units, the 632. Further affirming the institution's commitment to research excellence and inclusive scholarly development. We remain really confident because we did a lot of work with our auditors included before we submitted. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, the numbers are telling a sad story, and hence today's engagement. Sorry, now my eyes are failing me. As I said, sorry, we remain confident that the DHET will award all the units, as I just alluded to, further affirming the institution's commitment to research excellence and inclusive scholarly development. In closing, I must note that the numbers are telling a sad story, and hence today's engagement. So we were told what's the definition of INDABA, right? So we are having INDABA because we need to improve these numbers. Yes, we may have moved from a particular level to another level, but still we're not where we're supposed to be at. We want to know how can the narrative be changed. So I hope that the discussions today will embody that, while we observe the exit of the established cohort of researchers due to various reasons, including retirement. So the engagements today, I'm really hoping that they will give us what I call in my language, umkombandlela. Because we need to change the status quo, the narrative needs to change. I was deliberate by sharing with you the stats so that you know where we are and where we still need to be at. I leave you, colleagues, with this. Let the passion for impactful research remain with you, as everyone who is in attendance forms part of a demographic of people who will solve societal challenges in our country and assist in changing our figures. Let this INDABA be more than a session dedicated for engagement. Rather, let it be a catalyst for connection, for courage, and for change. Thank you so much, and may your research journey be bold as emerging researchers. May it be brilliant, may it be beautifully revived. In my language, ke, dithi mazenethole. Amaqobokazana ke angalala endleleni ngabe kunyembelekile. To whom much is given, much is expected. So emerging researchers of the Tshwane University of Technology, we're looking up to you. You are our pride. You are our hope. You are our reason for existence. You are our heartbeat. Show us flames. Join forces with us as we're taking the university from good to great. Thank you.
Can we give another round of applause? Now you agree with me. Didn't I tell you? Yes. And as he has indicated that we're here to improve the numbers. We're here to improve the numbers. And she has also alluded that there is money available. Please, we always complain that there's no money, there's no support, but today he has actually indicated there are resources available. So hence we're having these discussions today. Colleagues, moving forward, as you know that we've got a lineup of speakers. And those speakers will be given a few minutes to talk about things like real-life experiences, the Fulbright experiences, overcoming the hurdles in research as an emerging researchers, and some of the future professor program that have attended. And then after the speakers have also presented, then they'll be given opportunity to be asked questions so that we'll have a panel discussion. So as they present, please prepare your questions so that when that moment comes, you'll be able to ask them questions about some of uncertainties and some of the things that you want to know how they overcame. Because sometimes you see the final product, but we don't actually talk about the actual journey, the process. And I think we are here to know more about the process rather than the final product so that we can be able to reach that space. So colleagues, we have our first speaker. I've received the bio, but I'm just going to highlight a few things because some of you might not know some of our speakers that are going to talk today. I have the first speaker. The first speaker is Ms. Sharon Mukola, who's an NGAP academic in the Department of Hospitality Management at the Tshwane University of Technology. I'm using this because I didn't want the technology to fail me. This is more like a backup. Ms. Mukola is a dedicated scholar and a global thinker. You'll hear from her. She's a go-getter. She moves mountains. Sharon was a Fulbright scholar, 2024/2025 at North Carolina Central University School of Business, and a Mawaze Fellow, 2025-2026, part of prestigious Pan-African program that empowers women researchers to amplify their voices, influence policy, and lead transformative change across the continent. Can you give a round of applause for our first speaker, Ms. Sharon Mukola?
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the platform to be able to share my story. And I think my story will probably resonate with somebody in this room because chances are we've walked the same journey. I'm going to buy a bit of time while they are sorting out, flighting my presentation, and just wing it. My name is Sharon Mukola Aruwani. I am a girl from a rural village in Limpopo called Mukondeni. I'm a very, how do I put it? Those that know me, I am a very bubbly, outspoken type of person. So I speak, and I'll walk into a room and I'll chat to anybody and get to know people. And that is how I'm able to sometimes get the opportunities that I get in life, because I'm not afraid to share my story and find out other people's stories. So I'm going to share with you how I got to stand here as an NGAP academic at the Tshwane University of Technology. For those that don't know, NGAP is a very fancy word for an intern lecturer. So it's a very fancy word that our previous Minister of Education, Dr. Nzimande, came up with. So NGAP is the next generation of academics. So they look for female academics under the age of 40 that have got the potential to become the next, yes. Am I sorted? Yes, thank you. So they basically look for Black female academics that have the potential to grow into scholars. So I took up the opportunity, and here I am talking to you today about my journey. I am not an emerging researcher as per se by the definition, because I am a PhD candidate as we speak. Basically, the NGAP program is they look for people under the age of 40, they fund you to do your PhD, and they support you through that 6-year developmental program so that you become a fully fledged researcher by the time the 6 years completes. I am hoping that I will have done that by the time my PhD finishes. So I have got a bit of a limited time, so I am going to share my story in terms of how do you make a mark in terms of meaningful research and internationalization. Everybody has a talent. I always say to people to say, every time I look at myself in the mirror and I ask, who am I and what makes me special? And that is what my gift to the world is. And I use what makes me special to make the world a little bit better. It's depressing out there, and if we had to sit and we deal with the daily challenges that we have in life, I think we'd never get out of bed. But if you look at yourself honestly, warts and all, and you decide what makes you special, and you take that gift and you amplify it, and you release it into the world, we definitely can make a difference. Okay. So, I like to move around because I think I'm one of those people that cannot sit still. What is going on? I am not able to move. To share my story. How did I get here? Are you able to hear me if I walk around, or do I need to stand here? Must I stand here? Okay. Like somebody, DVC, somebody needs to make a plan because not all of us are tall enough to actually, we have to limit it to come down here. So who am I and how did I get here? I grew up, like I said, I'm from a rural village in Limpopo. I grew up in Centurion. I went to a school that is extremely competitive. Some of the people I went to school with you might be familiar with, because people always joke that the kids that went to that school were always taught that being second place, our principal used to literally tell us, yes, this is perfect, actually, thank you. Our principal's story used to be, second place is the first loser. You always have to be the best. We used to have a school bus that had the sign written, winners in transit. To give you an analogy, in Pretoria, all the English medium schools have a sports league. It's divided into A, B, and C bond. So A bond is the elite athletes. In A bond, it's only the Afrikaans schools. There is no English school in Pretoria. Then there's B bond. B bond, there's Afrikaans, it's a mixture of different types of schools, and then C bond is we give you a participation trophy type schools. I was in an English medium school, and we were the only English medium school that used to, 1 year will be in A bond, and then we'll kind of lose ranking and go back to B bond again, but occasionally would be represented in A bond, and that is the spirit that was instilled in me from a very young age, that you show up and you give your best, and you strive to be represented in the room. Our school bus used to have a sign at the back that says, winners in transit, and that is how I've always approached life and how I do things. And it's not enough for me to do something, I must do it properly. Otherwise, I mustn't do it at all. So I decided I'm going to study hospitality management. And where did I choose my university? I came to TUT. When I was turning 21, I was supposed to travel the world. I had an entire plan, all planned out for me, like I explained to you. In my final year, my parents are not the type of parents that you tell about a gap year because they will look at you like you've lost your mind. I mentioned that I want to do a gap year and travel, and I was told, no, not in this household, you'll figure it out. So I went back to the drawing board, and I decided, okay, fine. My diploma is 2.5 years. I have 6 months of work integrated learning. If I start in my first year, and I work weekends, public holidays, and school holidays, by the time I get to my third year, I will have finished all my hours for well. That was the plan. And I thought that I had it worked out. I went to the Protea Hotel Waterfront in Centurion. I spoke to the general manager at the time, Sylvana Myers. She agreed. She's like, great, I'm happy to host you. So there began my journey in terms of academia and workplace. I worked at the Waterfront, weekends, public holidays, school holidays, and come my third year, I could trace my plan to travel the world for this last 6 months because, hey, I'm done with my will. All that's left is next year I would graduate. As I'm walking out of my exam room, my phone rings. It's the GM of the hotel. Hi, Sharon, when are you writing your last paper? Oh, no, I'm writing my last paper today, Sylvana. Perfect. I've just fired a receptionist. You start tomorrow. There goes my entire plan. My dream to travel shattered. But one thing I learned from that is that plans change, but purpose doesn't. If you know what you want to do, you will find a way to make it work. I was not about to give up the fact that I have a job just to travel. I was like, I need to find a way that, okay, my dream to do a 3-nations tour of Europe is not gonna happen. How do I make this work? Because now I've started to work, I need to build a career. It's extremely competitive. So what is the best way to make this work for me and also still allow me to build a meaningful career? I decided travel would become part of my DNA and part of my personal and professional growth. It's hospitality, so it worked out perfectly because I can weave travel into what I do as work. I decided that I might not be able to travel now in these 6 months, but throughout my career, I am going to traverse the globe. I am going to make it. I made a personal promise to myself that I'm going to travel the world, but I'm going to make it part of my work. I worked for Protea Hotels for the first 8 years of my career. I was a receptionist, and from being a receptionist, I became an assistant front office manager. I became an account manager. So I did different types of things in the hospitality industry. And one thing about me is that I'm very intentional when I choose an employer. I don't choose an employer for the sake of prestige. I don't choose an employer for the sake of, oh, I'll make more money here. Similar to how I ended up here at TUT, it wasn't a mistake. I have people that often ask me, you could be at UJ, they're considered the best school of tourism and hospitality. You could be at CPUT, good for them. But CPUT does not need the talent that I have. The student at TUT needs what I need to bring to the table, and I am a product of this amazing institution. I did not go to those institutions, so why do I now need to go back and build on their base when I came from here? I came from here because I believed that the quality of education here would be amazing. When I was in Protea Hotels, I was what they call an account manager in the mid of my career. So basically an account manager is a person that looks after key accounts for different properties. So Protea had at the time a portfolio of about 140 hotels, and there are big accounts like your Cecils, your Investex that produce in excess of, a key account was defined by an account that produces in excess of 40 million for the group. So then they would give a person to market and to look after that relationship. So that was my role in Protea Hotels. And they have a program at the end of every year called an Account Manager of the Year. So basically how it happens is that they send out a survey and they ask all 140 GMs, who do you believe has added value to your property in this last year? Then there was about 20 of us in the team, and in the same way they send out a survey to the team to say, who do you believe in your team has done well? But we know we can all vote for ourselves. So they do it a little differently. They give you a choice between 1 and 2. So 1, we all choose ourselves because I believe I've made a difference. And then 2, you pick somebody else. In 2009, I was Account Executive of the Year for Protea Hotels after having been in the role for 2 years. I remember my director called me in and said, Sharon, this has never happened. We normally send out the survey to all 140 hotels. Maybe 30 hotels will respond, and the team will respond, and then they will all choose themselves. Then the board has to sit and decide, okay, based on our experience, who do we give it to? Because there's 4 or 5 people that are now contenders. It's like this is the first year where 115 hotels have picked 1 person. All the sales execs have picked that person as their second choice. You are the sales exec of the year. Normally the prize is you get a Kruger Rand and you get a nice holiday in South Africa, which is very cool. He's like, but because it was done a little bit differently this year and we really feel that you deserve this award based on the number of votes you've got, you get an international trip. And then back to visualization. Remember I told you, travel would become my DNA. So the universe responded and gave me an international trip. I figured, I'm sitting with the MD, why not take a chance and ask for something better? I'm like, I would love the idea of an international trip. Protea Hotels has a partnership with Cornell Hotels, and Cornell has got what they call a professional development program. Can you throw in a professional development program for me while I'm at Cornell? I'm like, oh, got nothing to lose. That was my first taste of combining my work with international experience. I went to Cornell, I did what they call a general manager's program. At the time, I wasn't even a general manager. But in my mind, I thought maybe one day I'll be a hotel GM. I did a GMP, I came back, I continued doing my work. The Cornell program taught me about leadership and global development. I built relationships, I connected with people that are still part of my professional network today. And I'm gonna tie it in to my Fulbright experience in terms of how that Fulbright experience came about. Come a couple of years, I went to work at the CETA as an chamber manager. And the role of a CETA, I think we all are familiar with, is to ensure professional development. At the CETA, I came up with a program called a Global Executive Development Program that takes different people to different countries to be able to learn best practices. Made connections once again. What I'm trying to show you is that each step becomes part of your journey. I didn't know at the time that I would become a researcher. I just knew that I loved hotels and I loved travel, and I was combining the two things. And years later, here I am, and I've realized that, I didn't realize at the time what I was doing was called internationalization. For me, it was just doing what I love and, collaborating with people and working with innovation. One thing I've learned is that it provided me with exposure. It's given me networks. It's given me access to best practices. Someone always does what you do, but they can do it better. So I learned through my career and my journey that purposeful international collaboration adds value. And TUT is very good in terms of sharing information. The international office is continuously sending us opportunities. If you take 5 minutes out of your day and you read that, you will find something that resonates with you and your professional journey and adds value to you. Not all institutions are big on, sharing that kind of information. So I'm going to share a little bit about my Fulbright journey and my Mawazo Fellowship journey. So in 2023, my first year of being a lecturer, my second year, I started in 2022 as an NGAP. 2023, I applied for the Fulbright Fellowship. I shared why I want to do. Basically, I was a visiting researcher. So I was looking at taking my research and taking international best practices and incorporating it into my research. So I applied, I chose my institutions, and with Fulbright, they ask you, what are your 4 universities? And you can't just say, I want to go to Columbia because I've always wanted to go to New York. You have to be meaningful and intentional in your choices. I chose North Carolina Central University because of the research that they do. It is also an area called Research Triangle Park. There's 4 universities in that area: NCCU, Duke University, North Carolina State University, and a lot of other research institutions. I knew being based at NCCU would give me access to 4 other institutions without having to travel extensively. I also put in my application to say, the reason I chose NCCU is because I grew up watching a show called One Tree Hill. I'm a millennial. Anyone who's a millennial has probably watched One Tree Hill. And I loved One Tree Hill, and it was shot in a town called Wilmington, North Carolina. I put that in my application. That set me aside. There's a reason I'm telling you that story, because I want to weave it back into my presentation later on. I was chosen for the Fulbright Scholarship. July 2024, I left South Africa. I think everybody remembers Hurricane Helene. It was on the news last year. I landed in the US the day Hurricane Helene took flight. And I remember being stuck at Atlanta airport for 4 hours because our flight couldn't take off. I had a conversation with somebody. Who are you? Where do you come from? What are you doing in the US? I shared my story. We had a laugh. We had coffee together. And I thought that was the end of it. That ties into how my second fellowship came about. I went to North Carolina, I did my benchmarking, I built relationships, I met amazing people, I got an opportunity to collaborate with other institutions other than North Carolina, University of Houston's, people that I continue to do work with, which is basically what I'm trying to say is you need to collaborate, and I think from that collaboration I learned about diversity and global relevance. Q 2024, November, I'm sitting in my house at North Carolina, and then I get a phone call. Hi, Sharon, do you remember me? No, I don't remember you. We met at Atlanta Airport. I'm a board member of the Mawazo Institute. We are about to advertise a new fellowship that is geared towards African women researchers. Every year we choose 60 amazing African researchers. The idea is every country must be represented, women that are doing research that has got the potential to change the continent. I would like you to apply because I think what the research you're trying to do has the potential to revolutionize the training and development space in SA. I applied for the Mawazo Fellowship. I got it. My Fulbright journey ended on the 30th of April. On the 1st of May, I was starting a new fellowship, but in my home continent. It's a non-residential fellowship that basically assists you in terms of integrating wellness, mentorship, and productivity into your academic growth. I will be sharing with the I've shared already with the international office. They will be advertising again in in November for the Mawazo Fellowship, where they are looking at, once again, for PhD South African women or women in Africa whose research has the potential to change lives. In a space of 2 years, I've managed to do 2 international fellowships. And those 2 international fellowships have helped me travel I've been to Kenya, I've been to Tanzania, I've been to the Netherlands, been to the US. Literally, out of the 54 states, through my Fulbright experience, I was able to do 15 of those states because my research resonated with people. And any opportunity I'm given, I share what my research means to me and why I'm doing it. I didn't share at the beginning of the presentation why I do the research that I do. The research I'm doing is about training and development. I worked in a CETA space. All of you pay 1% of your skills levy to the CETA. That money is meant to ensure that training and development happens. And all this training happens and it's not having the value that it's supposed to have. So for my PhD, I decided I'm going to create a framework that is going to then ensure that any training that happens in hospitality has value. That has resonated with a lot of people and that has opened doors for me. The DVC spoke about passion for what you do. You know, when you speak with passion and you share what you want to do and people resonate with it, people will throw opportunities at you. I've got friends and other institutions, for fear of probably getting into trouble with other institutions, half of the opportunities I've been given by being a TUT staff member, of being able to travel, being able to get a sabbatical, being able to, share what my research means to me. Other people don't have that opportunity. There's a very big institution in Cape Town where their staff members get 20,000 Rand for a research conference, and you must figure out how to figure out the rest. TUT fully funds your opportunity when you go to a research conference. Not many institutions do that. So I really think we really need to, And I often share with my friends in the different, I'm almost done, I promise. Give me a few more minutes, I'm almost done. TUT has really supported me, and they have really made my journey as an end gap towards becoming an emerging researcher easy. If I need to be off campus to do something, I don't get 10,000 questions, I'm supported. Down to the DVC, in what other institution does an end gap have access to be able to share what they want to do, and then they are fully supported? No one is saying, but you know what, you're not even there yet, so please sit down. They are saying, what tools do you need? How do we support you? How do we open doors for you to be able to do what you want to do? So we are very fortunate. Even this research in INDABA, it's meant to say, how do we revive emerging researchers in the institution? So the support is there. We just need to share what we want to do. And I think for me, I continuously talk about what I do and what I want to achieve, because I want my end goal. My theme song, like I said, I am a millennial. I'm a huge Beyonce fan. Sorry to anybody who doesn't know who Beyonce is, then you have a problem, because she is like an icon. So for me, my theme is that at the end of the day, one day, people are going to ask, my kids are going to ask, what was Grandma Shazzy known for? I want to have impact beyond my publications. My publications will always be there, and I will have an impact factor and all of those things, but I want to also influence policy. I don't want to do research that sits in a library and is forgotten about. I want to influence policy. I want to empower my students. So even as a lecturer, I do different things that, as much as I love to travel, I make opportunities for my students to travel. In 2024, I had 4 students that took part in the MIA Future Leaders Challenge, and they went to the final in Dubai, and 2 of them were in the final competition. So as I travel, I want my students to have opportunities as well. So the idea behind your research, as you do research, actually one of my students that went to Dubai, I see him now, is sitting there at the back. So basically, MIA Future Leaders Challenge is a platform that is Middle East, Africa, and Europe hotel schools. They choose a child from different schools, and then they put them into a group. Then they do an online course for 3 months. They get given a challenge, and they must solve this challenge. And then they go to Dubai for the final, present their challenge. And the challenge is not just a PowerPoint presentation. You have to do an output, a creative output, or you have to do a website similar to what the DVC was speaking about. So we do have the talent, not just at this level of postgrad, but we also have it at undergrad. So my role is to empower my students to be able to do what I am doing, because I am doing it because I am a TUT product. I am not a UCT product, I'm not a UJ product. I come from the institution, and therefore the potential I know what this institution's potential is. I challenge all of you that are emerging researchers to say, create research that is going to outlive you. Down the line, what are people going to say about what you're going to do? My colleague, Dr. Sefolo, is going to speak about her journey as a future professor. She is my fellow colleague. We work on MIA Future Leaders together. She came and she's like, Shazi, I'm doing this. Can we do this together? We combined our 2 programs and we are working on it together. My fellow intern, who is now a PhD, so I don't know if I can call you an intern lecturer anymore, Dr. Twane, she's an NGAP as well, and she's doing amazing things. So the power of collaboration once again. I think this is my story. So what are the reflections on my journey? Authenticity is your currency. Please don't try and be anybody else. Those that know me will tell you, I am who I am. I walk around with plastic earrings with I'm trying to find the word, I can't use it, with a cannabis leaf on it because I think it's cool. I've never tried to change who I am to fit a mold. I bring who I am to the table. In my Fulbright application, I spoke about the fact that I want to go to North Carolina because my favorite TV show was shot in North Carolina. That set me apart. Representation matters in academia and leadership. We cannot all be the same. We are all different types of people, and if you come as you are and your passion shows, you are able to make a difference. And I think the biggest thing that I can say in terms of sharing my reflections is that every opportunity is a stepping stone. I shared my opportunity from working at Protea Hotels, my Cornell experience, how all of those experiences have led me to where I am. Even speaking at this Emerging Researchers INDABA, I'm hoping I've reached someone who will then, share their story and we all take it forward. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share my story. And I think what I can just share with you is that start local. Do things in your own space, but think global. How do you share what you are supposed to do? And also never, ever, ever just do things for the sake of your CV. Build relationships, but be authentic in your relationships. Give and take. Don't just wait for people to give you something. And have a purpose. It's not just about, I really want people to know who I am. That's never going to work. People buy into you as a person. What is your purpose? I spoke recently at an event and I spoke about who am I and what makes me special. And what makes me special is that I'm passionate and I am not afraid to share my passion. And when I'm given a platform, I speak so that I amplify my impact. Training and development in hospitality is very important to me because I am a employer and employee in that space, and I would love to see more Sharons come forward and do well in that space. So thank you for the opportunity to share my story, and I look forward to hearing other people's presentations, and I always want to remind people that next time you see that TUT webmail flash, take 5 minutes out of your day and read. There are DART scholarships, NRF, there is Fulbright. There are so many opportunities that are out there. And if you want to make your mark and your research has to be who you are because that's how you make the impact. Thank you so much. Sorry, Dr. C, for taking so much of your time, but I think I just wanted to share what my journey is. And I think as I look forward to becoming a future doctor, a future thought leader, somebody who influences policy, it can be done. I am not talking as somebody from another institution. I am speaking as a TUT alumnus who's a staff member who is now on her way to becoming, a future researcher and a future emerging researcher. So thank you to everybody in this room for giving me my more than 15 minutes of fame, and yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I had to stand because I know that she'll talk until tomorrow. She's got so much, you can tell that she's got so much to tell us. Can we give a round of applause? One of the takeaways to say that you need to know what makes you special and how to make a difference. And then be the best version of yourself, but show up. I'm glad that you guys show up today because you want to be the best version of yourself. And also what, he said that, they had a bus, winners in transit, but some of us, we come from township, do we say walkers in transit? But we are here today, so I want her to tell us because he was privileged, for those who are not privileged, how to make them to be winners in transit. So we are going to pack that. Now, moving forward, without a waste of time, our next speaker is from the ICTs, Dr. M.M. Moeti. Dr. M.M. Moeti, I'll just read a few lines so that those who don't know him, at least they will know who is Dr. Moeti. Dr. Moeti It's an Dr. Medi's academic journey started in 2009. He was appointed as a junior lecturer at Tshwane University of Technology, and he's currently being appointed as Assistant Dean for Teaching and Learning at the Faculty of ICT, Soshanguve campus, as of January 2025. And then over the course of his academic career, he cultivated an interdisciplinary expertise in ICT field. His research interests include artificial intelligence, information. I had to read that so that you know that when he comes and talk about, at least you know his expertise, security, cloud computing, and machine learning to developing predictive modules to drive innovation. He was recently selected as a Fulbright Scholar in Residence Program stationed at Bluegrass Community and Technical College in Kentucky, USA. It likes people are all moving to USA. We're being encouraged. This appointment was from July to December 2022, where he taught computer programming, Python and Java, program design and cybersecurity. Can you welcome Dr. Mwete?
Thank you, Prof. I don't have a presentation. Okay. They said I must come and share a life experience, so I couldn't put it on the presentation. Good morning, colleagues. At least I had a privilege to win an emerging researcher in the Faculty of ICT some years ago. So I understand I'm sitting among the people who we share the same or common interest. Yeah, I'm just gonna go straight to the point because I wanted to share my experience. You know, I wanna also thank the DVC because of her involvement in the community, because when the advert for Fulbright came, it was coming to our faculty. They were looking for someone with a PhD in computer science. And then it happened that I was the one who had that qualification. I didn't contest it for that. So I was just, chosen. If you are interested, this is an opportunity. And then it was coming from the DVC research, and then to the dean, and then to me. And then they sent it to the US Embassy. Then after that, because there was an institution in the US that was looking for that particular person with those qualifications to go and teach in cybersecurity and Python, not a snake, but a programming language. So, and then they did an interview, but I must highlight this before I tell you this. So they were looking for someone in Africa. It was me in South Africa, someone was from Cape Town, and then Cairo, someone said Cairo and Tunisia. So they were looking for one person, DVC. Then it happens that they choose me from TUT. So I was happy with that. And then now, I'm just gonna move straight to US. When I arrived to the airport, the Kentucky airport, my life actually turned around because, number one, I moved to the driver's seat because I'm used to South Africa. Then now the things are opposite. Instead of being on the left lane, we're driving on the right lane. Everything was just opposite. And then also, because they are 7 hours behind, like my life just spinned. I couldn't sleep for 3 days. I must be honest with you. I was just trying to adjust my body. And then when you phone home, they are sleeping and you are awake. You can't share many things with anyone. And then in the morning, of course, they picked me up from the airport. They took me to the college where I was based, and they started telling me, showed me my office and so on. Then because I was a visitor, I couldn't drive. I had no car. Then I took the bus in the morning. The culture in the US, is so different from us. And I like what Sharon said. You must travel. You must experience life. Because sometimes you might have your own world and you realize that your world is just a drop in an ocean. So the moment you travel, you start experiencing certain things. So in Kentucky, the population is almost 95%, white, and then about 5% is black. Like when you meet a black person, it's like after some time, and then because he's just black, you just want to say hi, because it's something that you can relate. And then I opened in the bus in the morning, the first day, and then people there, their culture is different. Not like us, like Sharon, where she wants to greet everybody. People are just focused on their own thing. And then you feel like, what am I doing now? You don't even greet, you focus on what you are there for. Got into the bus, then I went to the class. Students there, when immediately my first class, when I introduced myself, and then I realized that, there's just disconnection. Unlike us, in South Africa, you get to the class, you can say immediately, I'm going to give you a task. Assignment number 1, go and find this and come and present before you teach anything. Student will go all out and come and do what you ask them to do. But in the US, they will not do something that you have not taught them. So when I went there, remember, I'm in IT. We write programs, we write applications. And then I wanted to write a program, maybe just a simple program that a student can use to enter their name, calculate maybe basic computations like 2 + 2, and then give the results and so on. But remember, an application, number 1, for you to build a full application or a full system, it's a build-up in your textbook. Chapter 1 will say how you gather facts. Number 2, system analysis. Then chapter 3, system development, system, until to the last chapter. Then the last chapter, when you get to the last chapter, then you have a full working system. So I wanted to do that. And then while I'm in the middle of teaching, one student asked, Professor, how are you going to grade us? They don't say marks, they will say grading in the US. Because they wanted to see, is this what you're doing? Is it in the manual? Because we need to follow week 1. We write it on our study guides, week 1. This is the lessons for week 1. But because sometimes we're ambitious, we want to cover and show students, they want you to stick to what the contract says. They are focused. The structure is like that. You must stick to the textbook. If week 2 says this is the lesson, you must stick to what week 2 says. Then I decided, look, I'm not going to win. Yeah. I took a course called Applied Teaching Practice, ATP, in the US, in the same institute. There are courses that they offer, like our short learning programs. Then there, I started familiarizing myself with certain things that, they are in their education that they are not in ours. Like, the structure of that is very much important to them. Then, the second day, I realized I'm getting lost every day here. I said, I'm not going into that bus. That bus, I'm not taking it anymore. I bought a bicycle. I became innovative. I'm in IT. I bought a bicycle. Then and then in the morning, I took my bicycle. Remember, also in the class, I'm riding my bicycle. All the students have cars. You can understand that there was no alignment. Anything that I try, it doesn't work. And then, but after taking that course, I started understanding certain things. Then, active learning, you are teaching philosophies. So how am I going to apply some of those philosophies in the classrooms? One of them, I used some peer learning. The students started learning and, breaking some activities. They teach themselves, teach the whole class. And then we started connecting bit by bit. And then, everything started, making sense because of that course. And I want to tell you, in my faculty, I also, because of me being there. That course, we are doing it next year with the whole staff in our faculty. That is something that do. One thing that I must, distinguish between us, we do work integrated learning. They have what is called a FAME model. FAME model is the federal. Remember the government department is called federal, government and so on. FAME, the F is coming from the FAME. The government is involved in the student activities and the academics. They have a model where students attend 2 days in a week, 3 days they go into the industry. What they do, Dr. Fat, and I said to Dr. E that we need to do this. The companies or the organizations that take our students, the government reads that Toyota took certain students, like the way they announced the results, the metric results, that so school took so many days. So the companies are more interested in taking because they know that they can report back. And I said to my dean that we need to start putting on our news, faculty news, that labeling all the companies that are really taking our students. They read there, so we can encourage more, to speak about them. Later, of course, I started joining the student. When I left there, some of the students, experienced something that now, because we are connecting now, they enjoy my class. I'm starting to show the African now, my way. And they started liking it. One student, when I left there, said, "Professor, can I tell you something? I've never stood in front of people and speak." And it was said when I had to leave, and some of the students, we still have connection even now. But one thing also that I've seen, students there, they own companies in the class. They are taught in the class, some student, in the class, another student will just say, "Ah," and then I said, "What's happening?" He says, I invested this, then my money is gone, but I'll do it. In the class, and you realize this guy's got more money than me. What am I going to do here? But, later, one thing that I've started, the cultures, they started being interested in what we're doing. They engage. I used to sit with students. I visited even Bluegrass around this year in March because I left last year. When I got to the gate, all my students were there because, this culture exchange, they started experiencing what we do. We started even, when we make projects playing Vulindlela in the things, and sometimes they don't have a rhythm, they are trying to, but they connected. We connected very well. Now, as I speak and as I conclude, through that, my experience and Fulbright, we are doing an online course in cybercrime. It is TUT, our faculty, the Bluegrass, and the TVET, Ekurhuleni TVET College, that we're going to do it online through this collaboration that I've made when I was there. But lastly, as I close, in the week before, you say, America, there's no crime. They stole my bicycle. My bicycle was stolen. And I went to the shop, a grocery shop, Walmart. I parked my bicycle there because I was used to say, but no one touches. I didn't lock it. Then I went in. But when I came out, I saw my carrier. You see, the carrier of the bicycle there. And I realized there's something happened here. And then I walked. But tomorrow, the following day when I went to my class, I told my students, guys, this is what happened. And I saw even the mood because, we're so connecting. But guess what? I got an SMS from them because they work. They put a calendar that on this day, this so-on will pick you up at where you stay. So-on will drop you. So-on will pick you on this day until you leave, Professor. I mean, something really amazing. Now, There's one thing that we're going to do. They speak about Dr. Vat even at the embassy, that we need to take some of the relevant about 10 to 12 colleagues. We are going to go and train on what is called the FAME model. How is it implemented so that we can come and implement it even here in South Africa or in our institution. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mweti. Thank you so much for an excellent talk. And as you alluded that you had a culture shock. But you didn't just leave it there. You make sure that you take the right courses to empower yourself so that you'll be able to understand the culture. I remember even when I went to Hungary, my first time, and people were talking this language, and I had to learn sign language because no one understood me, and then they speak little English, and it was really frustrating as well. But I must say that based on that, you took the course to empower you so that you'll be able to learn their culture and also skill transfer. That's the key, that it was not just for you to do your research, but also there were certain things that you learned that you want to transfer at our university. Yes. Before I move to the next speaker, someone left his or her cell phone at the desk while registering. Please come to Katleho, and when you must identify what's on your screen. Yeah, there's some stuff here. Like the person like cartoons. And then colleagues, don't forget to scan the QR code. It's a survey, so it's a quick one. You just have to scan it and give feedback at the end, but we'll keep you reminding you even at the end of the INDABA. So our next speaker is Dr. S.M. Tshwane. She's going to talk about overcoming the hurdles in research as an emerging researcher. I'm just going to introduce her a bit. Just want to check, where am I? Okay. Dr. Tshwane is a distinguished scholar, lecturer, and advocate. Now we are moving to the law now. We've listened to ICT, listened to management side tourism. Now we're moving to the law. An advocate for gender justice, renowned for her contribution to policing, gender equality, and sustainable social development. I need to read this. Born and raised in the spirited township of Alexander, widely known as Gomorrah. Gomorrah, yes. Yes. And Dr. Tshwane earned her doctoral degree in policy from Tshwane University of Technology in 2023, complemented by a pedagogical practitioner qualification from Finland, reflecting her dedication to academic excellence and transformative education. So she joined TUT in 2019 as an NGAP lecturer, another opportunity, and currently serves at the Polokwane campus, where she specializes in gender equality, sustainability, and gender relations. Can you give a round of applause? Can you welcome Dr.
It hits different when you are standing in front of your bosses as compared when you are standing in front of your students. You know, we just say, hey, let's, page 15, let's continue, where did we leave? But now I need to acknowledge my boss and other people that made it possible for me to be part of the institution. As already introduced, my name is Sabelina Tshwane. But the institution has decided to give me the title of the DR. I don't know how they decided on that one, but I'm grateful for it. Let me start a bit of a background of how TUT found me. Another opportunity offered by the institution. Of course, I am a proud product of the Tshwane University of Technology. I did all my qualification with the institution. But then upon doing the master's and completing it, I was working at Brook Lane City College, normally, or it's well known as BCC, which I guess it's in all provinces, but I was working in Pretoria. So I completed my master's, and I passed my master's with cum laude. I didn't know then, because the results were not yet back. Now I receive a call from my department to say, we've received your result from the external examiners, and these are your marks. And because these are your marks, did you know anything about NGAP? Then I had no idea what they were talking about. And I was like, okay, what is this NGAP? I didn't know. I was just a lecturer at Brooklyn City College. And then they said, okay, let's make an appointment, and then you come to the institution, and then we'll give you a bit of a background of what an NGAP is and how you qualify for it. But of course, there were interviews that were conducted, but the bottom line or the gist of the story is that TUT called me and said, you meet the requirements of becoming an NGAP lecturer within our institution. That was the first opportunity I received from TUT. Thank you. And of course, I underwent all the processes that needed to happen. And after I, of course, became an NGAP lecturer within the Department of Law, Safety and Security. But of course, you know, you are tapping into this. I'm not so sure. I was born in Alex. I was raised there. When they were saying, what is it that you want to do as you grow up? I was like, as long as it has investigation in it, commission, that's all it matters. I just wanted to investigate. Investigation is part of my DNA. Sharon's DNA, traveling is part of her DNA. So I just wanted, I'm too curious to want to know why people behave in a certain way. Okay, now I'm given the opportunity by the institution. I tap into the opportunity, but not understanding that being an NGAP lecturer, there's a part that I must also play. The institution has given me the opportunity, offered me the opportunity. Now I must do my part. Okay, I tap into it. Now I register my PhD. With the knowledge that, okay, I'm just going to do my PhD and then complete it, and then I'm doctor, and then that's it. That's all I had in mind. My title is going to change, and I'm okay with it. But I did not really sit down and think of what is it that upon completing my PhD, I would now need, the part that I'll now need to play in order for my personal growth to start developing and thriving within the very same space of investigation of Madlanga and Thabo Bester and Nandi Pamagutumani, because that's where we fit in. And then I took the opportunity, I did the PhD, but along the way you start now, you know, falling into the rhythm. We understand the rhythm, Dr. Moeti, that when we are given a direction, because the direction was there. I had a very good NGAP manager, Amelia. I must give that woman her flowers while she's still alive. As an NGAP manager, she took us through the process. She made us understand what it was all about. And the support that we received from that woman is unmeasurable. You call her at any time. Natasha, my other name is Natasha. Natasha, don't you want to go? Opportunities of doing the vocational teacher with the Finland. It was her who sent an email and say, there's this, and because I can see how you are doing, how you want to learn, I'm putting your name there. So that woman played a major role in ensuring that, particularly as women, she does give the support. I'm not saying she's, you know, biased towards ladies, but I, as a product that comes from the support structure that she offered as an NGAP manager. Fine, we continued, and then that was it. And then along the way, she gave us support to make us understand what an NGAP was and what is it, what is the role that we need to play as the institution has offered us an opportunity. Firstly, I needed to understand that, okay, I'll be done with my PhD. Then what's next? Then the whole process of workshops started. This is the world that you've tapped into. And for you to excel in this world, this is what you need to do. Now you must be exposed to a whole lot of research. That's where article comes in, publication, co-authoring, collaborations with other institutions, and so forth and so forth. But with her introducing that, of course, she's a support structure, but she can never carry everything for us. We will always encounter our own challenges, and I was no exception in it. I did have my fair challenges of being an NGAP And some other challenges is not because of the institution, but it's the road that everybody, even our professors, our DVCs, they've all went through that. It's nothing that is related to the institution, but rather the outside of, when we're talking about pre-review, the institution has nothing to do with it. If your paper is rejected, TUT has nothing to do with it. So those are some of the hurdles that, when we're kind of trained of how to excel in your career once you complete your PhD as an NGAP and you get fully absorbed into the institution. These are some of the things that we needed to understand. Then we needed to understand, okay, we are done, and then we are referred to as the emerging researchers. Like the DVC said, if you are 5 years, if it's within the 5-year time frame of you graduating, then you are regarded as an emerging researcher. I completed my PhD in 2023. And upon completing in 23, of course, I still call Amelia. Amelia, I'm done, what? And then she said, don't you want to go to an international conference? I said, of course, who wouldn't want to? Traveling again, Sharon. And then she assisted with the process and everything. Not only her, I'm only mentioning her because she was she is the NGAP manager even now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Yes, so I'm only mentioning it because some of the things that I would face, of course, you develop a personal relationship with other people. Like Sharon alluded, don't just sit and be quiet. Tap into the room and start talking. That's how actually I got to meet Dr. Rita, because I tapped into the room and I started talking, and she was like, okay, now we'll move forward together. So she then said, okay, you want to go in an international conference? I said, of course, why wouldn't I want to go? And it was fully paid. Sharon already alluded on that one. TUT paid for everything. And they even gave you a stipend of a very nice lump sum to go enjoy your conference while you're abroad. It was, I think, 3 already that I've already attended. Bear in mind, I only graduated in 2023. So it's mainly 2 years. But there's so much that the institution has assisted Amelia and the other bosses that, of course, work in the decision-making space for the institution. So now I want us to all understand that an emerging researcher, it was already identified. And some of us, while we are excited about the title, we tend to think that everything will be a smooth sailing. There isn't any hurdles that we are going to. That is not the real life. We are going to encounter real challenges. And of course, number of challenges that one will now, or I personally have had to encounter, was learn how to master to write an article that will be peer-reviewed and be accepted in a high-impact journal. That was the number one. Now you are done, you are a doctor. My supervisor used to say, it's okay, you are done, but show us that indeed you are a researcher now. That's where you start with the publication and the writing. And then you get the first paper, it's submitted, and then they say the comments are so, feels like it's your supervisor while you're doing your D. Everything is red. It's so frustrating. You don't know what, you feel like these people just wanted. And with peer reviewers, 25 December, you receive an email from them. That's Christmas Day. And they say this and this and this and this. Your paper is flawed. It doesn't, methodology is not making sense. While you were writing it, everything felt right. You're like, you are mastering this. This one is, the reviewer comes and says, no. And you feel a bit demoralized. It's okay. It happens. I'm still going through, and I still have professors who will say, it's okay. I'm still experiencing it as a professor now. I'm still getting those comments saying, this doesn't make sense. This is not this. This is not this. And those are the challenges that as an emerging researchers and I don't think it's limited to us as emerging researchers. All the researchers, even the fully fledged researchers, professors, if a professor, his or her paper can be rejected, then what about you who just graduated? The ink is not even dry on your certificate. So those are some of the things, and having now to navigate between submitting papers, now you are fully absorbed, now I'm now a lecturer, full lecturer, I've got modules that I need to lecture, and there's also a room for now you need to tap into, which is the community engagement. TUT encourages us to be part of the communities that we serve. The institution serves, which our students, they come from the same community. So the institution encourages us to also be part of the community, meaning give back to the community, which is community engagement. Now I'm there, I'm done. The first article rejected, second one, and they do it politely, some not, and they'll say, it's not bad, it has a potential to do, but just fix 1, 2, 3, and it's a whole list of 20-something comments that you need to fix. But you go through it, and then you you get through it, you must. And then the first publication comes out and then you're happy. Now the momentum comes in to say, I've done it before, now I think it's doable. Now you fall into the rhythm of saying, yes, rejection is part of growth. They are restructuring how I need to maneuver into this research world. And then now, the institution now requires us also to tap into the community engagement. Now you've got your full load, which is could be 4 or 3 modules that you're lecturing. It could be, or 4, let's say 4, let's stick to 4. I personally, I have 5 in the first semester and 4 in the second semester. Now it's no longer 1 module as you are in end gap. Now it's, you graduated, you just became a doctor, your paper was just rejected. Now the institution says, now we fully absorbed you. Now you've got 5 modules or 4 modules. Let's stick it to 4. And then now they're saying, now in order for you to have a personal growth in your career, you need to now start engaging with the communities. You need to have community engagement. Now, okay, I'm like, okay, since I'm an advocate of gender equality, I'm based in Polokwane, what do I do? Then I started knocking on SAPS doors to say, what is it that you're dealing with? Can I be part of your stakeholders? Can I become, when we have plenary meeting, can I become? And of course, they eventually opened their door and I'm part of their GBV committee. Now, that's another hurdle that I had to I don't want to say encounter, but it's a hurdle if we're going to say it's a hurdle. But to me, it was more of I'm knocking on people's doors because now I've got this, I was offered the opportunity and I was able to complete in the record time. Now people need to know the impactful research that I've done. I don't want it to be put in a library and it's forgotten about. So I took myself to the community. Because I'm in the Polokwane campus, they'll say, Khoshi Mama, I'll receive an email from Khoshi Mama. Because I did exactly what Sharon did. I got into a space and I'm like, I'm this person, I'm from Tshwane University of Technology. Of course, it's rural areas. Sometimes they don't understand, who are you? You're a woman. Because there are cultural dynamics around it. But I forced until now. I'm in Kidula Lidu Khoshi, Polokwane, and I discuss issues with them that are pertaining to GBV. So that is another culture shock when I moved from Pretoria to Polokwane. Culture shock is not only in the US. So that is one hurdle that one, as an imaging researcher, you will encounter that personally, because I moved from the city to kind of rural Polokwane. It's a smaller town. It fully consists of rural areas. So for me to tap into that space, I had a culture shock, there's a level of respect that you must show when you enter in those chieftaincy houses, which is something that I needed to, overcome as an imaging researcher, to say I need data. Could be that I'm doing a paper. So for me to get that information that I need to abide by Milao, because I need information that chief has. That is one hurdle that one has to look into, that when we are imaging, sometimes we need to get out of our comfort zone to get what we want as imaging researchers, so that we are now moved from imaging researchers to fully fledged researchers. So those are some of the hurdles that I also had to face, which was the workload. And then, the clone journals. I think maybe some of us can relate, some cannot relate to it. But you are excited, you published, and then the DVC comes and says, these articles and these articles, they were submitted in a clone journal. Meaning, yes, you published it, you've got a publication, but DHEAD, it's another story. So don't expect any funding from that article. So that's another hurdle so learning to, and of course the institution came on board again to say, we've got Ms. Kumalo in our department who will now verify every journal before you submit to that journal. So there's already a solution put in place by the institution to assist us as imaging researchers, so that we don't repeat the same mistake over and over of submitting on clone journals and all that. Publication fee. Because we don't have L accounts, you're just imaging. L account is what you acquire. The more you publish, the institution creates, and it's your money, but you can't withdraw it, but it's your money. It's called an L account. So when you travel, it helps, it meets the institution halfway as they enable you to see the world. So because we are imaging researchers, I graduated in 2023, I had 7, the other 3 came this year, 3 articles, so in total is 10. The L account, because there's a certain amount that goes into an L account, it must have a specific amount before it can be activated. So now, when you publish an article, you'll always get a hurdle of who pays for the publication fee, because you don't have the L account as yet. Again, we've got departmental research account. I believe all the departments have in the institution. They come on board. They paid for all my articles without an L account. They were paid for by the departmental research account in my Department of Law, Safety and Security. So they are, we'll refer, I don't know the word hurdle, if it's the right terminology to be used, because if you encounter this, the institution now comes and say, okay, this is the solution to what you are encountering. And it's no longer a hurdle anymore. It's just a learning curve to say, okay, I need publication fee in order for my paper to be published. And then, of course, I've spoken about conference attendance. I did not have any politics to us, but you'll hear other people, our experiences can never be the same. To say I'm encountering a challenge, my department doesn't want this, you must align with the right people, affiliate yourself with the right people that have all the information, that whenever you encounter a hurdle, you are able to call Dr. Rita and say, Doctor, where do I go from here? Because sometimes get a hurdles because you don't know which door to knock at, but not because the institution doesn't have the answers for the particular hurdle that you're encountering at that time. Then there's departmental politics that you are going to encounter. Okay, like I said, I'm a product of the institution. Being the product of the institution, now and then you'll go to the department, assist 1, 2, 3. I'm actually a product of Rian, those that know Rian. You remain a student forever because you are, I don't know if I'm making sense. I'm their product, I was a student, so even upon completing, you still get the treatment of you being a student. Something like that. So you become a student forever and ever. That's where some of the challenges will come in. And then you'll get, they'll still want to know, some treatment that will kind of push you, feel like you're still a student or a student assistant. But as time progresses, then they adjust to the fact that you are no longer a student, they are a student, but instead you have now progressed to become a colleague. And eventually it fades away. And then co-authorship. Hey, DVC, I think that one will come and give clarity. At some point, the policies change because we would just co-author UL and UNISA and so forth. But I think an issue emanated when institution had to pay for the publication fee because we did not understand as imaging researchers. You attend a conference, someone is triggered by your area of specialization and they want to write a paper with you. Because of the excitement of just, recently completed your D or your PhD, you tap into the space and then you co-author with someone from UNISA. Without reading the policy of co-authorships of the institution, what needs to happen if you the institution is not saying do not co-author with anyone, but there's a policy that you need to read and understand that if I co-author, what then happens? If publication fee is paid by the institution, it means that paper will be our own publication. It will fall amongst the 621 that were submitted. So now the problem becomes when DHET needs to pay out. The person that you co-authored with at UNISA, they want their share, but the institution paid for the publication fee. So those are some of the things that we needed to understand as emerging researchers, that if we co-author, there's a processes that we need to follow and understand them better so that come the time of DHET, when they pay for your publication after 2 years, you know exactly where the funding is going. And then, of course, you get those ones who say, I'm an emerging researcher, there's a lack of support. We are people, and sometimes I've seen that amongst some of the end gaps where we expect things to be spoon-fed to us. Like we want people to come and say, you are an emerging researcher, then I'm going to give you this and this. But sometimes we don't lack support. I feel like it's personally because you don't go to people and say, I need assistant 1, 2, 3. Because in most cases, when you go and say, Dr. Rita, I need this and this, she's just the phone, and I'll keep referring to her because upon realizing who Dr. Rita was, I couldn't stop calling her, which has enabled my life, and my life is now, I'm at peace. And then there was another hurdle of, migration from NGAP to now being fully absorbed by the institution. DVC, there I had to, because I was like, okay, where am I getting the laptop from? We don't know whether you are still in NGAP or not. Who's going to buy the laptop for you? Is it your department? Is it Amelia again? There's always those challenges where now you are fully absorbed, but there's still, I feel like there's still a training of some sort, I don't know how to best put it, for the lack of better words, where now there could be a smooth transitioning of when you are fully, absorbed by the institution. Because also colleagues, they are now saying you are an NGAP, now you graduated. There's no really formally that communication to say, when now you just go to the HR and you do the paperwork, And yesterday you were in NGAP, the following day you are coming. Now I'm fully absorbed by the institution. So colleagues that they sometimes get confused about that. And nonetheless, I think most of the things I've spoken about them here, how to now having to navigate through the system, particularly in TUT, and I'll speak of TUT because I work for the institution. I've had, challenges there and there, but the institution also, the doors are open. You just need to know which door to knock at. And then because of, you just graduated and there's this rejection of paper and personally, there's no way it won't affect you. That rejection that you received on the 25th of December as an imaging researcher, it was your first paper, you had so much expectation. Personally, then we start putting pressure on ourselves to say, I've just graduated. The 2 articles that I've published with my supervisor, they were accepted easily because at some point after the 2 publications, they let you go and then they want you to fly on your own. And then you realize, people, they don't know me. These journals, they don't know who I am because you are an imaging researcher. So people, they don't recognize your surname at this point. So it means you put in the quality work until you are recognized. And then eventually when you say, hi, I'm Dr. Twane, you realize, the paper comes back with few comments as compared to when I started. Because people clearly, it could be that I wrote an article from, perspective of being a student. So the method or the tablet or the manner that you articulated the article, it was still saying I'm a student. Or, the fully fledged professors, they will say, you still write like a student. And then it wouldn't make sense, but you still, apparently full professors can tell that this is a student's work. But in a nutshell, all in all, I learned to overcome everything. The challenge, the hurdles was the rejection of the journals where I submitted papers. I still am experiencing some even now. And then the conference proceeding, which I needed to attend, it wasn't a hurdle on my side because the institution provided 100% of those international trips. And then workload, it was a transitioning because I had to move from now having 1 module to now having 4 modules that I am responsible for at the Polokwane campus. And then seeking funding, I think they've already explained, even our DVC spoke about it. I always see her email saying international opportunities. Go through it. Sharon has already alluded on them. You go through them and then you read. And then Sharon again has been saying, Natasha, take time and read this and start going abroad with the Fulbright scholarship. And then Dr. Moeti, Prof. Moeti, because I was in Polokwane with him before he came this side, he also said, get time. So I feel like the Fulbright scholarship is calling my name. I'm just surrounded by people that have been there, lived the experience, and they got the full 100% support from the institution. So in a nutshell, as an imaging researcher, I think in closing, my words would be, foster feedback culture. You go to Prof and say, Prof, how am I doing ever since I've completed the PhD? Are you seeing any growth? We don't want to do that because sometimes when they are being honest with us, we feel like, hi, it's personal. And when you go to and say, have you monitored any, am I growing personally? And they're able to say, yes, 1, 2, 3, you're getting it right, but 1, 2, 3, you still need to work on it. It helps you grow as a person. Don't have all answers. Imagine researchers, we have all the answers. I've seen it in conferences. Even when someone has just given you a comment where you are supposed to say, okay, noted, I'll look into it, thank you. You want to justify why you used the mixed method. And someone is saying, if you could have used this type of methodology approach, you could have gotten this and this, or even better. You still want to justify. So I've seen that a lot. I think maybe we think we know a lot now that we are doctors, but it doesn't have to be like that. We can never know everything. And then the other one is encourage experimentations. She's the clear example of that. She's traveling, and then now and then, if an opportunity arises, she taps into it. She doesn't restrict herself to anything that has to do with the institution only or with the country alone. Flexible meeting, the flexible meeting agendas. That's how I met Dr. Rita. We met and I said, okay, I walked into we were doing a license to supervise course. I mailed her again. She said, Natasha, you are attending this course. So I was sitting with directors. I walked in and I said, who are you? And they introduced themselves. I said, I want to sit in this table. So I don't know how they were sitting, but it was directors, assistant deans. I sat with them. And I said, I want to rub off from the energy that you guys have. And that's how I got to meet her. And then from there, we've never looked back. So this flexible meeting agendas, like Sharon has already alluded on, never cut yourself short or never like, I used to say, Haranali, Prof. Maluleke, he would come and visit Polokwane. I would be afraid to go and, because I didn't tell her this is a big boss. But then I realized, if you speak and then, there's level of respect and boundaries, of course. Speaking to this person can actually take you to another level that you never knew that you are capable of going. So that's how landed me to Dr. Rita's office. I sat with the directors, I sat with Assistant Deans in this table. And I think Nevati selected themselves as big bosses, but I forced myself and I sat on the table. And I've never looked back from there. And then in closing, practice self-reflection. Let's practice self-reflection. Sometimes now, okay, you submit 3, 4, 5 papers, 6 papers. Yeah, you think, now I've got this. We are just writing now. Because now you've realized that, they've been accepted so many times. We now think we've got the rhythm, and then in the process of now thinking that we've got the rhythm, we are losing it again. So now and then, sit back and reflect, self-reflection. Am I still doing things right? Am I still teachable? Am I still developing my personal career growth, or do I think I have arrived? Because I think most of us, we feel like, now I'm Dr. Mamanga. That's why when we write some emails to you, someone will respond and say, please don't forget my title, and you feel, this one feels like now they've arrived. They are no longer reflecting on themselves. And in closing, golden mindset of a successful emergent researcher, always remember, we are not behind. We are still becoming fully fledged researchers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can see that Sharon is rubbing on you. Otherwise, we'll be here until tomorrow. Thank you so much, Dr. Swane. Thank you so much. You reminded us to actually acknowledge dear head, the UCDG. Can we acknowledge and also Ms. Rorwana, Amelia Vuyo Rorwana, for her support. And I even heard from her office saying that some of the endgame, they say that, can you please remain on endgame because we are always protected, So we don't want to move out of this program because of the support that they receive from her office. So moving forward, colleagues, we are behind time. Please stick to the allocated time. So we now move to our next speaker before the open discussion. I'm going to introduce Dr. Sifulo from the Faculty of Management Sciences, who's going to talk about Research Journey Future Professor Program. Dr. Sifulo has over 20 years of experience and prodigious knowledge in business and strategic management in the tourism sector. She's currently the director for the Center of Sustainable Tourism and Innovation and a senior lecturer focused on strategic management, business leadership, and entrepreneurship subject in the Department of Tourism Management at Tshwane University of Technology. She is a Y2 National Research Foundation rated researcher. She was a candidate in the Future Professor Program by the Department of Higher Education and Training 2021 to 2023. Can you give a round of applause for Dr. Sifulo?
Good morning, everyone. I tend to have this luck in my life. I come to speak. They usually say, please stick to time. I'm not sure whether it's luck or is it a good one or a bad one, but it tends to stay with me. No, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much again for an opportunity. Perhaps if I may begin and start with a question. The last speaker talked about self-reflection. Maybe if you are sitting next to a person, we are attending an INDABA, emerging researchers. So now I want you to ask yourself and the person next to you, after this program, how are you shaping your scholarly identity? After hearing all these stories, and you are still going to hear more and other opportunities, at the end, each and every one of us must come up with an answer. At least 2, 3 things that will shape your scholarly identity, including mine, because I have actually learned a lot. As introduced,
I am from the tourism sector. I think it would be nice if I share my journey as well. I did not attend to one institution. I studied my undergrad at a different institution, Durban University of Technology, met the criteria, moved on, came to TUT and did my BTech 1 year, got an NRF funding at TUT. Now, can you see how TUT does things? I bought my car. My first car was from NRF. I passed, I delivered, and did everything on time. And then after that, I studied at the UNISA, the business school. I figured, let me just look at business leadership and see where it takes me within the tourism space. And then I moved on, went to UKZN to do my PhD. And I've done some things with Stellenbosch here and there. And I did my future professors program with UJ. And we had a business school, of which we did some courses there while we were doing the program. So what am I saying about this, colleagues? What I'm trying to say, I am a multi-dimensional and transdisciplinary researcher. That's my DNA. I think I have actually mentioned who I am. That's not the purpose. The purpose is just to share the journey in terms of how Future Professors Program looks like and how I was selected going forward and how it transpired, how was my journey. Please, that means I need to speak about what I went through from UJ. So as you can see, it's written 2021, 2023. Future Professors Program candidate. That's who I was at the time. And this program, what I love about it, it's in partnership with Department of Higher Education, and you have heard the UCDP does a lot of things. Now, this is one of the examples. Now, this program is actually designed to help and create synergies that will benefit the researchers. Others, they say, senior researchers, because in the Future Professors Program, you find associate professors. You also find the doctors and emerging researchers. It's a combination. So they say it helps to actually build and enter the professorate and to cascade. I'm still struggling to call that word, professorate. And to cascade to a broader context of next generation. What it actually does, it gives us an opportunity to join an academic populace that's out there. It encourages one to establish him or herself and work with other researchers internationally, because I joined a beautiful program from UJ. So I will brag about that. You saw it was called Phase 2. Now what this means, it's Phase 2 because the first phase happened at the University of Stellenbosch. So that was the first cohort. I happened to join Phase 2, which was the first time at UJ, so hence I was joining the first cohort at UJ. So it goes, each and every year, the public universities, they are invited to nominate at least eligible scholars for this two-year fellowship program. So what it does, they establish the academic networks, as I did say. Sometimes, for an example, when I joined in 2021, by that year, at the end of the year, I received good news that the Y rating from NRF. So I joined already equipped by our university first. And thank you so much, DVC, and the whole directorate. The journey was beautiful because the assistance that we received made me to enter the FPP with that accolade already. And at the time, I was already the senior lecturer when I entered. So in other words, I was equipped to actually join other associate professors that are out there in this program. So it's open to all academic staff, particularly permanent academic staff in South African universities. It's a very rigorous process, and I think how it works, and you may ask yourself, but why do I have to do this? Because you want to join the cusp of the best. We are being taught to join what is available worldwide and have a benchmark and say, in South Africa, we are able to compete globally. I think you have heard some of the examples that were actually mentioned. I wanted to actually use my story and my journey and say, it all started by a simple building your academic portfolio in all different areas. So that's how it all begins. As an imaging researcher, others are still doing their PhDs. Whatever you are doing, draft it down. Capture it as best as you can. And as you move, capture everything, your outputs. They make a story at the end of the day. This is the program. As you can see, most of the time, the participants that are involved in this program, they are focusing, they are meant to improve the scholarship that's available out there, and with an intention to join. But it doesn't mean that at the end of the program, you are going to be a professor. What the program guarantees is that we are giving you all the tools, but at the end of the day, you will get that from your institution. This is an example of the letter that I received that made my day, actually. And as you can see, I first applied for the Stellenbosch cohort, and to my surprise, I was rejected, but with a nice letter indicating that continue to work hard, you will get there. And then when I applied the following time, this was the letter that I received. It felt amazing because at the end of the day, out of 114 applications that were submitted from all institutions in South Africa, I happened to be the one of the 29th. Thank you so much, TUT, for selecting me on that program. So I was there to share our story and to brag. You gave us something to brag. You gave me an opportunity to say, this is how it works at my university. These are the benchmarks, and this is how we do things. I will just move on swiftly to show some of the colleagues. And what I love about the program itself, I was the only one from the tourism management. I had people talking about science, language that I've never heard. One of the researchers was looking at sexual preferences. I remember going to the airport with her on our international trip. They were reading the letter. My goodness, what she was looking at. The paper, people started asking like personal questions on sexuality because of the interest that they had in their paper. What am I trying to say? In the program, you are not only working with people from management sciences or only from ICT or science. It's a combination of different people. And what was lovely is that at the end of the day, for the very first time in my life, we happened to actually publish a paper with different people completely. As you can see from the program when we started, we had one associate professor. By the time it ended, there were 4 full professors. And currently, we've got 19 associate professors and then 5 doctors who are very far in terms of what they are doing. And we had to write research papers with someone who was looking at law, someone who was looking at, I can't even pronounce the name because they are into chemistry, coming up and telling one story, hence the transdisciplinary language and the context. I will try to keep to time. So now this is a program where you actually it focuses on individual mentorship. What do I mean by that? You happen to get a mentor who's looking at you and you alone. Someone who will study your CV to the core. Someone who will challenge you to go back to the policies of your university to get a better understanding of what needs to be done going forward. Someone who will tell you whatever that pops up from research and innovation, there is something to it. Double check, because your research, right now, we have seen that we need to align with the SDGs and try to address the key SDG that the TUT as an institution focuses on. perhaps that's a nudge, something to think about and something to try and implement going forward. So what it does, it's a mentor, and then we also have a coach, someone who will coach on your personal level and say your sleeping patterns are different than your family. Find ways to actually have a balance, because as a human being, you must be balanced. So there's a lot in this program. I hope you understand the reason why the Future Professors Program does this, because they've got an idea, particularly the higher education. We need to transform the institution of higher learning going forward. But where do we begin? These are the opportunities that are available for all of us to do. And then in the program itself, there are action learning workshops that we did, and some of them were focusing on how to be a rated researcher. Some of them were focusing on writing a book. Some of them were focusing on, we had writing retreats, and different scholars actually. I still have 15 minutes. I think, let me do this. I think it's important for me to actually go through this. Oh, you can't see. How do I project? No. I wanted to go on the website just to give everyone an idea, to say it's more about developing. I wanted to show you, yes, but now, technology is technologing at this stage. How do I go? Okay. Wait. This one, yes. Oh, thank you. Oh, projecting my screen, thanks. Okay, cool. So this is how it looks like. We had programs that were looking at developing your research profile, where they look at your presence online and be able to tell a story and analyze what you are doing and what you have done in line with the institution, in line with the higher education in South Africa, and leveraging opportunities within South African system, demystifying research profiles, etc. So there's a lot that you get by virtue of being in the program itself. Now let me come back to, okay, perfect. Must I share my screen as well? How do I move forward again? Can you please help me, Katlako? Apologies for that. I wanted to give you a taste in terms of what is happening. Yes, technology does happen to us. But what I'm trying to say, the FPP has got 3 objectives: to develop a person to a future professor, to promote transformation, and lastly, to enhance academic leadership in a sense. Thank you so much. It's perfect. I did mention about the writing retreats. But what was lovely about this one was to have an opportunity to a 4-week international trip. Others have shared how they did the Fulbright Scholar. I happened to do 9 countries just from this concept. I focused on the African continent like crazy. I've got friends, collaborators that we are working with in the African continent because of this. And I happened to visit Finland because I wanted to look at their tourism business systems, how they work. And in the process of that, that's when I made friends and we were able to collaborate and partner. And I was lucky to actually lead a PhD workshop program in one of the international conferences in 2023. So this was the opportunity accorded through by the same program. And as the Department of Tourism, as well as TUT, we managed to showcase, we managed to be part of a bigger picture. These were all the colleagues that attended. My academic journey in 2022, how it actually changed. Apart from the rating itself, I learned the importance of taking the students that you are supervising to attend international conferences, because those are the opportunities that they have provided by the institution. I took 4 of the students based on the funding that we were able to build and the collaborations that were out there. And then over and above that, it was a nice moment to receive an award. What we do, it is actually recognized at the end of the day. It goes somewhere. And remember, whoever you meet at the end of the day, your network is equal to your net worth. That is how far it will actually take you. In the FPP, I've met medical doctors. I have met Muslim lawyers. We were able to come and sit together and come up with different programs, because that's how much it opens or it transforms one's life. I got to learn how to work with ICT, particularly because the tourism sector itself, it's driven by ICT. Without it, we are nowhere. So it's right at the core. We got to learn about how to explore the softwares. I love Giphy. It's something I never thought I would use in my research going forward. And then over and above that, in 2023, through the same program and the funding that I actually got, I was able to attend and be a coach for the Africa Youth in Tourism Summit. And I was also able to host the conference with a sustainable travel and tourism agenda in Kenya. We've got friends. And also to work with more university. Those are some of the opportunities of working with people around the continent. And as I did say, University of Eastern Finland, I got to see the practices, and over and above those practices, it was nice to ride in a very nice car that our own created. It was a beautiful Tesla. It was amazing to be taken by Tesla to work every day. So that was my highlight of the whole event. But over and above that, writing papers together also assisted. And then to be to a point that in other conferences, they get to say, we see you. Can you please come and be a keynote speaker on certain areas? So it goes way too deep. These are some of the opportunities. While I'm trying to save my 5 minutes that is left, I got to be involved in the Innovation for African Universities through partnerships that were there. And I was given one opportunity to talk about strategic innovation in travel and tourism in Africa. And then by the time I was given that opportunity, I saw something there that let me look in my research on digitalization of the supply chain in the tourism SMEs. And little did I know that an opportunity will arise and say, if you want funding from NRF, submit a proposal. All at the same time, while trying to, and while I was within the same program, the FPP, all of those things within the same program. So we did it with different institutions. We were looking at how to accelerate youth entrepreneurship and innovation for sustainable tourism in Africa. We looked at the SDGs, as I did say, the importance of looking at that. What was fruitful and what was amazing? You have heard Shezi talking about the challenge that we're working together, the Middle East Africa Challenge. This year alone, we had 2 of our students at the G20 Tourism Hackathon, the first one in the country. 2 of our university students that represented TUT in that. They won, their group actually won about 35,000 Rand to actually spend on the project. But while I'm about to end, I want to brag a little bit. Please allow me, DVC. The group I was allocated to had different students from different universities, and it won 175,000 Rand. So just to show that some of the students, apart from the MIA challenge and apart from the hackathons, some of the students were entered in that Tourism Innovation Challenge for Africa universities. And 2 ladies actually won. One, 1,000 euros to start a business and was taken to a program for good 2 years. And another one won 400 students. Our students are the greatest. We are our own greatest resources. So this is all we've got, and let's keep it going. Let's push it going. These are some of the examples, and I love the fact that when she was taking a picture, she took it with our university T-shirts. And others were actually from Ghana and Kenya. That's what she was up against, such that at the end, they were nominated by the UN, United Nations World Tourism Organization back then. And from the program, you come up with a toolkit that can be applied. We were able to produce book chapters. We were able to attend different conferences. And at the end of the day, for one to become, I am still becoming, as you have heard. We are all becoming. We are not there yet, but we keep on pushing as much as possible. From my journey, this is what I have gathered. Some of the key components of innovative future leaders, you need to have the willingness, adapt as much as possible, have that global perspective. It's amazing that the speakers that spoke, they had a global perspective, all of them. It's like we were sharing notes. This is the formula. This works. This is what I found to be working. And then I thought I should share. Collaboration and teamwork, inclusive leadership, but also we need that emotional intelligence, critical thinking, going forward. And remember, digital technology and digital literacy, technology is at the core. That's the language at this stage. And all of us, we've got something to say. But most importantly, have the vision, be innovative. That's how we can try and build this cusp. The reason why I'm saying this, DVC alluded to particular statistics around African women, not African. You said women, DVC. And you were referring to a percentage that women contribute to research at this institution alone. Please permit me to talk to the women. I want to say, let's know and understand our roles in the society, because there's a need for continued investment in education. Let's ensure that our young girls, this is where I deviate a bit. I'm a mother of boys, including boys as well. Let's continue to assist them and give them tools they need to become future leaders. Because you know what, at this stage, the status is appalling when you look at the numbers. We need to do something about it. So I'm not here, colleagues, to talk about what needs to be done, but you know what I'm saying is that let's have that lifelong learning demands and be resilient to what we are doing going forward. I was looking at the numbers. Department of Higher Education, they said they had 3,690 doctorates in 2022 that graduated. But we are supposed to be sitting at 5,000 each year. Where are we losing it? But over and above that, a status quo in South Africa, our population under the age of 25, who are doctors, can you see where we stand? That means there's more work for us that we need to do, particularly in that young age. So the NDP has set the targets for us in 2030, but when you look at the status quo, we need more doctoral graduates too. We need more people. We need more doctors in the country so that we are able to meet the goals of the world in 2050. Because if we are sitting here, I was calculating, in 2050, where will I be? Where will you be? What are you leaving behind? And those ones that are going to be there in 2050, please, let's all have an idea and ask ourselves, how do you fit in the world of academia? And what legacy will our generation of associate professors or emerging researchers are going to do? What are the new skills that we need to inquire? The institution has got the answers for that for us. And what resources do you require? What stands in your way? Because TUT is there. As we move from good to great, it is not the most intellectual of the species that survive. It is not the strongest that survives. But the species that survives is the one that is able to adapt to and to adjust based to a changing environment in which it finds itself in. Today, I'm closing my chapter of a 3-year funded project from NRF. I remain grateful to TUT.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sefulu. You have said a mouthful. Colleagues, can you believe that this FPP program is a Tesla program? Yes, there's a lot. It's a Tesla program. I know some, they take you go to Mercedes-Benz, then you move. Actually, you start with Kia, Mercedes-Benz. This is a Tesla. Your Tesla is in South Africa. So, colleagues, and it reminds me of one of the programs for UCDJ, the USDP. You know, it also has similar support. And one of the persons said that in that group, because of it's a lot of people from different universities and also globally, he said, how can you sleep without a PhD? So every time when they see that woman, they were reminded, how can you sleep without a PhD? And Dr. Sefulu said what? 2050 is coming. Even 2030 is coming. So how can you sleep without a PhD? So now, colleagues, I know you're a little bit tired now, but if you can just stand up and shake yourself and sit down and then shake out all the questions. I'm now going to call all our presenters to take the stage so they can fire them with those questions. But I'm going to allow a few questions, and then I believe that you can also engage with them further during lunchtime. So can I allow all my presenters to take the podium? While they're taking the podium, you can stretch yourself. I allow you to stretch yourself. Do you have people with roaming mics ready? Are the people with roaming mics ready?
Yes, they're coming.
Okay. Can you just take it back? The online people, are you still there? Colleagues, it's that time of the questions. We have heard from our various speakers, and we have taken notes, the experiences and opportunities and challenges. And before I ask any questions, I just want to allow, because I believe that we've got so many questions, I don't want to take your time, we've got so many questions. Are there anyone with a question or questions? And if you stand up, please introduce yourself and maybe say that the question is posed to maybe Ms. Sharon or anyone can answer it so that we can be very specific with our questions. Anyone? No questions? Colleagues from online, can you hear me? Do you have anyone with a question for our presenters? I see Petunia, your hand is up, go ahead.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Indeed, I personally have been greatly encouraged. I have a question. I think I've attended a number of sessions like this. There was also a roadshow in our campus. I come from the science campus. I'm a PhD candidate. I'm in the Pharmaceutical Sciences Department. My name is Retabile Mshosho-Malapisane. I've looked at, the presentations and I've looked at the numbers, of how many post-graduate students are supposed to be there in terms of the yearly targets and what's actually the reality. And one of the questions that I've always asked myself is, I think, how do we get there? How do we get the numbers right without also inquiring from students in postgraduate programs what the experiences are? What are the, the challenges? What are the, the inhibiting factors for achieving those numbers? Yes, you get students registered, but there's also a very high number of exclusions. Why are students constantly being excluded? What makes them not to be able to finish? So I think in my own thinking, that could actually be an important approach to also go back to find out, in that number of 20 exclusions, what is the reason that our students are not finishing? Because I think it's important for, to be able to get to a place where you're called an immersion researcher.
I will give it a stab. I think a lot of the times students get frustrated. Research is a very lonely process, and you need to have a community around you. And you also, at the end of the day, also need to hold yourself accountable. When you sign up for anything, you are told that high school is 5 years. You know you've got 5 years to complete high school. Similar to your research journey. A PhD is this number of years, a master's is this number of years. You need to have a roadmap to say, what are my milestones that I need to hit at the different points? And when you're not hitting that milestone, you need to have a community around you that holds you accountable to ask you to say, Sharon, you have 3 years to finish your PhD. You are at year 2 and you are still at proposal stage. That's a red flag. What are you doing about it? How do we support you to be able to make sure that you get to where you need to get to? The targets are linked to what we call, I think, SLEs, if I understand it properly. The university only gets funding if you finish within a specific period of time. So they need to ensure that their valuable resources, who are the supervisors, are put in such a way that they support people that are going to finish in that time. If you're going to take 5 years to finish something, that supervisor could have finished 2 students in that period. So it's personal responsibility. I always say to myself to say, when I failed at anything, I don't look around me and I say, what have other people done? I say, okay, Sharon, how did you contribute? And when you saw you were drowning, did you just allow yourself to drown, or did you put your hand up and say, please help me? So I think specifically for you as an individual, I've got 3 years. You break that 3 years up into chunks and you decide. year one, these are my milestones, year two, these are my milestones, and always strive to finish before the time comes up, because you will always have something that comes up in between that will have, for example, in my journey, I was supposed to be done by now. I didn't envision HREC being suspended. I had to spend 6 months sitting, waiting, but I didn't just sit and say, oh, well, I did other things that kept me busy. I did other side research that was a spin-off of my research that now is going to help me for my postdoc because there's other stuff. So it's personal responsibility, I think, personally. I could be oversimplifying it, and also just learning to ask for help because you know what you want to do. And then you ask your community, how do you support me to get there? Did I answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mokola. You want to add?
I will just add a little bit. I think what she has given you is from a personal perspective. We live in a society, and we all play a role towards a bigger goal. So it's understanding what is available. We may have our own challenges. We need to understand them and know them and point them out to say, I'm facing a challenge. What is beautiful is that each and every institution, it has systems in place to accommodate whatever that is, the life is pouring towards you, something that is not out of your own doing, because we are part of the society. So we cannot turn a blind eye to the challenges. So let's use the systems that are available. You can request to be off for a year and motivate and state your reasons. There are interventions in place. We just need to use them correctly. But I want to say, in as much as you are doing a personal reflection and something that you can do, understand you are contributing towards a bigger picture. It's the whole society. You are adding. I always say, I'm just a drop in the ocean. There's nothing much. But what the little that one is doing is contributing towards a bigger picture.
Successful, and I saw Dr. Tswane also want to add.
Oh, thank you. I think I'm going to add from both a perspective of me being a student at some point and now, and also a perspective of being a supervisor now to a PhD candidates and master's candidates. As I was presenting, I said, when you enroll for PhD, I think it's the excitement of saying I'm going to become a doctor that sometimes consumes us to the reality of what you have embarked on. The reality is that, hence during the PhD processes, some they divorce, some they become single, it isolates you, and that is the reality of that journey at that time. Even worst part as ladies, when I was finishing my PhD, when I was dealing with the comments, 2022 December, I just given birth. My son was only 2 months. So sometimes we have those dropouts numbers because, one, females, we go through the process of becoming mothers while you are studying, and now you are dealing with postnatal depression at that time, and you still have this, journey that you had already started on, and now when we combat the two, you will not cope mentally. It becomes too much for one to, try and strike balance between the two. Secondly, just because Prof carried it and she excelled well in her PhD on record time, we tend to think that it's just a walk in a park as students, like I'll just register and in no time. And now because AI has taken over, people think they'll just generate thesis through artificial intelligence and submit them, and that's it. And the supervisors start being hard on you to say, this is not your opinion, these are not your thoughts. You are not contributing, you are just copying and pasting from AI. You realize this is not what I thought it was. It's not a walk in a park. And then the pressure gets too much, and you slowly but surely disconnect from the excitement, slowly dies that you're going to become a doctor, because now it requires you to put in the real work. Now some, they feel it's a bit too much, they can't anymore. That could be the other reason from a perspective of a student. And then from a supervisor perspective, through the course that I spoke about of license to supervise, is that sometimes as supervisors, just because Prof Moeti is that A student that excels and deals with comments immediately and gets his work done in time. We tend to use a blanket approach to all the type of students that we are supervising. Now I expect also you to be as quick as he is, which sometimes gets to demoralize our students to say, I can't keep up with the pressure that comes in. So as supervisors during that course, we're advised that getting to know your student better, get to know that Sabelina is not as quick as Prof. Moeti. Find a strategy that will encourage Sabelina to proceed. Although her pace is of a tortoise, but encourage her with that pace of a tortoise. Eventually, she's going to get there. One step, it's making progress towards the right direction. So sometimes, from a perspective of a supervisor, just because you've got A students that are doing well, that are into it, that are excited about it, you tend to use the same approach to, supervise the remaining students, which sometimes can get, depressing for other students that are not as fast as the others. So I think with that course, we were trained to how to deal with different types of students so that we run away from having students that are dropping out. Students don't drop out because they don't understand research, but it's frustrating. And when it's frustrating at that time, it feels like no one understands you because the pace that you're using, it's not the pace that I'm using. So as soon as that, I think now most of the supervisors are now aligned to say, it's not one brush, for everyone. It's not one size fits all. So when we do that, I believe the numbers, they will now, decrease in terms of the dropouts. We wouldn't have much because I now understand my student better. And I now understand that the pace that you use and I use, just because, Sharon is a fast learner, you are not, but doesn't mean you don't understand research. It just means you take your time to do certain things. But of course, time frame must always be, put in place so that you get to also finish in time and so that the institution can claim those. That's all from DH. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And one of the things that I've picked up that you touch on is about mental wellness. Because there are sometimes psychosocial issues that actually affect your performance. And we tend not to focus on that because we just want to say, I want you to produce, I want this, but our mental wellness is very, very key. I see there's a hand there. Go ahead, sir.
Is it fine now? Greeting everyone. I'm Sianda Ngema, an NCAP academic from the nursing department, being the first of such kind. Started just about, I think, 3 months ago. And over the time, I've been quite impressed with the presenters, and thank you very much for all and your achievements. I think you guys are very amazing. That's how I can summarize it to be. I think over the times that I've been a PhD candidate, my only challenge, I don't know if in your faculties, you guys have some systems of doing the systematic reviews. Is there something in TUT whereby we can have access to databases or softwares? I think over the years that's been a struggle. If anyone has an idea of that, maybe from research innovation. A free database for all students in the university. Is there one system that we are using that we can get to do our systematic and scoping reviews quite easier?
Dr. Moeti, there's a task for you there, if it's not in place yet.
Who's that guy who's so famous with systematical literature review that we follow? There's a guy that, is so, but I will tell you immediately after here. But, systematical literature review, unlike the normal literature review that we do, it just means that there is a framework that you need to follow when you're conducting that particular literature review. I know there's a guy who's very famous in systematic literature review, but I know his name will come. So I will give you the thing, where you can do, and then, okay, yes? Oh.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I do get that. I think also because of we are in a INDABA and we are all here, it's just a plea, I think, to the university. There is confidence, there is Ryan, there's whatever. I've done quite a few scoping reviews so far. But I think students, we don't have a database in the university, or rather a software system whereby we can say, all of us in TUT were using confidence. The way we use now, we go to the library and they give all these things. It's quite very tedious when it comes to that. But with university being TUT, University of Technology, we're expecting to have confidence and that's going to be licensed for all students. I think this is not only for me as a one person, it's something that you can say we're sharing as an idea. We need just one system in the entire
thank
university.
you so much. I think, as Dr. Mehdi indicated, there is someone, but I think it's something that the Directorate can take note of moving forward. Yes.
Yeah, but I was also engaging with the library this other day. And then actually I asked these questions to them that in terms of the use of AI in the library, how far you know. And then I think those platforms is where we can go there and find. But I think we are all of us, we are faced with AI that we don't know where we fit, honestly speaking. But I think we are somewhere we are trying to find our way, as we know that we coexist with this artificial intelligence. And then soon, we will, it's changing the way we do things, but soon I'm sure the systems like that, there's a study that I'm doing with a student it's called, is in generative AI. How can generative AI, revolutionize the learning systems, where learning, we look at learning is personalized. You can use generative AI to learn in audio. You can use generative AI. Your learning style is different from another. But those are embedded within the generative AI and agentic AI. But like I'm saying, there's some things that we are working even with the library. But I'm sure soon it will come where you can go to library and find that particular framework where a student can learn about, systematic literature review. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Mweti. But also to add on that, the director, they're busy at the moment to pilot some AI things at Emalahleni, and these are some of the things that came up. So they're at phase 1. So as there are other tools that there is a need that need to be integrated, I think there will be other phases, but they are in the process at Emalahleni. They're just piloting to have an AI library. Yes.
Can I just mention one thing? You need assistance now. We do have a postdoc. We have postdocs that are available. If you do need it now, one is in the room. We can assist you immediately while we are still waiting for the Directorate to talk.
Thank you so much for that. I see there's a hand there. Was the hand not? Okay. I see a hand here. I think I'll take this one and the last one.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nolthando Zulu. I just got one question. I've heard you, I think 3 of you mentioned that you got into an NGAP program. So I've heard about it before and I've been researching about it. So I wanted to ask, how do university usually recruit NGAP lecturing posts, and are they advertised on the internet? And then what formal requirements and selection criteria are used when applying for the NGAP? Thank you.
Okay, yes. The NGAP program is advertised on the TUT website. They do put on the advertisement. And then I've seen it, because now that I'm a lecturer, would also rotate it amongst our students for those that are qualified. You'll see the advert, be it on a Facebook page, because someone will retrieve it from the website and then start circulating it among the young ones. So it is, yes, it is advertised. In our department, I know for a fact when it's advertised, it's even put on the notice board. So it's something that when the post is really advertised, everyone get to know that there is a post of NGAP that has been advertised. Then the second one is the criteria. Then, I don't know if it has changed now, but then when I joined in 2019, they needed a 75 plus going up, meaning your previous master's, it should have been a master's pass of cum laude going upwards. So yes, they're looking for the cream of the cake.
Can I add to that? It is widely advertised. You normally see it on the university website. You see it on different platforms. Personally, my NGAP journey is a little bit different from Sabelina's. I was listening to her. I'm also a student of the hospitality department. The first NGAP in the hospitality department was in 2016, and I remember the HOD at the time, Dr. Verbeti, called me. I was, at the time, a chamber manager at CATSETA, at CATSETA, which is a CETA for hospitality, and she said, we've got this NGAP position, would you like to apply for it? And at the time, my personal life was in such a way that I was not ready to commit to a PhD journey, and I was not mentally prepared at that time to go through a PhD, because a PhD is very intensive, so you have to be sure of what you're doing. Our current HOD, Dr. Shai, then took up the opportunity and became an NGAP in 2016. In 2021, I was now still in government in a very senior role with a very nice title, and the second NGAP position came up. And once again, somebody in the department called and said, we're taking a chance, would you be interested? And I remember somebody saying, it's a stipend. And I was earning a very nice salary, and I had a very nice title, like I said. But I sat and I reflected and I said, I'm ready to do my PhD. And this role will allow me to focus fully on my PhD. So I then decided to I put my resignation forward. And I remember it was a back and forth with my boss, and there was counter offers, and I had to eventually say to them, this is my offer. I am literally earning a stipend. I'm not leaving because of the money. I'm leaving because this will allow me to do my PhD properly. And I'll be able to focus, I'll be able to do the things that I've always wanted to do. So NGAPs they're looking for sustained academic performance. You have to have shown that in your entire academic career, have you been an academic performer throughout? It's not just a case of, oh, well, I'm gonna wake up, because how do you teach if you yourself do not take the process seriously? So then they look at that in your application. They look at, are you interested in shaping the next generation of academics? Are you adding value in terms of the students? Because the idea is that you're going to produce the next, the next doctors. We don't have a PhD, we don't have a doctor program. You're going to produce the next environmental scientist. You're going to produce the next engineer. So you yourself have to have academic excellence embedded in you. It's advertised widely, but I think you have to ask yourself the question to say, is it not just a opportunity for me to get money? Is it an opportunity for me to add value to my students? Ideally, you should have had a little bit of industry experience, because then you bring that industry experience in the classroom. So definitely look out for it, but as you are right now, as you do your diploma, your postgrad, your master's, remember that your academic performance follows you throughout, and that's what basically an NGAP means. It means that you are somebody who believes in the transformative power of education, which is something that I believe in. And it cost me a little bit. I miss certain aspects of my life, but I am much happier than I've ever been. I was saying to someone to say, I really should be stressed out because I had to give up certain things, but somehow it worked out. I mentioned I got a Fulbright. The salary cut was made up for by the experiences that I've had otherwise. Once I complete my PhD, then I earn a salary like any other person, but the experiences that I've gotten in this period are invaluable. So do it not because you're looking for something to do, but do it because you really want to invest in the next generation of students, which is what the point of the NGAP program is.
Prof, I have an NGAP position, if you want, we need masters in computer science with more than 70% pass, and then the research area must be in cybersecurity. So it's there, it's on the website.
Sorry, Prof, the last one. I'm old school. I am not an NGAP beneficiary. I read newspaper. Sunday Times advertised, was it recently? So it's advertised everywhere. Read the newspapers. Let's go back to the basics. It's yours. They're available.
Okay. Yes, just. Okay, and the other thing that you must be well prepared of is that Amelia, who's the NGAP manager, my NGAP manager, as much as she's a nice lady, but be prepared to submit reports, like you will be submitting reports. Progress report, now and then if it's not in 3 months, and you cannot submit the same report twice. So if you really want to enroll as an NGAP, you must be prepared to have sleepless nights. You're not gonna have a social life anymore. You're probably gonna need antidepressants at some point. You are going to remain single until you complete. Thank you.
Bolela kanjani o sena PhD? Just to add
Can
on
I-
what they said, normally the faculty or the department, they look if there's a position. And normally it's a junior level, even though we don't have that junior level. And then they send an application. And then from those applications, there is a testing from DHEAD, because remember all the universities, they apply. And they sit in that committee, and there's going to be a selection. Even if you find that maybe 20 applied from TUT, but they feel that they can only give 10 positions. So that's where the process starts, and they identify to say that we never had NGAP at architecture, and there is a position at architecture at TUT, but also there's a position again at UJ, and they say that for this position, we have the funding for this number of NGAPs, and they will award letters for those NGAP positions, and that's when the process of advertising starts internally.
All right, I hope I'm audible enough. My name is Velinko Singh from Environmental Health. First, I think I should really give credit to. It's very hard being a lady to do all these studies, and they are generally lonely journeys, if one looks at it. But I would like to know, all of the NGAPs are programs that are running, but are they sustainable? Because if I look at it as in the past 8 years, we've produced enough who are really contributing back to the quality of our education now, far better than now I don't want to be controversial, far better than PDRs. But really, can we sustain the NGAP systems?
The NGAP is funded by DHEAD, but I don't know if the panel, yeah.
I personally think it is sustainable, because remember the point of an NGAP is to replace an aging demographic of academics. So it's a system that is funded by DHEAD. They look at to say, for example, in hospitality, in the next 5 years, there will be somebody who will be retiring. I will then step into that role. My HOD stepped into the role of somebody else. And the NGAP, it's a 6-year developmental program. In that 6 years, instead of you just walking in and being expected to teach, and the 3 pillars of an academic being research, community engagement, and teaching and learning, you spend those 3 years fully developing all those capabilities. And to share my own NGAP journey, I've been teaching. I've managed to teach in South Africa, I've taught in the US. Community engagement, I've done really amazing projects and collaborated with people across different people. I haven't completed my PhD yet, but I have a paper that's under review for publication. I've got 5 conferences that I've attended, and I've done poster presentations, and I've learned how to collaborate with other people. On the 22nd, I'm going to be at UCT as part of a panel of people that are speaking about an academic career and what it means for you. And also, what do you see as how do you see yourself contributing as a young academic? So it is a very sustainable system that is, if it's funded properly, and if the people that apply for the positions are doing it for the right reasons, we are definitely going to be able to sustain it. It doesn't help for you to become an NGAP, and then you come in and you take 10 years to finish your PhD, and then you don't produce, you don't publish, you don't collaborate. I often joke and I say, I'm a very social person. It's just in my DNA. That's not, I can't help who I am. I need to know there's a story behind everybody. I literally sit in coffee shops and I look at people and I try and imagine, I will look at you, you're there with a child and your partner, and then I will try and think in my head, what is your story? And if I have an opportunity, I'll engage you and I get to know you and I learn different types of things. So the NGAPs that we choose determine whether or not the system is sustainable. You can get somebody that comes in purely because they want a job. That is the wrong reason. You should never do something for the sake of, I want a job. Do it because you are going to add value personally to that specific place. And that's how you grow the ecosystem.
Thank you so much. I also want to comment on the end gap, as I think that it is sustainable. It is funded by DHEAD, and DHEAD identify certain gaps within the end gap. And remember, when you are an end gap, you are assigned a mentor. And they find that you assign a mentor, but across the 26 universities, the mentors, they were doing things differently. So now they put together a task team, of which I'm part of that task team of mentorship. And they're looking at 3 aspects: the mentee, mental wellness, and promotion. So meaning that post end gap. So you need to put things in line so that you can be promoted. So there are 3 groups that have been assigned to do some research across all 26 universities, and they'll come up with a guideline. That the guideline will be followed for all end gaps in terms of mentorship. So that's what I want to comment on.
I think I need to say this. It might be a little bit uncomfortable, but you know how the TUT appoints. Sometimes they say we need South Africans first, and then in our case, in the ICT, we can advertise a post, and then we don't get anyone. We need a doctoral degree in computer science or computer system engineering or IT. We don't get anyone. So this program, NGAP, what it does, because we cannot get, then while we appoint, maybe international with a 5-year contract, NGAP helps us to develop our own, because they are getting paid, like any other lecturers while we are doing. So it's a sustainable, and I believe it helps, especially in the areas where we still get less, because we compete with the industry in the ICT. So for me, it works very well for us. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Tabiso Ramoba from Arcadia campus, specifically Department of Chemistry. So I wanted to ask, with regards to the end gap, to say, is the end gap, does it only applicable for students who are only starting with their PhDs, or even those students who are maybe towards ending their PhDs, are they also eligible to can actually apply for the same program?
NGAP has 2 entry points. You can either be starting or ending. So for example, when the year that I started, my colleague from BIMS, Dr. Make, was already a PhD candidate. So then he becomes, he does his postdoc via the NGAP, and then I was starting my PhD process. So it's 2 different entry points. So there isn't necessarily just for you to start your PhD.
Yes, because I know one of the professor from, I think, UNISA, he only did for 1 year, and he got his doctorate. Thank you, colleagues. We have come to the end of our open discussion. You can take your seats. Can you give them a round of applause? There is some slight modification from our program. So we're going to have lunch now. And then I urge the audience to explore the exhibition in the foyer during the lunch. And the modification, Professor Delange will talk around, I think, 3 o'clock. So we'll now have lunch, and then we'll continue with our program, where we'll have stakeholders to take us through some of the opportunities that our previous speakers talked about. Thank you. It's lunch now. We're going to be back at 12:30. Thank you. Prof, go ahead.
All right, and I'm going to share my slides.
They're coming, Prof. Can you try again? Yes. Yes.
An automatic or kind of neutral one. So that's my title for today, and I am speaking on behalf of Universities South Africa for the program which is Advancing Early Career Researchers and Scholars. That is a program which is hosted by Universities South Africa, I can't advance my screen. There we go. Okay. It's a program which is funded by the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and we must acknowledge their very generous support. Universities South Africa, for those of you who are not aware of it, is an association of all of the universities, the publicly funded universities in the country, and the board of Universities South Africa is all the vice chancellors. And they run a number of different programs. If you're not familiar with University of South Africa, do take a look at the website and you will find our program featured there as well. So this program has a team of people who work with me on a number of different projects. And I can just say that Nabile Tembe, who is our Marketing and Communications Officer, is with you in the room at the moment at TUT. And if you would like to speak to her later, I'm sure she'll be happy to talk with you. The program has actually got 4 different aspects to it, not all of them to do with mentorship. Just for your, just so you have the information, there is a sort of a toolbox of data resources, which is called TUSO Resources. There's a community of practice on postgraduate education and supervision. There is a system which we're developing at the moment to monitor the impact of any of these projects, but the one I am going to talk to in this talk is called TUSO Connect, and it is, TUSO means help, of course, and it is a mentorship program. But before I start that, let me talk about mentoring, because we tend to think a number of different things about what it is, and maybe we don't really think always about how to make it meaningful as opposed to somewhat automatic. So it's about building partnerships, and we talk very broadly about mentoring for postgraduate students and supervisors. We talk about mentoring early career researchers or academics. We talk about mentoring for all academic staff. And I will talk a little bit towards the end about the experiences of mentors and mentees. The general view is that there's a lot of benefit to be derived from mentorship partnerships, and we can discuss that if I haven't covered it at the end of this talk. There are also some challenges, and so what I really want to do now is to just consider how one should be viewing mentorship and how it can be developed to be particularly helpful to particularly emerging researchers. So I'm going to try to cover this. What is mentorship, and why do we need it, and who needs it, and who can mentor? Well, the broader answer to that is everybody needs it, and everybody can mentor. But there's also a difference between mentoring and supervising, which one should think about, I think, and I will come to that as well. So very broadly, I hope this is what I will cover in this talk. When we talk about mentorship, what we're really talking about is the relationship between people, in most cases, one-to-one, in other words, 2 people, but not always, and I'll talk about other modes as well. But what it really is it's a way of getting guidance, which is personal and which is tailor-made. It's intended to be individual and to suit the needs of individual people. Mentors, the people who offer the mentoring, are offering help. They're offering help with where to go, how to do it, what to be doing to develop a career, for example, and offering assistance with connection, networking, connections with organizations and other people to help you to broaden your view. So the general view in universities is that the mentorship is there to help you to build a career path, starting with working out what the career path is and what you would like to do. So to some extent, it is turning a vision into a plan. I'll talk more about a vision in a moment, but if you are at the beginning of an academic career, then you will have some ideas about where you would like to be in the long term, and the mentoring can help you to work out how to achieve that, the vision turning into a plan. There are a lot of people who have achieved a great deal who often attribute their success to their mentors. And you often hear people speaking when they are, for example, receiving awards about the mentors who have advised them or guided them. And here's a thought for what I think perhaps is is a useful way of thinking about who might be your mentor. It's a quotation, and it says, find a mentor who has a title similar to the one you would like to have one day. I think that's a good way to look at it. Because it means that you can identify somebody who has, to some extent, walked a similar path, has had similar experiences, and is the kind of person that you would like to be like, or to whose career you would like to some extent emulate. Why do we need to do all of that? Well, mentorship is something that we've talked about more and more, and in particular in the last few years. And here's a few thoughts around that. This is a quotation from Times Higher Education. During the COVID period, when suddenly the way we did things changed enormously. And the comment was that we lost a generation of researchers. I don't know that we lost them so much as they changed, and we lost contact, and we lost the closeness that we had in that generation of researchers. And a quotation which actually comes from one of the publications that I had at that time: the hardship and heartache caused by COVID-19 has led to new thinking on many levels, including the individual and up to global scale. So we have changed a great deal. The fact that I am sitting in the Eastern Cape talking on a screen to you in the Gauteng province is an illustration of that. It's just one illustration of how much we have changed things. And while I'm talking like this, you probably can't see the expression on my face, and I unfortunately can't see the expression on yours. But that's how we have come to learn that we can work. So that's changed the way people behave a lot. And it has, to some extent, put a distance between us. The other things, of course, are recent changes. There's been, in the last 2-3 years, enormous changes which are focused around geopolitics and economy, and changes in the interactions between countries, and of course, huge changes in global science, including, for example, artificial intelligence being developed. So the world really has sort of turned on its axis, and many things have become harder. I have just emerged from a discussion with my faculty and my dean on artificial intelligence in university teaching and learning, and there's another thing that's become hard. So things have changed a great deal in the last 5 to 10 years. Mentees or early career researchers now have a different reality. There's a different way of working. And we know from documentation and research that there's quite a lot of evidence of feelings of isolation and anxiety, uncertainty about future roles, difficulties with trusting, especially when things are hard. And so mentors are increasingly important in terms of offering guidance and wisdom, being a stable refuge, if you like, offering experience, and particularly offering a listening ear. I think that is one of the greatest advantages of a mentorship relationship is somebody who can offer you experience, wisdom, and a listening ear. So it's a partnership that we build. So who needs to be mentored? Well, as I said, trainees and postgraduates and early career researchers feel the need for mentoring. My view is that there's nobody who doesn't benefit from some form of mentoring. Everybody needs mentoring, to some extent at least. Who can mentor? Who can be a mentor? Well, in our situation in universities, academics, researchers, colleagues, people with experience. They don't, of course, need to be in your department or even in your discipline, but they do need to have experience that allows them to understand what your situation is. And here, let me draw a distinction between mentoring and supervising. A supervisor, for example, a PhD supervisor, is a specialist in the field, and they need to be close to the research, and they need to be specialized in the same discipline or field as the person who is being supervised. That's a supervisor. A mentor can be from a completely different field, because what they are offering is not highly sophisticated, technical, scientific advice or know-how. They are offering broad guidance and wisdom and counsel. So a mentor does not need to be in your department or your faculty or your institution for that matter, but they do need to have the time to spend to develop that mentorship partnership. So let me talk about this in terms of expectations. Let's talk first about the expectations of yourselves as emerging academics, emerging researchers. We expect academics to be research active, developing research careers. You've been talking about that all day. Developing international research standing, making a contribution. We all have some sort of performance expectations, which include being a supervisor, collaborating, involved in professional activities, as well as the teaching and learning and the administration and community outreach. So there's a lot of expectation that you will make a contribution. And then, of course, there are a lot of different stakeholders who have those expectations of you. The stakeholders might be people who are your sponsors or mentors. And of course, they may be your university executive leadership, your head of department, your dean. There's also expectations from the public that academics will give them information, that they can be aware of what you are doing, and they need to feel comforted that the work that we as academics do is good work and it's worth supporting, and that it is ethically correct. And that's the other part of all of this. The expectations are that we will conduct our work with scientific integrity, transparency, ethics, openness to scrutiny. And those points, I think, are probably very, very important, particularly at this time. So what we're really saying is that academics are expected to compete and cooperate and participate and succeed and excel. What university vision or mission statement doesn't have the word excellence in it? So these are expectations of academics, even just as you start an academic career. So in order to do all of that, we need, of course, intelligence. You didn't get to where you are without having intelligence already. You need vision, you need curiosity. Research requires curiosity. You need willingness to make that contribution. You certainly need the ability to adapt and to develop as you go, because as you start an academic career, definitely not going to be the same person in 5 and 10 and 20 years' time, and things will have changed in those 5, 10 and 20 years around you in the academic environment. You need to have a willingness to share your experiences with mentors and with your colleagues, and eventually you need to have wisdom to give back. Of course, I've mentioned the pursuit of excellence. We have expectations of the ability to lead. These are all things that academics are expected to develop. We don't always write them down in a bulleted list like that, but they are the kind of characteristics that we expect academics to develop, researchers. And of course, we all need to have that vision, the passion, the energy, the focus on what is you want to achieve. What is your goal in terms, or your big vision in terms of where you want your career to go, where you want to be in 5, 10, 20 years' time. And it's very important that we all have that kind of vision. And I take this from a popular song, but you can't achieve your wildest dreams and ambitions if you don't have any wild dreams and ambitions. So having that vision is important, and that's something that's important to share with your mentor. We all, of course, need a capacity for hard work and generosity and flexibility and integrity and resilience. And because an academic career can be daunting, at times discouraging. I heard one of you earlier today talking about the disappointment of having articles rejected. You know, my husband is a seriously good academic and experienced one, and he always says, become an academic and learn to live with rejection. But what that means is that you have to be resilient and you have to have the tenacity to stay with what it is that is your vision. And a mentor can help you to do that. Mentorship is about building a partnership which helps you to achieve all of those things and to feel that you are not alone in doing all of that. So, to build a mentorship partnership, here's some things which can help, and I'll give you some sources of this in a moment. But setting goals, your own meaningful goals for where you would like, how you would like to be developing. Discussing what are best practices in the work that you are doing. Developing action plans and agendas. What are you going to do this year? What are you going to do next year? What are you hoping to have ticked off by the end of next week? Those are the kind of things that it's very helpful to talk with somebody about those goals. What's the best way to do it? What should be the plan? What should be your work plan, your agenda? There's also, in many cases, to build the partnership, a need for some agreement. Not necessarily the kind of agreement that you put on paper and you sign with 3 witnesses, but agreements between the mentor and the mentee as to what you are trying to achieve. And that really is an understanding of what help you would like, what advice a mentor could give you, how between you're going to hope to achieve your plans and your goals. So having those kind of agreements is an important part of building that partnership. It's about understanding where you're trying to get to. Building the partnership takes work. It takes conscious, meaningful, mindful interaction. You need to talk to each other. And of course, then, the talking is both feedback and advice. And I always think, when you start to think about that the interaction between a mentor and a mentee is not a one-way train. It is 2 ways. It's between the mentor and the mentee. So that it's just as important, if you are being mentored, to give feedback as it is to take advice. So that you can, in what you are doing, explain successes, explain where there's a problem, take a look at what might have been difficult, what you don't agree with, what you do agree with. So building the partnership is all about agreeing on goals and discussing them. It's not about one person instructing another. There are other aspects of mentorship partnerships which sometimes can create, they just need purpose. You just need to think about them. Sometimes it's because you are actually working remotely. You're not in the same room. And working remotely from each other or from some of your other colleagues can be challenging, and it can take focus to make sure that you still maintain that partnership, even though you may be separated. Sometimes there's a challenge with cross-cultural communication. There are, of course, many different cultures in our country, in our region, in the world, and communication across cultures between people who come from different cultures can sometimes be challenging. And the way, of course, to deal with that is to talk about it. Closing off a partnership is also something to be considered at some stage for various reasons. Maybe because you've made the progress that you wanted to, maybe because it hasn't been particularly helpful, but possibly because you are moving on in a career. But sometimes that's something that needs to be thought about as well. I've talked about achieving goals. I've talked about setting goals, and then there needs to be a time when you look at what you've achieved and you can say, well, yes, achieved this goal, but not that one. And then sometimes there are differences between mentor and mentee, differences of opinion, differences in terms of what you think you need to be doing. Sometimes that can be really a difficult part of the partnership. But you know, anybody who goes into a mentoring partnership has good intentions. And whether you are the mentee or the mentor, these are things to be addressed. And they are things to be managed and thought about. And nobody understands that better than I do. So I'm not simply preaching, I'm just saying these are aspects of a mentoring program which you just need to be aware of. And I'll show you in a moment how you can be. All right, so mentees and mentors then. We're talking about advice and wisdom and guidance, but it's also about inspiration, about being inspired and about being inspiring. You know, a few slides ago, I said, you know, think about a mentor who has the title that you would like to have. That's somebody who must have inspired you. But it's a two-way process. Mentees can inspire mentors just as much as mentors can inspire mentees. So again, it's a two-way partnership. How can you be inspiring? Plenty of ways to be inspiring, and let me be a little bit practical here. You can do research which is inspiring, the kind of research that has impact. We do talk about that in universities all the time. The kind of research that you may be aspiring to is the kind of research that will make a difference, have impact. And here's some of the ways in which you can work on that. You can look at, of course, high productivity in terms of publications, but you can also do things like looking at the regional and global agendas and align with those, play a role in research which focuses, in our case, in Africa. Take a look at your institutional research focus areas and develop those. You can build on the areas of strength in your institution or around you. You can consider how transdisciplinary your research is, and in some cases, the research that has impact can develop into innovation and commercialization routes as well. If any of that describes your research, then it's likely to have impact and to be inspiring. Other things that you can do to develop that sort of inspirational nature, to build strategic partnerships, not only with international partners, but partners who are also good at what you are doing, who are well-known perhaps, who are visible. Building those kind of partnerships is very useful. It is strategic to seek partners and collaborators and co-authors who are already taking the same sort of path as you, aiming for excellence. And then you will achieve things like high visibility publications, and you'll be able to develop your professional activities. And that will make you inspiring. In due course, you transition from seeking to be inspired to being inspiring. The other part of being inspiring is about engaging stakeholders. And I've mentioned the expectations of stakeholders, but stakeholders include your communities and perhaps parts of the community with whom you work in your research and with whom you can co-create or co-produce your work. All of these things are the kind of aspects of an academic career that a mentor can help you to build. They can advise you on how to develop this, all of these expectations of impact and high visibility and inspiration. So where does your inspiration come from? If you sit for a moment and think about it, who inspires you at the moment? Who would you like to be talking to? Who would inspire you? You know, right at the moment, the Nobel Prizes are being announced, and I have one of my mentors is a Nobel Prize winner. I knew her long before she got a Nobel Prize, but that's the kind of inspiration that really is very exciting. But they don't all have to be Nobel Prize winners. Somebody who inspires you, who becomes a kind of, I call it a brains trust, somebody who you can talk to throughout your career. So Who have you got in your head? Who's an inspiration to you right now? Let me tell you about one of mine. You know, you have all of these things that I listed just now, intelligence and willingness and pursuit of excellence and all of those things. Mentors are the kind of people who have wisdom that they can give back. And here's one of mine. His name is Sir David King, and he has been many things. I met him when he was first a lecturer in physical chemistry at the University of Liverpool some decades ago. And he has progressed, of course, in all of those decades to different positions. His last high-profile position was as the advisor to the scientific advisor to the British Prime Minister. And he is Sir David King these days. He is still extremely wise. He has a very strong persona in the world of sustainability. He has, for the last some years, been a leader at an institute at Oxford, which is looking at climate change and sustainability. But he and I meet up every now and then, and we go right back to those days when I was saying to him, tell me how to get a PhD. Tell me what I should be doing about this job or that position, or what do you think about what my dean has just told me, and so on. So that's a mentorship, brains trust relationship, which has lasted, as I say, for several decades. And he's still a very valued mentor to me. So your mentors don't always need to leave, and you don't always need to sign off at the end of this and say, that's done. He is my hero. Who is yours? Think about it for yourself. Who is your hero at the moment? Who would you like to be able to talk to find some wisdom? Here's another way of looking at it. There's another group of people who can inspire you, and that is your people, the people who are around you. This group of people are my people. They are the research group who, some of them have moved away now, but a couple of years ago, were the research group who I had in my research programs, doing some of them honors, masters, PhDs, postdocs, and that's a group of them. Those are my people. When you see people who you worked with and who are working with you, you always have common ground. So there's another source of inspiration, and perhaps, even though, as you can see from those faces, they're all a bit younger than me, they can be inspiring to me, and your people can be inspiring to you. So who are your people? Think about that for a moment. Who are the people around you that you can talk to and be inspired by? Because they can also be mentors. They don't need to be older than you to have something to give back to you. All right, let's just talk briefly about successful mentorship in terms of mentors and giving support and encouragement. So mentors need to be aware of a few things. Individuals are variable. Every academic is different, and personalities are different. So one needs to be aware of different individual needs, and that needs to be discussed. Whatever the mentee or the emerging academic is seeking, there needs to be some focus. What is it that you want to focus on where you need guidance? Mentors need to encourage you to be enthusiastic, of course. It's very difficult to do something that you're not enthusiastic about. They need to help you to build your career around big challenges, research questions, big ideas, not just because you happen to be good at a particular technique, but because you have a good question to ask. They need to help you to take risks where it's necessary, and research certainly often does involve taking risks. They need to help you to be persistent, encourage you to not give up. They can help you. They can help you to empower trainees. They can help you to tell the story. And they can help you to have fun, and that's important too. One of the most important things about being successful in these partnerships, though, is to have respect for each other. And I hope that you will have respect for whoever is working with you as a mentor. So there are different ways you can do that. You can have a one-on-one individual relationship. You can have peer groups.
2 minutes.
Yes, it's fine. I'm nearly done. You can have groups who peer mentor, interact with each other, and you can have groups where there are mentors and mentees together, so that you can interact and share ideas. So finally then, before I just show you a resource, what is it that you want to achieve from mentorship? What are your goals? What do you think will help? What are the models you want? What actions do you want? How are you going to build the partnerships, and what advice do you need? So what I'm really saying is ask yourself what you want to achieve out of the mentorship. And one of the ways to think about that is design thinking. I'm not going to give you a treatise on design thinking, but design thinking is about empathizing and clearly understanding and writing down your ideas, or at least expressing your ideas and testing out solutions. And that is quite a helpful way to start a mentorship program. Finally, I want to just introduce you to TUSO Connect, which is an online program which enables you to find a mentor if you don't have one. So that link is live in these slides, but you will also find the TUSO Connect website on the USAF, University of South Africa page. When you go there, this is what you find. And if you look down this list of options here, it does ask you to register so that we know who's interacting. There's a dashboard which will ask you to explain a little bit about what you're wanting to achieve. It will offer you ways of finding support. It asks you again, what is it you want to have out of this? And then it also gives you a number of options for what kind of interactions you can have. This is an algorithm. So once you go into TUSO Connect and register, it will link you up with somebody who can mentor you. So that it works online, it's for free, it doesn't cost anything. But if you do that, then there you can find somebody who has similar interests, because the system matches you in terms of interests and requirements and allows you then to find a mentor. So do take a look at TUSO Connect if you would like to find a mentor. Just to show you, there are many different guidelines in the site. These are all documents which help you to develop your mentorship program. For example, how to make an action plan, how to set up an agreement, how to understand partnering, getting to know your partners, a lot of guidance on making goals, how to be a mentor or a mentee remotely, how to listen, how to network. So this is a wonderful resource if you are looking for mentors or to be a mentor. So our invitation is to have a look at TUSO Connect, join as a mentee or join as a mentor, and that's not age limited, and become part of the TUSO community. And that will give you a really different, eye-opening way of developing mentorship programs, of partnerships. So thank you. That is the breakdown of what I wanted to say. I'll be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, Prof, for unpacking the mentorship and also outlining some of the steps or the milestones that need to be achieved. And the takeaway says that find a mentor who has a title similar to the one you would like to have one day. Not to emulate that person, but something that you'll want one day that is resonant to you. And maybe I'll open just one question. If there's any question for Prof before I move to the next speaker. We are behind time. Is there any question? This one? Prof,
Prof,
they say, who was the Nobel Prize person that you knew?
Her name is
Who
Frances
motivated
Arnold.
you? Who inspired you?
Her name is Frances Arnold. She's a molecular biologist.
Prof,
For
you're
those of you
muted.
who are molecular biologists, she's
Prof, you're muted.
Oh, no, I'm not. You have muted me.
We can hear you, Prof, online.
Can you hear us, Prof?
I can hear, and apparently online can hear me, but the audience can't. Can just put her name in the chat for you.
We can hear you now.
Oh, okay, good. So it's Frances Arnold. She is a molecular biologist, a very, very important technique to do with genetic manipulation a long time ago. And we met when I was a PhD student and she was a postdoc. She works for Caltech in California. And if you are interested and you are a molecular biologist, do look her up. There are a few webinars and presentations she's done. She had a very, very interesting life, but we've worked together over the years a little, and she has spent time in South Africa. So that's who it is. Do take a look and see. She's now doing many other things. She's won numerous awards for the work that she does.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Can we give Prof a round of applause? Thank you. Colleagues, we now move forward with our program. We've got quite a few. The next speaker is Mr. A. Matopa from the University of Pretoria, who's going to talk about Benchmarked Emerging Researchers Program. I think you remember Mr. Matopa because the DV said that you must watch the space. Yes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. How are you? Fine, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for the invite. It is a privilege to be here to share my experiences. Your DVC was my boss at one point. And she just told me that I will never leave this auditorium until you speak. So I need to select my words carefully when I speak, because she might be my next boss again. So yes, my name is Abi from the University of Pretoria, but before University of Pretoria, I was at UJ, University of Johannesburg, for about 4 years. Before UJ, I was at the NRF for some time, I think about 4 years, dealing with your SACHIs, different funding instruments. So I know a bit of both worlds, especially when it comes to applications, your NRF rating, how you win the SACHI chess without even an advert from the NRF. Most of you don't know. If you want to know, you will contact me. If you don't want to know, you won't contact me. But yes, that's where I've been. And I'm passionate about the development of our early careers. That's the work I do at the University of Pretoria. As you can see, the name of our unit is Research Capacity Development. Well, it's more of the division, but also my unit is called Research Capacity Development. And we take care of our early career academics We hold them by the hand all the way to become NRF rating. So I also manage the whole portfolio of NRF rated researchers at UP. We'll talk more about it in my slides. So this is how we look like at the University of Pretoria. That's the Department of Research and Innovation. On top is the Senior Director. As you know, you might know, we lost our Senior Director, and that post was advertised. And then under the Senior Director, it used to be 4 divisions under the Senior Director, but now we are 4. The one that you're not seeing is the one to do with international partnerships. So we, management, decided to remove it under research and innovation to be a standalone department at UP. I think UJ is having a same model of having an international office outside your, what we call the research office, research and innovation. So the first one is the research capacity development. That's where I'm coming from. That's my boss, Takatso Simenya. She's also acting in that post. That post was advertised. So yeah, so we will have a new head who will be my boss and the director. Then you have your postgraduate hub, your innovation contract management, which is what's known as TTO in some of the institutions. And then we have systems and operations. So I will take you through what we do, which is provide support for our early career researchers through grants and strategic projects. This is the units within our division, early career researcher development and rating, which is the NRF rating. Then we have the grants management units, where all the grants sit in this unit. And then you have your strategic initiatives and partnerships also, which one of their roles, they are the implementation partner of the UCDP, USDP program from the Department of Higher Education and Training. So when you apply for USDP, it goes to these colleagues at UP, and then they are more like your funder. So if you want to know more about what's happening, how you present your proposals to be a winning proposal, especially with the DHET funding instruments, you can contact us or me. I can lead you in the right direction. This is what I will cover today. The definitions we use at UP to describe our academics. Actually, before I continue, I forgot about my colleagues, and I think they thought I forgot about them. There is 2 colleagues that I work closely with, Nico and Prudence. Please, yes, there you are. Nico and Prudence, and the data that you will see, it wouldn't be possible without their contributions. And I thank them, and yes, let's continue pushing the limits. So I'll be talking about that, definitions, some analysis that we did, the challenges, opportunities for early career academics, and we're busy with the benchmarking exercise. I'll talk about NRF rating, and lastly about entrepreneurship. So these are the definitions that we adopt at UP. An early career researcher is somebody with a PhD less than 5 years. I had your DVC is also using the same definition. And then at UP, these are mainly applied when we are dealing with the internal funding instrument, which is a research development program, RDP. So these are the definitions that we use. So when we part of the excluding criteria for RDP is that somebody shouldn't be an NRF-rated researcher. You'll see there we have put Y-rated and the P-rated purely because these guys are also within the 5-year period of your PhD. So we agreed at UP that they also need to be accommodated within RDP. An established researcher, somebody who's newly appointed at UP, or they've been appointed at UP less than 3 years. Then we fund them through this funding instrument. Obviously, they must hold a PhD. The part in yellow, that's something that I would like to find out even from TUT, that do you have a definition of a mid-career researcher? The reason why I'm bringing this up is because an early career researcher, less than 5 years at the NRF, they have a variety of funding instruments they can apply for. An established researcher, also nationally NRF, they've got a lot of funding instruments they can apply for. Now, when it comes to a mid-career researcher, PhD more than 5 years, they are not yet established. They can't compete with the rated researchers, your established researchers. What are the funding mechanisms that you have for these guys? Most of the universities don't have, including mine. And you expect them to produce, to publish, but there is no internal funding mechanisms. You're not the only one, and I can see people nodding who fall within the mid-career researchers. We're not taking care of them. I will show you the challenge that we have nationally because of us not taking care of them. I'm not sure whether it is deliberate or we forgot that there is some missing middle between an early career and an established researcher. I'll pause there on this one. Then we do the need analysis surveys when we do our workshops, which includes our writing retreats. We ask some our attendees to tell us what are their challenges. What's stopping you from advancing to become a researcher, established researcher, and NRF-rated researcher? These are some of the common main challenges that our researchers have. One is the funding. Funding nationally, NRF, National Research Foundation, I'm not sure how's the outlook in terms of TUT, where most of your funding is coming from. From our university, 80% of the funding is coming from the NRF. And then the NRF pot, instead of growing bigger, is growing smaller and smaller. But at the same time, the government is telling us we need to produce researchers. We need to have 5,000 researchers by 2030. How do you do that when you don't invest in your research? Most of the developed countries, you'll see, their research budget, it keeps increasing. As it keeps decreasing. We expect our mid-career researchers to compete with the established researchers at the NRF. And that doesn't work quite well because they still need to be assisted to be able to be on that level and compete fairly at that level. It's like having somebody who comes from a rural high school, somebody coming from a Model C high school, and you want that one from the rural high school to also get the 75%. I was a bit disappointed to hear that NGAP wants a 75% as the criteria for our early career researchers. In some cases, that is not possible for somebody to be in a certain environment and get a 75%. Yes, there are few that, yes, that can manage to do that, but in most cases, they can't, and it's not because they're not capable. It can be the support from the institution. It can be the environment that they are in, but we want to brush them, as one of the speakers said, with the same brush, and we're using the one size fits all. Nationally, we can't afford to do that. The very same researchers, they're complaining about workload. In my institution, they complain that 80% of what they do is teaching. And 20%, if you are lucky, it will be research. But when we assess them in terms of performance, the greater weight is sitting on the research side. But they don't have time to do that. But we'll show you what we do at UP to try to alleviate that challenge. So there is a misalignment between what you want your academics to do and what you are measuring on the other side. They don't have time to write your conference publications, your articles and that. How do you make time? How do you buy time for them to be what you need to publish, go to conferences and do their research? Most of them, they are doing their PhDs, as you had. And with the PhD studies, again, we need to increase the number of PhDs nationally. 3,000 by 2030. Do you know where we're sitting today? We are sitting at about 1,004, 1,006. Or 2006, no, I think it's 1,000 something. There is one university in Brazil that is producing more than what we produce in national. Over 5,000 PhDs, one institution. Then us, as the country, we can't even reach the target of 3,000. Why? Because they're saying one thing and they're doing the other. You're saying you want to up the numbers, but you're reducing the pot of money that's supposed to support that. They don't have time for PhD. PhDs are taking longer. Why? There's no enough supervision capacity. No capacity. Yes, I know. You are afraid to speak. I'll speak on your behalf. Supervision capacity is a problem. You can't expect somebody who's in the hard sciences, your microbiology, biochemistry, and all the ologies, and you expect them to push the same number of postgraduate students as somebody sitting in the humanities and the social sciences. The other one is spending half of their life in the lab. The other one is not. And you expect the two. You want to say, if this one can do it, you can do it. No. As somebody in the sciences, if they can do about 4 or 5 PhD, that's too much. In terms of if you want the students to progress without hiccups. So at UP, we are sitting at an average of 5.5 years for a PhD. I don't know in your institution. And there's a lot of dropouts. Somebody spoke about them. We don't even want to know why they're dropping out. We don't know why our PhD students, our postgraduates are dropping out. This is something that we need to also address. We spoke about the what, which are the challenges, funding, teaching load, and PhD costs. The how. How do we solve these challenges? One way is for funding, one way is to support them through the funding that we get from the government. But as I explained, this is not enough. We have the UCDP in our portfolio, we have USDP, and we trying to help them with funding through those instruments. But they are governmental, the budget is small, you can only support a handful of of your students. So for our research office, it forces us to look beyond our national funding opportunities and try to maybe come together to write proposals as institutions. We can partner on those so that we can win funding for our researchers so that they can do their research. So those instruments, as I said, in most cases, they tell you about the age restriction of less than 40, less than 45, which I have a very huge problem with. Why? Most of our African scholars, when you finish your junior degree, what happens at home after you graduate? Mommy's waiting, daddy's waiting to build a house. The siblings are waiting to take them to school. So if you go back and you do that which you are expected to do, and then you come back to the system when you are 40 years or older, then the system is saying to you, sorry, we can't help you. You are too old. So it's not considering the socio-economics of the African scholar. It's not it doesn't take into account the challenges that the female researchers are facing. You have to raise kids and write proposals on the other hand. So that 45 years and that we've been fighting that from the SI, the NRF, now they have sort of relaxed the rules. There is some funding instruments wherein they allow, but they allow, I think, about 10%, which is not enough. So those are the funding instruments. We help them through that with the NRF ones, your Tutuka, your BAP, your NGAP, for them to become established researchers and then compete at the national level. These are the criteria that we cater within the UCDP, University Capacity Development Program. The categories are PhD-related costs. Somebody who's doing PhD, this is for staff, by the way, not for students. Teaching replacement for staff that has a PhD and those who don't have a PhD. Teaching replacement, one of the ways we're trying to buy time for our researchers. You want them to excel, do something to show that indeed you want them to excel. You can't be meeting them each and every time and say, how many papers are you busy with? How many this are you busy with? When are they going to do that? So at UP, we're giving them a grant for teaching replacement. They can find somebody who can assume their teaching load when they have time to do their research. No, UP is talking now. I come in peace, BBC. No, okay, no, it's fine, but it's because of me. So, and then we have a sabbatical. Sabbatical also buy time off. A researcher goes away to concentrate on whatever they want to do, whether it's a chapter, PhD chapter, or a paper to present in a conference, or a conference publication. So they can go away to do that, and then you have funds to get somebody to assist you with, or you can travel wherever you want to go to learn whatever you want to learn to incorporate it in your research. And then one thing I forgot to mention here, the USDP, the one in the middle, it stands for University Staff Development Program. It doesn't say, it's not standing for University Academics Development Program. This is one funding instrument that even a staff, a professional staff can apply for. And most of the people don't know, because the way we pitch it at the institutional levels, we pitch it as if it is just for the academics. It is not. We have people at UP who are funded through the USDP. And the call just closed. We submitted the proposals. All I'm saying to you, personnel in the research office should apply for this to do their PhDs. And guess how much they're giving you? $500,000 for 3 years. Yes, 500,000. So professionals, please apply for this. I know most of you don't know. Like I said, the way we present it at the institutions, we're presenting as if it is for researchers, it's for academics. It also covers the support staff. I applied for it. Did I get it? I don't know. No, still. These are some of the workshops that we run to support our early career academics through their research journey. The ones in yellow is the new ones that we incorporating within our offerings. You heard about R and Python, and they explained that it's not the Python that we know, but it's the Python, the software. This is slowly, surely replacing your traditional statistical softwares like your Strata, your, what are those? But most, yes, SPSS, because these softwares can do much more than those combined. Yes. So your research office should be pushing you towards using your Python and your R's. And we have people that can help you with this. They are there. So contact us, let's work together to support. Let's stop competing. Let's stop competing and learn to collaborate. Let's collaborate. I'm here to say let's work together to support our academics because we're working for the nation, not for institutions. Well, they pay me. They pay my salary, but we work, the instruments that we manage are national instruments. So let's have that mindset that we're building a nation, not UP, not TUT. Let's not compete, let's work together. And then, yes, so those softwares, we also trying to bring in some of the workshops where we develop research leadership. Prof. Batten spoke about the role of the mentor and the mentee and the benefits that you will get when you have a mentor. I will speak a bit about that. Then we do what we call, well, I spoke about the workshops. Those are the topics that from the previous slide. And then we do what we call the writing retreats. This is an event wherein researchers are invited to more like time off again, because we organize them during the recess when the students are away. They are finished with their marking, there's no 100 people knocking on your door, they are away at home, then we do this. With writing retreats, some of the institutions, they tend to put targets on how many publications you need to produce when the writing retreat is over. In most cases, it takes about a week. Then when they begin the writing retreats, they tell us what they expect to achieve at the end of the week. At UP, we're not strict to say, you said you're going to give us 5 publications, you only did 1 or 1.5. We're not strict with that, but some of the institutions are. So they have time to write. It's quiet, no students. We take them off campus, even though we're taking them to another campus. But in November, we're taking them, it's more like a vacation, off campus, in a lodge, paying for their accommodations, the food and the likes. And then, yes, you're coming to UP. I'm joking. Let's work together to also do that together. We managed to win some funding from CETA. That's the one we're doing this for them. Because some of them were complaining to say, even if you're taking us to another campus, we're still at UP. So they didn't feel like they're outside their work environment. Then we spoke about the peer mentoring. This is one of the things that we need to explore. Peer mentoring, you have multiple mentors in one room to mentor a group of students. They're coming from different fields, but they can get benefit from different ideas, advices across the room. So the mentorship builds confidence. It helps your researcher to build confidence in terms of their research. The mentor can help you to focus your research, to have a niche within your research. They can help you to be a publishing author, a good supervisor for your postgraduate students, prepare for an NRF rating. And at UP, we allow our academics to identify a mentor, even if it's not a UP mentor. They can, if they know somebody at at TUT who can help us, they can appoint that person, and then we bring them together, and if there is fees to be paid, we do the payment to that mentor. And then Prof. Batten spoke about the mentoring. I won't dwell much on the mentoring part. The coach. Most of our academics are using their supervisor as mentors and a coach. And a coach has a different role to that of a mentor. Prof. Batten told you what the mentor is about. But a coach also is somebody we need to consider to assist our researchers. They don't have to be in your research field. They help you to develop a strategy. It can be your role model, as Prof. Batten has explained. And then at the same time, we want mentors. With coaching, we want to work with our business school. We want to work with our business school to help us with the coaching part of things. Then there is the Early Career Academy that we were tasked to establish at UP. The first leg of that is doing the benchmarking. We have been to UCT, we have spoken to UKZN, University of Johannesburg, not yet, but we're planning to go. We had DUT visit us about 4 months ago, and we are on the way to UNISA. I'll tell you why UNISA in a bit. Then we are here, that's you, TUT. And then we have also, VETS on top and the University of Johannesburg. So all I'm saying is let's work together to assist our early career researchers. When we were doing the benchmarking, we came across what is called the curriculum vitae. This is something like a package on how you develop different attributes for one to become a established researcher. So those are the attributes that you can develop through this framework. And then, yes, that's what we're trying to do. I will rush quickly on this one because I see somebody stood up. NRF rating. At UP, we're doing what we call a two-phase process. I will explain in a bit what the two-phase process is about. This is what I will touch. It won't be that long. I will try to highlight important parts. So we're presenting rating as one of the career paths at UP. Most of our researchers are asking this question: why do I need to be rated? What do I benefit? What we say to them is to benchmark against your peers, how you're doing in terms of research. And then some of the institutions are using it for hiring purposes. If you are a C-rated researcher, you become maybe C3, you become an associate professor, and then you move up the levels. And then also as a reflection, as a researcher, you can do it for financial reasons, even though that figure It doesn't encourage most of the academics to apply for NRF rating because it takes about a month or two to prepare for this NRF rating. But we can guide you on how you can make it easier for your researchers. And it also increases your chances to apply for those prestigious funding instruments at the NRF, and also in terms of institutional recognition. In our case, we give our researchers the bonus every year as long as you are rated, and this bonus is not going to their research cost center as some of the universities are doing. This is going into their pockets, DVC. I'm afraid to tell you the figures. I'm looking at my colleagues. Is it safe? Yes, no, no. They say no. But I can tell you over, yes. Yes, tea break, yes. These are the categories A, B, C, P, and Y. A, cream of the crop, international leaders. B, also the subcategories, your international, they recognized, but not yet the leaders. C, national leaders. Oh, it's not moving. Oh, sorry, I was looking at that. Yes, your A, international leaders. B, those who enjoy considerable international recognition. Your C is your national leaders. That's you. You're supposed to be applying for this. In my institution, you talk to me, you're not rated, and then I push you to be rated. I tell your bosses at the faculty that this one is to be rated, give them support. Through your briefing sessions, we do that. P and a Y, P somebody under the age of 35, PhD less than 5 years, Y 40 years of age, PhD less than 5 years. Ps in the country, there are very few. There are not even 50 in the whole country. And I think I'm seeing the Ps here. Yeah. Then with the two-phase process, our reviews for the ratings, it starts at the faculty level. Faculties identify the potential researchers that can apply for rating. They review at the faculty level, and then once they are happy, they submit the names to us, and then we do an institutional review. At the institutional review is composed of all the deans of the faculties, 9 faculties plus our business school. They sit in that panel, and what we also do, we bring in your A-rated researchers for obvious reasons. They've been in the game for quite some time, and they can tell us if your application can fly or not. So we're trying to mimic what's happening on the NRF side, on the institutional side, before we can submit our applications. Yes, by doing that, we're submitting quality applications. We offer constructive advice and guidance to strengthen their submissions. Remember, it started at the faculty level. When it comes to us, now we're rubber stamping to say, yes, you can apply for a rating, and yes, we are confident that it will fly. Then compelling reasons for a higher possible rating, one of the requirements at the NRF is that you need to recommend a rating for your researchers for all the applications. So if your faculty say you are a C, and we come to the institutional level and we think you are a B, we're going to present you at the NRF as a B, not as a C, according to your faculty. Why are we doing this? For transparency, quality, credibility, fairness, and consistency in terms of reviewing our applications. Some of you have issues at your faculties because of politics, but we're diffusing those politics through this process. And then at the moment, we're sitting at between 90 and 95% success rate. And we are proud to say it's because of all these mechanisms that we've put together. This is the outcomes for the 2024. As you can see, we were at 98% success. There was only one unsuccessful application, and this applicant is one of those who, I nearly said something I'm not supposed to say. Yes, but this applicant was advised to withdraw their application at the faculty, at the institutional level, at the NRF level, and they said no. And they came out unsuccessful, and when you are unsuccessful, you can apply for a rating for the next 3 years. This is the historic, I'm almost done, about 2 slides. This is the historical data in terms of the number of rated researchers at UP. Started at about over just under 400, 374. 10 years later, we're sitting at about 581 or so. And this is the breakdown in terms of the categories. As you can see the C1, C2, C3. Those are your mid-career academics. You're not moving into the A's. Look at the figures. The A's at UP 14, the B's 101, the C's about 400. Imagine if you can move only 100 of those, and it's easy, you can move the 97, C1, because they're at the border of C and a B. If you support those, they can go into the B1, then we'll have over 200 Bs. And then you can move the B1s 22 into the A's, now we have about 30 A-rated researchers. But those are strategies that's supposed to be discussed behind closed doors by your management on how they move you up the ladder. This is, we do benchmarking nationally. We compare ourselves with the big 5. That's us, UCT, VETS, UKZN. I hear you. Yes, and UJ. Easy. I'm still talking. and I hope I'm not shaking the tree too much. So, yes, today we're sitting at, actually yesterday I was looking at the data. This is July. We were at 555. The asterisk says NRF is still owing us some outcomes. Yes, day before yesterday, I checked the data. We're sitting at about 570, and we still have about 15 outstanding outcomes. So we can easily reach 600. As the university, you need to come up with a strategy on how you develop your crop or how you recruit your thing. UCT, look at their A's. It's about double, more than double ours. You know why? UCT is recruiting international scholars. When they come to South Africa, they're already at the A. They push them into the rating thing. We close our eyes. Tomorrow, they are A's. That's what UCT is doing. Hence, they also have a highest number of such chairs, because after they are rated, that person applies for a such chair. Without a call, you'll ask me how. I will explain to you. Yes, so, oh, you know. Okay, they're saying time up. And yes, so we do the VC Awards every year to celebrate our rated researchers. I spoke to you about the incentive. And then these are some of the challenges that we're having. Our A-rated researchers, they are of age. Believe me or not, we have an over 90 years old at UP who's rated. Most of them are past the retirement age, which is a risk for an institution. So I'm saying to you, TUT, don't fall into the same trap. Help your researchers to advance. Last slide. This is something that I'm passionate about, entrepreneurship, academic entrepreneurship. If you need to secure a third stream funding, you need to be thinking this way. Entrepreneurship, transdisciplinary, solve industrial problems If you solve a problem that MTN, Vodacom is having, guess what? They will give you money to do that. They will give you incentives to do that. They will support your students. There can be exchange programs between you as the institution and the industry. And this is what I pray for, that please develop your researchers to be academic entrepreneurs. Let them own companies. There's nothing wrong your academics owning companies and they making money for themselves and improving the quality of their life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Matupa. It was a mouthful, but I must say that some of the things that Mr. Matupa said, we do have at TUT, so don't feel sad. We do have them, so maybe you didn't know about them, but he just highlighted some of them. And then there are some where we can improve, but most of them we have them. We've got sabbatical leave, we've got a lecture leave, even some of the departments, if depending on the stage where you are, they can appoint an additional part-time lecturer to relieve you some of your workload. There's so much, and even the USDP. When I was talking about Ulala Ganjanu's PhD, it was coming from USDP program. So most of the things that are coming from the UCP environment, as they've indicated about Ms. Amelia Rorwana, that's where things are happening there. So we do have all of this. It's just to close the gap here and there. As he indicated, we need to work together. So don't feel sad and remember these are research-intense university, and how long have they been existing? And we only have 21 years, and we're already on the map. We are UTs. Yes, we are all there, as the DVC indicated. You know, they've been there for 100 years, so we only have 21 years old, and we're already there, outperforming, you know. Yes, we are fine. Yes, we are fine. Colleagues, moving forward, we do have 3 presenters from NRF, and then each one of them have 10 minutes. It's Ms. Nkaketo, and then we have Ms. Mtetwa, and then we have Mr. Jan Palani, who will have 10 minutes. And then it was indicated that Dr. Gambo will have 30 minutes, correct? Yes, so I'm just going to give you those presenters 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes to take us through the different programs, the BAP, the YAP, and other, the KIC, those opportunities of funding. So apparently we'll start with Mr. Nkaketo. I believe that he's in the house. Is it Miss? Yeah, Miss Nkaketo. She's here. So can you give a round of applause?
Good afternoon. My name is Nozine Nkaketo from the National Research Foundation, in the unit that is called the Next Generation and Emerging Researchers Unit. In my presentation, I will cover the NRF mandate about the Next Generation and Emerging Researchers Unit, the 2 funding opportunities, that is postdoctoral fellowship funding, and the NRF Young Academics Accelerator, Young Academic Accelerator Program, which is YAP in short. The mandate of the NRF is set in the following 4 areas: advancing knowledge, that is through support for research, and the second one is transforming life, that is through postgraduate support, and the third one is inspiring nation, that is through education, awareness, and communication, and the last one is strengthening the NISS, and then which is through the providing system-wide information and intelligence. About RISA, the Next Generation and Emerging Researchers Unit is situated within the Research Innovation and Tech Support and Advancement Funding Division of the NRF. RISA is a multidisciplinary funding division of the NRF that support, promote, and advance the creation of the knowledge and innovation, that is through research funding, human capacity development funding, and research infrastructure. The unit enables the development of individual research capabilities by supporting the next generation and the early career emerging researchers and institutional research capabilities through the provision of and access to research infrastructure. I will start talking about the postdoc, that is postdoctoral fellowship funding. Under this funding opportunity, we've got two categories. That is the General Postdoctoral Fellowship, which is also called FILS because it consists of the following: the freestanding, innovation, and scarce skills. And then the second category is a Professional Development Program, which is also called PTP. The objective of the NRF Postdoctoral Fellowship is to increase the number and quality of postdoctoral research fellowship in South Africa, to encourage outstanding international postdoctoral research fellows to undertake research in South Africa, and lastly, to increase the number and quality of South African postdoctoral researchers in specified scarce skills area. In terms of the eligibility criteria, applicants must have obtained their PhD degree within the 5 years of submitting an application to the NRF. Applicants applying for a second NRF postdoctoral research placement must undertake the research on a new project, and this is not applicable to PDP applicants because the PDP is only for one cycle, whereas the General Postdoctoral Fellowship is a 2 cycles. So applicants that are full-time employed at the time of application, they are not eligible. They must submit a motivation indicating that they are willing to take the unpaid leave should their applications are successful. Okay, when it comes to the criteria, when it comes to the criteria, the freestanding and innovation is for South African citizens, South African permanent residents, and international candidates. And then scarce skills and PDP is for South African citizens, South African permanent residents only. When it comes to discipline, the freestanding and innovation and the PDP, we support all the disciplines. And then when it comes to the scarce skills, since we're in partnership with NSF, we are having a list from the NSF, so we are using that list when you find the applicants. Okay, and then when it comes to the institution, for the General Postdoctoral Fellowship Program, applicants must intend to undertake research at South African public universities or South African research entities, that is science councils, national facilities, museum, or other NRF-recognized research institution as declared by the DSII. And when it comes to the PDP, applicants must intend to undertake research at South African research entities, that is science councils, national facilities, museums, or other NRF-recognized research institutions as declared by the DSI. And then when the applicants are applying for postdoc, we also require what is called the acceptance letter. And for PDP, we advise the applicants before they submit their application, they must first consult the host institution, because before we open a call, we will receive the nomination from the host institution, and then we link the nominations on the system. And when we open a call, we open it in such a way it's going to be a closed call, because only the nominations that are linked to the system will be able to have access to that call. The equity targets, freestanding and innovation, 80% must be South African citizens and permanent residents, 20% SADC, 80% must be Black, and then 55% must be females. When it comes to scarce skills and PDP, 100% must be South African citizens and permanent residents, 80% Blacks, and 55% females. The grant values for the General Postdoctoral Fellowship, that is freestanding innovation, the period of support is 2 years there, and then the stipend is 320. There is also a running expenses, which is 50,000, and then there is a compulsory institutional contribution, which is 15,000. The PDP, that is Professional Development Program, is 3 years, and the stipend is 400,000. The NRF Sasol Young Academics Accelerator Program, this is a new program. It was launched last year. We just opened the call that we just opened this year. It was for the second time. So it's a new program, and it's a small program. The objectives of the YAP is to promote the attainment of PhD qualification by young academics employed at South African public universities and training of the academics in the energy sector. It also promotes the networking and collaboration of young researchers with national and international academics and companies in the renewable energy. It also supports research and skills development of young academics to be international experts in the energy sector. Under this program, we only have 5 thematic areas that are approved. That means when the applicant is applying for YAP, the research project must align with one of those approved thematic areas, that is environmental sustainability, clean energy solution, sustainable fuels and chemical production, sustainable feedstock, and then the last one is electrification of industry processes. These are the only 5 that are approved under the program. Okay, and then when it comes to the overview, it is a partnership program in collaboration with public universities and training of academics in the energy sector. The aim is to advance the equity and redress agenda within the research sphere by supporting the emerging researchers in full-time, permanent, or fixed-term contract appointments. And then under this program, we only have 1 track, which is PhD track, and it's for applicants intending to obtain their PhD degree within the funding period. The eligibility criteria: applicants must be South African citizens or permanent residents. They must be employed at South African public universities and a training of academics in the energy sector in South Africa. Applicants must be employed on a full-time permanent or full-time contractual basis. That means if the applicant is employed on a contract, the contract must cover for the duration of the grant plus an additional year. Applicants must be 45 years or younger at the time of first application. However, applicants who are over the age of 45 years, they can apply, but then they can submit a motivation that is demonstrating that they are the late entrance to the research. And then the last one, the employing institution must also provide a written commitment, pledging to allow some time to the research to conduct their research. And then grant values, the period of support is 3 years, and then the maximum amount of support per annum is 300,000. And then we do have subcategories that are not supported under the program, and we also do have the subcategories that are listed under the program. So we've listed all those ones on the framework document, so we encourage the applicants when applying to first go through the framework document. And then when you select the subcategory or the line item, you are also required to also provide a detailed motivation for each subcategory that you will be selecting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, right on the dot. 10 minutes, perfect. So colleagues, I will ask them questions at the end. I'll now allow Ms. Mtetwa take us through the postdoc at the Tutuka and Bab.
Afternoon, colleagues. So I'm going to continue from where my colleague left off, and I'm going to cover the Tutuka program as well as the Black Academics Advancements program. Before I discuss this program, I think it's important for me to mention that 3 documents that are very important for you to engage with before you apply with at the NRF. So number 1, we've got a general application guide. That is a document that has the information regarding the opening of the calls. So the date when the call opens. So the document has all the NRF funding opportunities. There are so many of them. It has the opening date, the closing date. So it's very important to look at the document before so that you don't miss the deadlines. I've actually met some of you that indicated that they missed the calls. So please look at that document. We normally publish it on our website beginning of February. So please look out for that document. And also we have a framework document for all our funding opportunities. When you put out a call, we have a framework document and then we have an application guide. So the framework document is very important. So please look at that document because it will have the eligibility criteria for the funding opportunity that you are applying for. It will have the review scorecard for the funding opportunity that you are applying for so that you know how your application will be reviewed. The review dimensions, it will have the weighting for each category so that when you respond to the call, you know exactly how your application will be assessed. And we also have different financial categories that are funded under different funding opportunities, so that you don't make a mistake, because we've seen in the past that some of the applications don't get funded because the application is not aligned to the financial categories that are supported under that particular program. So I'm going to start with the Tutuga Research Grant. This is the funding opportunity that I'm responsible for. The objective of this funding opportunity is to promote the research development of early career researchers and scholars employed at South African universities, science councils, and other research institutions. So the funding opportunity that my colleague was talking about, the YAP, it only support academics that are based at the universities. But this one, it's also support academics that are sitting at science councils as well as other research institutions that are recognized by the NRF. So the second one is to effect a rapid transformation in demographic composition of emerging researchers in terms of race, gender, and persons living with disabilities. And the last one is to foster a culture of excellence, thereby boosting research outputs and human capacity development. And this is the overview of the Tutuga funding opportunity. So Tutuga is a one-to-one partnership program in collaboration with the university that we are sitting with. So the university is required to match whatever amount that we give you. So the maximum amount that we can fund you in a year is 150,000, and the institution is supposed to match that, so you can get a maximum of 300,000 per annum under the program. So under the program, we support full-time. You must be full-time, you must be permanent, or if you are employed on a fixed-term contract, the rule is that it must cover the duration of the funding. So the funding is 3 years, so that is one cycle of funding is 3 years, so that your contract must cover the 3 years of funding. So under the program, we've got 3 funding tracks. So we've got a PhD track, just like YAP, that is for applicants that are intending to obtain their PhD degree within the funding period. So if you are busy with your PhD or you are intending to do a PhD, you can apply under this the funding track. You can get up to 2 cycles of funding under this track, so which means you can get up to 6 years of funding. So, and then the next one is a post-PhD track. So this one is for applicants that have recently completed their PhD. So the PhD must be within the 5 years. And then the last one is the NRF rating track. This is for applicants that have not been able to realize their potential. So the funding period that we allow, the PhD must not be more than 8 years, must not be older, more than 8 years. So now I've touched a little bit on this one in terms of the duration of funding. Under the PhD track, as I've said, we can fund you for up to 2 cycles. Actually, under all the funding tracks, we can fund you for up to 2 cycles, which is 6 years of funding. But if you're starting at PhD level, you can get up to 9 years, which is 3 years, which is 9 years of funding. So if you are starting at PhD under the PhD track, you can get 2 years, and then move on to the post-PhD track where you can get an additional cycle, which is also 3 years. So that will be 9 years of funding. But if you finish your PhD within the first 3 years, then you can move on to the post-PhD track where you can get 2 additional cycles that will also make 9 years. But then the progression between the post-PhD track to the NRF rating track is not allowed. In terms of the general eligibility criteria under the program, so we support South African citizens as well as permanent residents with a valid South African ID. So if you've applied for your permanent residency but you haven't received your ID, unfortunately you're not eligible. You'll have to wait until you have your valid South African ID. And then I've also mentioned that you must be employed by a South African public university or a research institution. So individuals that hold both an academic as well as an administrative position, they can apply. But the rule is that you must provide a letter from the institution stating that you hold both positions. And also individuals that hold okay, I've already covered that. So the researchers also can be based at the science councils or other public institutions that are recognized by the NRF. It's not all public, it's not all research institutions, it's only those that are recognized by the NRF. And I've already said this, the applicants must be employed full-time on a full-time permanent basis or a full-time contractual basis, and the duration of the contract must cover the duration of the grant. If you're a female applicant, because we understand that sometimes female applicants, they've got lots of responsibilities, some are raising kids at home. So if you're a female applicant and you are appointed on a fixed-term half-day appointment, we can also support you under the program. But the rule is that you must be raising a child that is 4 years of age or less. And then the last one, the employing institution must provide a written commitment to commit to the one-to-one funding that I spoke about. So I will advise you to engage with the framework document, as I've said before, because I'm not mentioning everything here based on the time that you're given. We won't be able to cover everything. So I'll encourage you to engage with the framework document so that you can see the whole picture. And also, so under the PhD track and the post-PhD track, we do have an age limit of 45, but if you provide a motivation, you can get funded. So it's not a problem at all. You just have to provide a motivation and indicate why you're a late entrance to research. And then in terms of the values, the funding values, as I've said before, we can give you up to 150,000 per annum. So if we give you that 150, the institution has to match that, so you can get like a 300,000 per annum. And then we've got two categories of funding. We've got research equipment, and then we've got running expenses. So under running expenses, we fund certain financial categories, not all, which is why at the beginning of the presentation I said it's very important for you to go through the framework document for that funding opportunity in order for you to know which categories are supported. Unfortunately, when you apply on the system, you will get all of them. They are listed, all of them are listed, but it's not all that are supported under the certain funding programs. Now I'm going to move on to the Black Academics Advancement Program, which is called BAP in short. So this program is a partnership program between the National Research Foundation and the First Rand Empowerment Foundation. So it was established in 2017, and the goal was to increase the proportion of suitably qualified Black academics and academics living with disabilities. So under this program, we mainly support Black academics and academics that are living with disabilities. So even if you're a white academic, you can get supported under this program so long as you are living with a disability. By Black, we mean African, Indian, and colored. So the objectives of the BAP program is to support academics, particularly Black females and persons living with disabilities employed in South African public universities to obtain their doctoral level, those that are applying under the PhD track. So we've got 2 tracks under this one, unlike Tutuga. Remember, with Tutuga, we've got 3 funding tracks. With this one, we have a PhD and we have a post-PhD track. So, and another objective is support academics to obtain their postdoctoral level training, and also to promote the attainment of NRF rating. So I think I've mentioned that we've got 2 tracks under the program. We've got the PhD track, and we also have the post-PhD track. Unlike the Tutuga program, remember I said the Tutuga program, one cycle is 3 years, but under this program, if you believe that you are only left with 6 months to complete your PhD, you can apply for 6 months of funding, or you can apply for 1 year, 2 year, or 3 years. So at PhD level, the period of funding is 3 years. At post-PhD level, it's 2 years. Okay, and then in terms of the general eligibility criteria, you must be a South African citizen. We don't support permanent residents under this program. It's only South African citizen. And another rule is that you must be 45 years of age or under, If you are over the age of 45, we do allow a motivation, so the age is not a problem at all with all our funding opportunities. If you are over the age, you can easily provide us with a motivation and then you can get funded. Another eligibility is that you must hold a permanent full-time academic appointment in one of the 26 public universities. If you are employed on a fixed-term appointment, the rule is that your appointment must, the duration of your contract must cover the duration of the grant plus 1 year. With Tutuga, it must just cover the duration of the grant, but with BEP, it must cover the duration plus 1 year. Okay, I'm done. Okay, so, what is also important to note is that you cannot hold more than one research grant, like concurrently. You can't have Tutuga and BAB and YAP at the same time, so you can only hold one. In terms of the grant values, under this program, we've got a lecture replacement component so that when you go on sabbatical, you can have someone replace you. So at PhD level, as you can see, there are different values at PhD and post-PhD level. If you are employed, if you are funded for 6 months, you can get 100,000. But if you are funded for a full year, you can get up to 200,000 per annum. So I think I've already explained, if you go on sabbatical, you can get someone to lecture on your behalf. And then we also have running expenses, and the values there is 100,000 per annum. So basically, you can get up to 300,000 under the program as well. And then in terms of post-PhD track, you can get 200,000 for lecture replacement. For running expenses, 100,000. In addition to that, this is only for post-PhD track. You can get up to 100,000 for international mobility. So if you want to go overseas and spend time with an international university, then you can get up to 100,000 for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mtetwa. We'll leave the questions for later. Just pack them. The next speaker is online. I'll ask our technical guy to assist us. We have Mr. Jan Palani on the line. Mr. Palani.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
And the like. So the third unit, which is my unit, that's where I'm based, is called Science Networks and Researchers Links. This is where we deal with travel grants, Future Earth grants, Africa Hub, the Belmont Forums, the university networks like SASUF and SACU. So in short, we call ourselves the SNRL, the Science Network and Researchers Links. So our main aim here is to foster partnerships by supporting the mobility and strengthening institutional networks. We are also an enabler. We see ourselves as an enabler. researchers. Why are we saying that? Is because we assist researchers with travel grants to travel the world, and so that they can go and present their papers or their posters anywhere around the world. And in that case, they'll be able to meet new people, make networks, and discuss on how to solve complex problems. It also assists, you must remember, we also have spoken about the bilaterals and the multilaterals. So every time we launch these bilateral calls and multilateral calls, we already expect our researchers to have partners. But now, if you travel the grant through the KIC grants or other travel grants, you'll be able to meet those people so that when the calls are launched, then you already have a partner somewhere. Okay, and this is our budget within our subunit, our smaller Yana subunit. Our budget is around 50 million per year. So the first one, the strategic network partners, is the one that deals with the Belmont forums and the Future Earth. The mobility and conference, this is where I'm based, the KIC, the ERTTGs, and the ERC ones. And university networks, here we are talking about the SACUN, which is the South Africa-Canada University Networks, the South Africa-Sweden University Networks, which the SASUF. So these are the funding opportunities that I'm responsible for. It's 5 of them. As you can see, we've got the first one, which is the equipment-related training and travel grants. So one, we launch it twice a year, in the beginning of the year, around February. And the second call, we normally launch it mid-year, July and August. That will support for the first half of the following year. We've also got the NRF DFG International, the IRTGs. This is a German one. This one is a travel grant for research visits. And we've also got ERC, European Research Council. We launch it once a year. The KIC, we launch it twice a year, same as the ERTTG. And we've got the South Africa-China, the YSEP exchange program. We also launch it once a year. So I'm going to talk about the China one, the YSEP one. So this one is a travel grant for research visits, mainly research visits. It's not for the conference attendant or for the symposiums or for the colloquium. So this one, we want to foster collaboration or long-term relations between South Africa and the Chinese. Remember, we already have a standing bilateral agreement with the Chinese. We also have an agreement in the BRICS as well. The Chinese are also there. So we just want to foster collaboration by exchanging students from South Africa and China. And here's the eligibility criteria for this particular program. The applicant must be employed by one of the institutions in South Africa, like the TUT and the UPs and all that. The applicant must not be older than 45 years of age, and they must have completed their degree. So these are our funding limits for a period of 6 months, duration of 6 months. We fund up to 168,000 rand. And for a period of 12 months, we fund up to 336,000 rand. And the next one is the European Research Council. So this one is also for the research visits, student exchange between the South Africa and the Europeans. So we also want to foster collaboration between ourselves and the EU. The eligibility criteria for this one, the applicant who must be 40 years and younger in order for you to be eligible to apply, and you must be in a possession of a doctoral degree. The applicant must also be a South African citizen or a permanent resident working in one of the affiliated institutions or the recognized institutions. The duration and the funding limits for this one, 6 to 12 months. We fund up to 6 to 12 months for the research visits. And we also fund up to multiple short-term visits, not less than 10 days. The maximum amount is up to 150,000 rands. It depends on the duration of your visit. So this one is the DFG, the IRTGs, is the research visits between South Africa and the Germany. So here the aim is to train the scientists and academics at different stages of their careers. And we also aim to promote systematic research cooperation through joint research and qualification programs, as well as through cooperative cross-border supervision of doctoral researchers. The eligibility criteria is as follows. South African researchers who are planning to submit the proposals must be employed at any of the South African universities and have an established research cooperation with German partners, and who plans for the IRTGs have already been consolidated may apply for the preparatory workshop. So this one is a bit complex. What happens is that the Germans will launch the first call, which is the expression of interest in Germany. And then the German applicants or researchers will apply in the first call of the expression of interest. And thereafter, they will share the list with us so that we can share it with our people here in South Africa when we launch the call. So they will have to go through the list to find their partners on that list. So the South African partners must have completed the doctoral degree, and the NRF will fund up to a maximum of 100,000 for one workshop on the concept note stage, on the expression of interest stage. The NRF will fund up to 10 PhD positions over the period of 3 years. The 6 months to 12 months doctoral students to their respective partner institutions, workshops and conference and seminars. This is what we fund in this particular funding instrument. The total available budget for one IRTG from South African side is up to 10 million rand for one funding phase. Now we get to the KIC. So this is the elephant in the room. I believe everyone knows the KIC, the knowledge interchange and collaboration. This one is not for the research visit. It's for presenting at the conferences, either nationally or internationally, conferences, symposia, colloquiums, and the like. So the eligibility criteria for this one, we allow PhD students to apply, but because they don't have their PhD degree already, they must apply through their supervisors, which means they must ask their supervisors to apply on their behalf. And we also allow postdocs, the NRF-funded postdocs, and the applicant must be full-time employees or fixed-term contract in their NRF-recognized institutions. And applicants must be in a possession of a PhD. So if you don't have a PhD, but you are a PhD student, you need to ask your supervisor to submit an application on your behalf. So the KIC has about 4 categories. The first one is travel grants for individual, and these are the items that we fund within this category. And we will fund up to 50,000 rand for you to travel to go and present your conference anywhere in the world. The second category is a visiting researcher, visiting foreign researcher. This is whereby you are based in South Africa and you need to invite a foreign researcher to come and visit you, maybe in your lab for about a week or 2. Here's the category. We will fund up to 50,000 rands. Africa interaction, this is where you want to travel anywhere in Africa on a research visit. So we will fund up to 75,000 rands. Local events is where you are planning to host a local event in South Africa. We will fund up to 300,000 rands. Oh, okay, sorry, I'm done. This is my last slide. So this is the equipment related travel and training grants. So this one is mainly for people who wants to travel and access equipment anywhere in the world, either in South Africa or internationally. So you have to apply through this call. And here's the eligibility criteria. We allow technicians to apply, instrument specialists, operators, and postdoc fellows. Here's the funding model. For national travel, to access equipment nationally, we fund up to 35,000 rands. If you are traveling with someone, we add 15,000 rand on top of the 35. International, we fund up to 75,000 rand. If you, for a co-applicant, we top up with 25,000 rands. If you want to host an equipment-related workshop, we fund up to 75,000 rands. For a visiting instrument scientist in South Africa, we fund up to 120,000 rands. So here are some few guidelines. So we have noticed that when we do screening, most of the applications get rejected because of small mistakes like not updating a CV. So we always encourage our applicants to update their CVs, also to update their employment records, because we sometimes disqualify applicants based on that. The call closing dates always appears on the first page of the application form. So it's important to try and submit your application before the call closing. Thank you very much.
I'll take two questions. Two questions for the NRF presenters before I move to Dr. Gambo. Do you have any questions? I'll just take two. I'll take one at the back and one in the front. And can you please be specific to which presenter? Because they presented the BAP, the YAP, the postdoc, the KICs, and other travel grants. The Tutuka.
Greetings. I have a question for the Tutuga or BAP presenter for NRF. She mentioned that you cannot have Tutuga and both BAP a sponsorship. I want to find out if it's possible to have Tutuga and CSIR.
Romy, you will come.
So we don't really have restrictions in terms of holding our research grants with the external grants like CSIR. So the answer is yes. We only have those restrictions with under the scholarships.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Romy, Mike. One question at the front.
My question, okay, my name is Bosisiwe Mfosi, and then my question is to Ms. Nqaketo. I just wanted to know what's the difference between the PDP and the freestanding. And also to Mr. Matopa, the ratings, how are the ratings? How many papers should you have to rate Y, A, B, C, and all that?
Okay. The difference is that PDP has got one cycle, and then the general postdoctoral fellowship has got two cycles, and then also the institutions like cycles like the like the general postgraduate fellowship is 2 years. So when I'm saying that is 2 years, that means it's gonna be 4 years. So that is the only difference. And then the institution, because PDP is for applicants that will be intending to do their research at the museum, science councils, and other recognized research institutions. Yes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Matupa.
Thank you. For the benefit of the online, the question is how many publications should one have to apply for an NRF rating? I'm not sure I followed the last one. Oh, A, B, C. Publications, okay. One, for NRF rating, you have to be, your research publications should be focused in one area. That's one niche, yes. So you can't be renewable energy. Next thing, you are with the goats in the vets. Next thing, you're flying planes. It won't win. Yes. So it needs to be focused. If you're doing that in the NRF narrative on the application, you should show the reviewers how the goats and the plane and the other one link. If you can link them, then yes, you will get a rating. And the more you publish, the greater the rating. Impact factor is important. Your H index, even though there is controversy within how we use the H index and that, some fields, they don't use H index. In terms of the number of publications, it depends on field to field. For instance, people in the ITC, your computer sciences, their conference publications carry the same weight as your journal publications. Why? Because their field, things change so quickly that if he has to sit and try to write a paper for 6 months, before he finishes, his work will be out there and somebody even applying the knowledge. So they can present in conferences, they will get their ratings. In terms of the number, it's field to field. So you need to check with people in your field how the publication records look like, and then you can benchmark against them to say you can be able to apply. But when looking at you, I think you'll be falling within maybe your Y and a P rating under 40, 45, 40 years old. The nice thing about applying young at Y categories is that NRF allows, or they will allow you to even submit publications that you did when you were doing your PhD, master's PhD, and your supervisor can be one of the reviewers, and you know what the supervisor will say about you. Then you can. But when you move up the ratings, your C, B, and A, supervisor can be, your co-authors can be part of the review, poster review. So it's better to enter at the Y rating. But numbers, check with your field. You can contact me. I can look at applications that are within your research area and guide you to say, yes, you can or not. But the best people is those who are rated at your institution. They can tell you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matupa. Can we give a round of applause for all the NRF presenters? We're almost at the end. Colleagues, hang on there. We're still in the end, not landed yet. I'll now call Dr. Igambo, who is the Director for Entrepreneurship. He's going to talk about developing entrepreneurial capacity. Can we give a round of applause for Dr. Gumba?
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, it's been a long day. I can see from the faces people are tired. Nothing is happening. It's happening here. There. Okay, I'm going to talk on entrepreneurship, developing an entrepreneurial capability, and I've added a portion on the slide from someone from TUT, not choreographed. I met her here. She's part of our program, so I thought adding her to my presentation will give it a bit of more life. It's somebody who is within your institution, who's already doing amazing things. I also note that most of the presentations that have come before me have been focused on more publications and academic. So it's mainly tilted towards academia. And I'm going to try and also balance the scale, bring in practical innovation and commercialization that impact society. Currently, I know that that's why even the ratings, they don't even look, while they will consider the impact, there is no incentive for commercialization currently. You will go right through the ranks just on academic publications only, without commercializing any of the rated research papers that you published. So there's no incentive really to commercialize. But when we look at research, what research is supposed to do, my understanding is that it's supposed to transform society. It must have an impact. And if you look at even the university itself as an institution, that has been in existence for many years, gone through quite a number of changes, politically, socially, a lot has changed. But the university system, interestingly enough, has kind of remained the same. But I think some of you have read articles that challenges the existence of the university and the sustainability of the current university system as is, even with the current generation of the youngsters that we're teaching that are questioning, why should I be in one institution for one degree for 4 years when I can do market credentials and get the skills that industry need? You know, those conversations are coming up. So what do we do? So when I look at developing entrepreneurial capabilities, I can go through the presentation without showing the slide. It's not like I have interesting graphics to show. I'm not sure why it's failing on me when others, it was working on others. I didn't touch anything. Or I made it in PDF. It should be standard. PDF is not like a new ICT platform. It's basic. I think just put it. Let me go through. I don't need to. I hope I'll be able to maintain the focus and the attention. How many minutes do I have? I'm aware that it's, how many? 25. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's only for me. So so it will be oral to you. I hope you're okay. Or you want me to give you the laptop for you to put it from there at the back? Is it possible? USB in 2025. I don't do USB. Sorry for challenging you. 2025, viruses and all that stuff. There's OneDrive, there's cloud. We go cloud. Did you? I'm sorry, I'm in innovation. So I always challenge people that we need to move with the times. You use USB, you put your research document on USB, what happens? The virus wipes it out. What happens? Put it on cloud. It's much safer. Let me not take much more time. So I work with entrepreneurs, so you'll understand. You need to be always be up with the times. So when we look at research, colleagues, sorry, not research, entrepreneurship. Firstly, let's look at the modern researcher. The modern researcher, as I've mentioned, must be more than a scholar. You must be more than your publications. You must be more of a problem solver and innovator. That's the modern researcher. And then there must be a balance between knowledge creation and knowledge application. And as I've mentioned, it must lead to social and economic transformation. Because what's the value if there's no social and economic transformation? So ask yourself the question, what if your next publication became a product? The product is not just the publication that can be cited in journals, but it's a product that can be used by people. What is the contribution and direct translation of your next product? What's your contribution to the board of knowledge? I think you do that very well. Society, I think that's what I'm going to challenge you on. Contribution to the economy, that's what I'm challenging you on. And I had a slide to talk about our current problems. I think you know them, right? We know what our problems are. Besides the ones that are in Madlanga Commission, that you're also well aware of. I think it's going to put... Okay, cool. Where are we? Current challenges, yes. We all know the unemployment, which is an issue. So what is worrying is we used to talk about generic employment, but these days now we're talking about graduate employment, which is, some scholars are looking at, some researchers are saying it's just to be less than 10% for quite a while. Now we're almost hitting 10%. This is graduate employment. Some economies, that's their national unemployment rate. Ours is now graduate employment. And what is worrying is, and then some scholars will argue to say it was only in certain sectors where there's a lot of unemployment in certain sectors. But we are seeing that it's coming, it's right across, you know, like even your engineer, there are a lot of people who graduate with engineering degrees. And we've seen, even of late in the last 2 years, we've seen even from the health sciences, people struggling to find employment. That's the reality. We have seen as well in terms of big industries, big industry struggling to absorb. If you look at NRF, you've got your SASOL funding one of the programs. SASOL, I had a conversation with the SASOL Foundation. At any given year, they will have around 400 to 500 students on bursaries at all our 26 universities. Obviously, the big ones taking the bulk of them. And SASOL actually has a challenge. And these are the top brains in the country at any given point. But SASOL is struggling to absorb them when they graduate. They fund them through their degrees, graduating with engineering degrees. But they cannot absorb them because there is saturation even at your SASOL. So in terms of the net, job net, it's actually negative. The mining sector, jobs have been decreasing. You have companies like ArcelorMittal, that was one of the biggest employers. If you've been to a town, to Newcastle, for example, in KZN, so think what will happen to a town like Newcastle. Like if you look at Newcastle, around Dundee, Freiheit, all those small cities around it were sustained by Newcastle as the major city. And who was the biggest employer in Newcastle? It's ArcelorMittal. What is happening to ArcelorMittal? It's closing down. So it's not only Newcastle, but all the surrounding small towns. It's going to be disaster. And that's what's happening with big industries. These are the problems that we know. These are the problems that we are observing. And our graduates are joining the unemployed. I think it was in Eastern Cape where the graduates put on academic regalia and went onto the streets to protest that we cannot find jobs. And the reason why they do that, because the production chain in terms of our academia, we're producing job seekers. So when they cannot find jobs, they think that something is wrong with the state. They don't even look at themselves, but we have to ask the question ourselves as the university, are we producing graduates that are fit for the society that we currently have? Those of you coming from commerce, if a company produces products that the market does not need, or that you are not selling your product, what must that company do? It must liquidate. So what are we saying about universities if graduate unemployment is increasing? We cannot liquidate. Do you know what is happening in the UK? With the universities that have been in existence for quite a long time, they are under immense pressure. Yes, because of the funding from government. And it's similar even with here. The subsidy grant has been decreasing. Fees are being kept by government. So universities are under immense pressure. In the UK, actually, there's a paper that I read that in the next 10 years, some universities are actually going to liquidate. And we are not even that far. It's even worse. Now we have the funding challenge. We have our products struggling to find employment. So I've summarized in terms of that. One thing that we know is we have great potential in Africa. While currently Africa contributes 2% of the global research output, some scholars are saying 40% of that has a commercialization potential. Why? Because we have many problems as compared to other economies. I'm very much interested. Who presented the Brazil, that what university produces 5,000 PhD graduates. How many students do they have? Yeah, because it's very interesting, and how they contribute to the economic development. So I think what we need to aim to do, colleagues, is then to our graduates, we should train them, teach them, produce them to innovate and ideate, as well as create new industries. Things not moving. So now when I look at the modern researcher, looking at as an innovator, how do you translate your research into usable technologies and solutions? The fastest growing startups currently in the world were founded at universities. I know your journalists that you train, when they graduate, I'm not sure what's wrong with them, they always publish wrong data. And I always challenge that to say the top entrepreneurs did not have a university education. That's a lie. Most of the top, smartest brains that are running startups have a university education. Twitter, one of them had a PhD in computer science. And they always mention two names. Your Bill Gates that he dropped out of Harvard, right? Who was Bill Gates' mother? She sat on the board of IBM. Do your graduates or your students, are they at the same level with him in terms of the background? They mentioned Steve Jobs, that he innovated, he created his innovation in the parents' garage. And my argument against that is literally our students, they don't have garages even at home, like literally. The garage functions as an innovation space, as a lab. That's what Steve Jobs had access to. It was a lab to experiment, pilot, ideate. Our students don't have that. What do they have? They have the university. Your labs, therefore, should be places of experimentation, piloting, trialing, And the one thing that the university we don't teach, we don't support, we are against, which is failure, but we must let them fail, because in entrepreneurship it's about trialing and failing, and then you become better. So we need to be able to translate our research into usable technologies. Drive innovation diffusion, enterprise creation, policy reform. Does the university support entrepreneurship? Or you look at those students who are trying to move into entrepreneurship as a diversion, they're focusing on wrong things. I'm not sure. I know some of the universities, I used to be at VETS, very, very high exclusion. We exclude you if you fail the certain courses. We just exclude you, we cut you out. You're focusing on this entrepreneurship thing. So we need to relook even some of our policies so that they become, they enable innovation. It's challenging what we know the university to be. And then we have to look at developing capacity that transforms research from output. What is the output? Is the publication. The publication is not the outcome, it's the output. That's why we even say, what's your research output? We measure that, right? As a university. We measure that, we take pride in it. But we need to move away from outputs to outcomes. What's the outcome of your research? What problem has it solved? Practically so. So publications should not be the end, but the beginning. And we need to then create assets. Those of you coming from commerce, assets must what? Must sweat. The principle of sweating the asset. Have you ever thought about these flights that you frequently take as academics? How heavy or like that thing is overused? Do you know if there is a delay at Tambo, maybe there is bad weather in the morning at 6 a.m., do you know that the flights will be delayed for the whole day? Do you know why? Because the same flight that you take in the morning, going to Cape Town, when it lands, what do? Refuel, clean it, loads again, come back, same thing. It's a principle of sweating the asset in financial terms. So the asset must sweat. So the question that I have for the university, that asset that you create, the patent that you register, is it sweating? Or it's just a patent that is a cost at a university? Because you need to service the patent, right? Annually. You need to pay fees to service it. So if it's a liability, it's supposed to be an asset, but now it's turning into a liability because our TTOs are cost centers at a university. We're paying money to service them. They are not sweating as assets. We are not licensing them. Yes, I know there's a great challenge. Not all patents can be commercializable. I'm aware, but I'm challenging that we need to relook at that and rethink in terms of so how then do we move from researcher to researcher entrepreneur? Mind shift is required. Think the problem first, not publication first. Identify the challenges, and that's why developed economies, like I know in Germany, to be a respected academic, you must have industry experience, practical. Here, I once engaged with a good friend of mine, he's very senior now at VETS. Since matric, the only place that they know is the university. Since matric, that's the only world that they know. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But we need to start thinking outside of that if we really want to make changes in society. And we need to start spotting opportunities beyond grants. And what are those opportunities? The opportunities to commercialize. But I think I'm preaching to the converted because I think TUT is doing very well on this. I've noted, I've worked with all universities. That is my responsibility to coordinate entrepreneurship in all the universities. I've seen quite a number of your researchers, research being translated into products. And it must be beyond, and I think in one of the slides I say, even when we have research days like this, I think it's time that we also invite entrepreneurs. Because I'm very much aware that some of you are very technical. What you love and what you want to do is research. When you've done the research, you've published, or you even got a patent, you want to move to the next research. The commercialization, which is bringing commerce into the equation, you have no interest, it's another ball game, you don't even have experience. So that's why the cross-disciplinary partnership is actually very, very important. And I've mentioned the collaboration across disciplines, communicating research value effectively. I think that's one thing that we struggle, as the academia struggle. Do you know why? Because we talk among each other. That's why there's the value of, what do you call it, peer review, right? Peer review, who are you talking to? Your colleagues. Even the NRF rating, I think when you're explaining, who rates you? It's your colleagues, a qualitative review from your colleagues within your industry or within your sector. So, and as a result, when you talk about the quadruple helix, we're missing the big, a big chunk of the development continuum, which is industry. What are the core entrepreneurial competencies? I'm going to rush through this: innovation literacy, commercial awareness, collaboration. And I'm aware that not everyone will be commercially aware because maybe you are technically aware. And this is why it's important to be aware of this thing, so that even as a university, when you set policies, you mentioned in terms of your publication in ICT, for example, even as a university, as a policy, by the time some of the policies, they go through Senate to be approved. If it has to do with innovation, by the time it comes back after approval, now we are on version 5.0, we are approving version 1.0. Because tech waits for no one. And that's the reality that we are faced with. You are approving ChatGPT 3.0, now we are on 5.0. Collaboration, communication for impact, I've spoken about it, resilience and agility. I will skip the skills. Then how do we integrate entrepreneurship into post-grad research? I think we need to embed entrepreneurial modules in post-grad training. Certain attributes, entrepreneurial attributes, should be part of graduate attributes. Every graduate or every researcher should be aware of these attributes. And we need to establish a research commercialization clinic. It's a tall order to ask someone who is very technical. All you know, your world is lab work. But when we talk about, impact, now you are introducing human beings, right? And this researcher, your world is lab, test tubes, that's what you know. So we need to just introduce certain aspects of commercialization, and we can do that through commercialization clinics. As I've mentioned, let's try and invite entrepreneurs to our research days, because that will help in partnering with some of you as researchers in commercializing some of your research. We need to recognize that patent spin-off and social innovations as valid research outputs. And then what institutional strategies can we adopt? I'm not sure how, but I think we need to find a way of rewarding innovation-based outputs and collaborations, incentivizing research commercialization, promoting interdisciplinary research teams. I think I've noted that some of the universities internationally, they do this very well, where It's a model actually that was done very well by consulting teams, where you take someone from health sciences, engineering, humanities, you put them together to solve a banking problem. They are trained differently, they see the world differently, and the solution tends to be much more baked as compared to having just one focus. And we need to build mentorship networks that link academia to industry. So my call to action, is we need to shift from what can I publish to what can I solve. And we need to build partnerships early across disciplines. We need to engage with national platforms, your tiers that you are very aware of. Your NRF is here, they presented. Your TTOs, EDSG, that's the program that I run, Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education. And remember, entrepreneurship is also a form of scholarship. So what I'm going to do here, as I said, just 3 minutes, I've asked for 3 minutes, to say, not curated, I actually did this slide while I was seated here, because I met her here. She's part of our top 20 innovators. It's an innovation challenge that we ran from all the 26 public universities. We got 644 applications, and she made it from top 20 from this university. Actually, TUT has 2 in the top 20. Mpo, a PhD student from TUT, I've asked that she must come and share her story. She's coming to present, don't worry. You move this out. No, you move this one, I'll move this one.
Doctor, what should I do? I should move here.
No, your slide, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, colleagues. And first of all, I would like to give my warm gratitude to Doctor for inviting me to give a comprehensive talk about my research. So now I'm going to pitch. So I will be pitching about, okay, first of all, this pitch happened at UJ, following the hall. I was invited to pitch my innovative idea about manufacturing of age-appropriate ARVs for pediatric population, which are children, and I got audience award. And last week, I went to Morocco again to pitch my innovative idea. We brought home another award under the category of young researcher. I need you to imagine this. Living with a child who's HIV positive, and when you go to the pharmacy, there are only big HIV tablets available. So I want you to imagine a 1-year-old kid swallowing a big tablet. The critical question is, as a pharmacist, would you provide the mother of a sick baby with the ARVs authorized for adults? And ask the mother to split a film-coated ARV tablet into small fractions and give it to the baby? Have you considered the risk of underdosing before giving out such instructions? Or would you advise the mother to mill the tablet and blend it with soft drinks and food to mask the bitter taste? Have you thought of chemical interaction? What about the reduction of the therapeutic effect? And furthermore, did SAPRA approve such compounding of the pharmaceutical product? We don't know yet. This study is imperative because when we take a look on HIV global statistics, it has been estimated that we have approximately 1.4 million of children who are living with HIV and AIDS. And when we take a look in South Africa, about 270,000 children are living with the virus, and only 57% are on HIV treatment. What about the remaining percentage? Therefore, this shows that there is an urgent need to manufacture appropriate sizes of medication for our young ones. I'm referring to kids. Therefore, this problem can be solved by manufacturing oral dispersible tablets with 3 HIV drugs, taking into the consideration the fruity taste masking agent. Reason being is to enhance the patient adherence as well as improving the therapeutic effect, because children prefer something that tastes very good. So in conclusion, I want to say children are not young adults. Therefore, they deserve to have their own safe, convenient medication. I thank you all.
Can you stand up? Can you stand up? Can you all stand up? Our very own. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kumba, and thank you so much for giving the opportunity as well to our students, and we are really proud of them, really, really proud. Thank you so much, Mpho, for being a TUT ambassador. So colleagues, now we are going to, but before I move on, I just want to tap on what Dr. Kumba said. I believe that it's already late if we pitch that at a postgraduate level. We need to review our curriculum at undergraduate level, you know, where we can have multidisciplinary project. Like for instance, we've got an engineer who's got a very brilliant idea, but he doesn't know how to do costing, he doesn't know how to market it. So we need to have that multidisciplinary project to push this forward. But also we do have our technical station who also assist in this kind of ideas to push it forward or to commercialize it. So colleagues, moving forward, we've got our next speaker who's online. Okay. Okay.
Okay, sorry, thank you so much. I thought you'll open an opportunity for comments or questions, and this time around was not open, and I wanted to say something. I've been sitting here. Just a quick one, colleagues. Firstly, it seems to me that our very own are not aware of the opportunities that we have. So it reflects a level of failure from ourselves, that maybe we are not bringing a lot of awareness on the opportunities that are available. I've been listening to all the speakers, and I've picked up that some colleagues are quite surprised when some opportunities are mentioned, which are already available at the university, but they are not aware of. But the quick one that I want to comment on relates to the latest speaker about entrepreneurship. And of course, I fully concur, it's a stance that we need to take to really embed entrepreneurship into our curriculum. But for those who do not know, I want you to note that some ground has already been taken. There's some strides that we have taken as a university. There are some programs whereby entrepreneurship is part and parcel of some programs in some particular faculties. To an extent that, Doc, through our Center for Entrepreneurship Development, we do not just have a lecturer going to class, we have a lecturer being paired with a business coach. So whilst the student, and I'm talking from first year, whilst the student is getting the technical know-how, over and above getting the technical know-how, is also being taught and trained in entrepreneurship, starting from ideation up to being launched into the market. And these are not just theoretical examples. We have students that have graduated and opted not to go to the mainstream workforce. They opted to be entrepreneurs. We hosted another event, I think 2 months or 3 months ago, where we were also having the visa, bringing funding to us as a university to really propel this forward. And we brought in our graduates who are already running thriving businesses. And when I talk about thriving businesses, I'm at least not talking about the ones that are done at the garage, even if it's a garage of a well-known person. But I'm talking about graduates who are running businesses in our malls, here in mainland. It's one example. We have some that are in Randburg Mall, we have some that are in Bulugwana Mall, running thriving businesses because the entrepreneurship flair has been infused whilst they were students. And thereafter, some of them, in fact, by the time they complete, they were bringing a lot of testimonials of their own, that by the time they were completing, their business is already started. Before they are even linked with venture capitalists to assist in setting up their businesses, they were already moving. So when I say it's a progressive university, I'm not saying it theoretically. I'm saying it's a progressive university because we are walking the talk. And Prof. Khodwana, you've just mentioned the issue of the technology stations. Even also through our technology station, we have a number of students that have been trained there. We have a number of also unemployed graduates, by the way, that have been trained there and then get incubated. Let's give an example of someone who gets to be trained in Garankuwa in our technology station for chemicals. Can you please stop this talking? It's disturbing me. Thank you. You have an example maybe of an unemployed graduate that is trained in our center or rather techno station for chemicals. There we are dealing with students largely from engineering and also unemployed graduates that are coming from those sectors that are able to manufacture even things like kitchen detergents. For instance, if you go to our bathrooms, I don't know about the bathrooms in this floor, but in my floor, the soaps that you use there to wash your hands, they're not bought from Pick and Pay. they are not bought from Macro. So it doesn't just end by us as a university buying the soaps from the technology stations, but it also speaks to the training that is being given to them so that they can go and run businesses that are thriving in that respect. But after they have gotten the technical know-how there, they get to be incubated by our Center for Entrepreneurship Development. By the way, it's currently situated in her faculty, our Center for Entrepreneurship Development. I was looking around because I didn't want to do this speech myself. I wanted to ask Dr. Ibeu to come and do, but he's not here. But just to amplify the point about the type of graduates that we are training and how entrepreneurship is being infused, you will agree with me that to have business coaches, it means there's money required there. So we go out there looking for money, as we have gone to Visa as an example, and we've gotten the funding, but we need way much more money to do that. So that was the whole program of a student to get the technical knowledge of the subject itself is not disturbed, but is being amplified by entrepreneurship. Hence then the issue of the business coaches. And that is from first year. Is not even at the postgraduate level. Lastly, I'm sure you have noticed outside in the exhibitions that if you are struggling with hair growth, we have the Cannabis Hub as an example that is exhibiting outside. The student that was talking in here is a student of our professor who's leading our Cannabis Hub over and above everything else that he is doing. So I want to say, indeed, when we say we're a progressive university, a university that makes knowledge work, I don't want us to say this abstractly. I've been listening to all the talks, and I'm just using this as an example, the one of the entrepreneurship, but in all the talks, we should not forget what is it that has already been done and the road ahead that we still need to walk, which is quite a long one, I must say. But it doesn't mean we haven't started. We have started. We have crawled, colleagues. We have walked. Now, we must run. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vasi Zamkaka. Colleagues, park those questions for Dr. Gumba if he's still going to be around. I just wanted the speakers to speak so that we can ask them questions towards the end. We'll now move to the next speaker who's online is Mr. Truren, who's the director, and then he's going to talk about transformative agreements from Senlek. Mr. Truren, are you online? Is there okay? His presentation is already being projected. Can you give him a round of applause? I forgot to say that you have 15 minutes. Sorry about that. 15 minutes? Yes.
I really like the International Science Council, who came up with 8 principles of scientific publishing. I really like their first principle, where they state that there should be universal, prompt, open. Thank you. I don't know how that happened. Sorry, when did I become muted? Was it at this slide? Okay, I'll just carry. Thanks. I'll just carry on. So, I really like the International Science Council's principle on scientific publishing, where they believe, and we do believe, that there should be a universal, prompt, open access to the record of science for both the authors and the readers, with no barriers to participation, in particular based on the ability to pay, institutional privilege, language, or geography. So we entered into transformational agreements with 4 key objectives. We wanted to make sure that we didn't lose any of the read access that we already had. We wanted to make sure that our authors would have the ability to publish full and immediate open access without having to pay and without having to lose their copyright. We wanted to try and contain or reduce the cost of subscriptions. And we wanted to address some of the issues regarding inclusivity and social justice. So what we measure in terms of that is what we call cost avoidance, which basically means what fees did we avoid by entering into these agreements. And we made a point of making sure that we didn't pay more than what we previously paid, except with a bit of an inflationary increase for reading subscriptions. And we made sure that our researchers could then publish full and immediate open access in the venue of their choice, where they previously would publish behind the paywall. And in some cases, with some of the agreements, the publishers agreed to include fully open journals, or you might know them as gold open access journals. And in some cases, there was a full waiver, and in other cases, they only offered a discount on those fees. And finally, we used the value of the APC, or the article processing charge, as a proxy for how much value has been added without having to pay. Now, when we broke down where we were publishing in 2019, we found that most of the paywalled publishing was happening with the biggest 5 publishers in the world. In the rest of the SANLIC deals or negotiated agreements, that's where the next most publishing was taking place. And then outside of the agreements, there was already a lot of fully open publishing. So we realized that if we were able to overnight make that full immediate open access publishing, and if we didn't have to pay to read, we would be able to dramatically reduce our costs to almost half. And if we just focused on the big 5 deals, we would deal with most of that cost. So that's why we focused on the biggest deals. Today we have 16 agreements. I'm pleased to report that when you look at Tshwane University of Technology, you are subscribed to 12 of those 16 agreements, so that it means that your researchers can publish for free with all of these, with the journals, with all of these publishers. And if you look down this list, there's a lot of journals. So what happened is, if these pie charts represent hybrid open access publishing, we went from publishing behind the paywall to more than 80% of those venues becoming potential venues for our researchers to publish open access without having to pay. And when you combine that with this lighter gold color of the fully open journals, you will see that by 2024, more than 80% of our research can potentially be published full and immediate open access. So, so this means that we've made tremendous strides. In those deals, we've effectively converted roughly half of the money from paying to read to paying to publish. We've increased the number of journals that our researchers can publish in, and we've dramatically increased how much open access is happening from South Africa, and we've increased the venues where researchers can publish open access. So by the end of 2024, there were more than 10,000 hybrid journals where our researchers could publish, as well as 2006 fully open journals. I'm going to rush through this because of time, but you can see that out of those 2,000 fully open journals, only 769 were places where our authors could publish for free. And then with the others, there was either a 20, 15, or 10% discount. So what's interesting is that we've been recognized by the G20 community as being way ahead of, sorry, that's my, way ahead of the rest of the G20 community in terms of transitioning to open access. This just shows the number of articles that are being published as we've increased the number of deals that we have as read and publish agreements or transformative agreements. And the red is in fully open journals, and the blue is in the hybrid journals. This graph shows overall across the country how many millions of rands we've saved by not having to pay for the publishing. So that over 302 million rand in 2024 alone was saved. This is a breakdown of each publisher where the diamond appears. That's where a publisher has negotiated that is the maximum number of articles we are allowed to publish open access with them. And you can see we ran into trouble with Emerald and Springer, but with all of the rest, we effectively have unlimited publishing opportunities. Now, this is just showing you Taylor and Francis, one of the publishers, where you can see before the deal, which started in 2024, most of our publishing in terms of the blue shading was closed or behind the paywall. But as soon as the deal started, the closed publishing, due to author choices, has dropped dramatically. And is a small fraction of what it used to be. And yet the open access publishing has replaced it. Now, this is just a summary of the costs avoided and the amount of fees repurposed. But in the interest of time, I won't dwell on that. This slide was based, yeah, I'm nearly finished, yeah. This slide is from Springer, where they were explaining that the recognized usages are the institutions that pay a subscription. And this is showing who is downloading South African research in the Springer Read and Publish Agreement. And you can see that most of it is by anonymous research. In other words, as a result of the open access publishing of people who previously couldn't access that work. Now, there's one problem, and I hope you get this as a takeaway, is that some publishers are still trying to make money even with the open access. And so they get researchers to sign an agreement that the researchers think is good news for them. But in fact, they're still signing over the copyright so that the publisher can still make additional money out of their research, even though it is open access. So it is so important to insist on only a CC BY license. If you have a CC BY NC or a CC BY NC ND license, the publisher can still make money and still owns, that some of them are getting researchers to sign it over their copyright still. Now let's look at TUT very quickly. This is a summary of the research output from Tshwane University in the with the publishers that are in our read and publish agreements. And you can notice that the paywalled publishing, the blue, has dropped to a very small amount, a very small share of the publishing. And in fact, in 2024, your research output has increased dramatically compared to previous years as a result of these agreements. And in terms of the costs avoided by Tshwane University of Technology, you can see that nearly 7 million rand was saved or avoided in terms of publishing costs in 2024 alone. So this is my last slide. You can read all about these agreements on SANLEC's homepage. Sorry, not on SANLEC's homepage, on SANLEC's For Researchers page. And you can deep dive into the information. But I think what's more important is that you speak to your library, because it's through their work that these benefits have been made available to you as researchers. And I hope it's clear to you that open access is the best way to communicate your research. The journals that we're talking about cannot be predatory publishing because you don't have to pay to publish in them. So there's nobody making any money out of your publishing in these journals. So they by definition are not predatory. And always insist on a CC BY license. And if somebody asks you to sign a contract, cross out anything that says you're going to hand over your rights or give them rights to the final accepted version. And that's me. Thank you very much for your patience. I know it's been a very long day, and I wish you all the best with your research careers.
Last speaker online, then I'll open 1 or 2 questions before we close off. It's Professor DeLange, who was supposed to present at 11:30. So thank you so much for being patient with us. I will allow Professor DeLange to present about the research integrity. Professor DeLange, are you online? Can you hear us?
Okay, colleagues, thank you, and Chair, thank you so much. I just want to check, is my PowerPoint showing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. I'm going to make it very short. I know it's been a long day. I've been listening to the inspirational talks of the youngsters earlier this morning, and I wish I can be in your position. You are really privileged to be in this particular position. I've got a 9-page document that supplements the PowerPoint. I've shared it with the seminar organizers. They will distribute this. Apologies for that. And they will also share the extended PowerPoint presentation. I'm only doing 1/3 of the PowerPoint presentation at the moment. Research integrity is those values that contributes to good research and helps us to build scientific trust and confidence. Now, the content, I had 3 items to cover in my PowerPoint in my discussion with you. Publications that deal with research integrity, I will not cover that. It's in my document and in the PowerPoint. I will clarify research misconduct and questionable research practices. I will not deal with that due to the time constraints, but information about that is in my PowerPoint and the supplementary document that you will receive. Then my second part, or the last part, deals with responsible publication practices and predatory publishing. Now, earlier on, we had speakers talking about they published in a predatory or a clone journal, they did not receive subsidy and so on. And the previous speaker also mentioned about those issues. So what I'm presenting and the information I'm showing will contribute to that knowledge. Now, predatory journals and publishers are entities that prioritize self-interest at the expense of scholarship. And they provide false and misleading information and so on and so on. And they drop us emails and so on. However, the biggest danger of predatory publishing are journals that are indexed by Scopus, by the Web of Science and the Directorate of Open Access Journals that operate as predators. And I will show some examples. Now, predatory journals operate in a continuum. From the one side, highly fraudulent journals, which are cloned journals, which they pretend to be the real ones, or entities that have bought or hijacked a particular journal, right down to legitimate journals with low risk, but that start operating in a predatory manner. For example, poor peer review or quick peer review because the financial income for them overrides the focus on good scholarship. As I mentioned earlier on, the danger is to miss predatory characteristics of accredited journals and conferences. Now, there are predatory journals, there are clone journals, and hijacked journals. And in hijacked journals, this is what's taking place quite a lot. These are journals with new editors. A journal is bought by a publisher, there's a new owner, there are special editions under guest editors, and there's compromised peer review. For example, one journal editor recently mentioned to me he was offered about R500,000 for people wanting to buy his journal. So normally what would happen, they would keep on the names of the editors and sub-editors on that particular journal, and they would start accepting any paper that comes to them. They want the article processing charges, and within 2 years or maybe 1 year, Scopus may delist that particular journal, but they would have made a return on their investment. Now, the DHET's research output policy requires institutions to safeguard against predatory journals. So it's our duty and it's your duty as a student that you must safeguard yourself against publishing in a predatory journal. We must avoid predatory publishers and journals as they do not adhere to best practice. And the onus is on us to identify and avoid publishing in those journals. It is not our head of department, it's not my supervisor, it is not the library, it's not R&I, it is us that got to do that. Quality must trump quantity. Quality peer is an ethical principle of good scientific practice, quality peer review. Now, journals conference normally provide false and misleading information. And a key of predatory journals is no peer review or neglect to provide quality peer review. If you've submitted your paper to a journal and you get back very quickly and look at the quality of the peer review, is it really someone that engaged with your work? Short time between submission and acceptance. Journals that publish outside the journal's scope, they cast a wide net. As part of the business model, they want to have as many papers as possible. Large numbers of papers in an issue. You know, a journal may publish, say, about 20 to 40 papers a year, and suddenly it increases to 150, and the next year after that, there's 1,500 papers. Stay away from those journals. or a large proportion of scholars from a certain country. There are 2 journals in Turkey, and more than 95% of the papers published in those journals are South African authors. For example, here is one such journal, the International Journal of Educational Review, Law and Social Sciences. It's an Indonesian journal. It is Sinta rated 5, which means it's a low-rated journal. And have a look at that. Fast peer review, received the 26th of November, accepted the 11th of December. And this particular journal was delisted earlier on in 2024. However, South African authors still publish in this particular journal because it's quick and easy. Here's another one, the International Journal of Religion. It is also a journal that was delisted. However, on our list that we received from the DHET, the 2024-2025 list, you see the journal is still listed there. However, it was discontinued by Scopus the previous year. So do not trust that the DHET's list is always accurate. Go to Scopus source details and check the journal there. And also check the Scopus content coverage, the amount of papers that they would publish if there's a sudden increase. The Hong Kong Journal of Social Sciences, it is a journal published in Hong Kong. The publisher ceased publishing the journal. It was curated by Scopus Absolution of the journal. Here is the Il Ponte Journal. This is the Italian journal. This is the legitimate journal. It's indexed by the Web of Science. It's only Italian. It's on the DHET list, so it's a legitimate journal. However, there are 2 clones circulating. These are the 2 clones. If you type in Ponte in a search engine, you will land up with one of these 2, and they're operated by the same entity. South Africans love publishing in these 2, and they have published more than 220 papers already in these clones. Now, the DHET, I do know that they've been paying subsidies for papers published in these deceptive clones, and the subsidies that the universities receive illegally is over 27 million rand, and the article processing charges that they've paid these particular journals is about 2.8 million rand. So this is a lot of money in circulation that these deceptive operators extract from us, and then universities also, without knowing, extract this money from the DHET and illegal subsidies which they obtain. Here's another clone. The clone is on the right-hand side. This is a very, very good clone. And the legitimate journalists on the left-hand side. And if you go to the clone, you'll see that South Africans publish in that particular clone as well. And this particular journal does appear on the DHET's list of approved journals. So universities with staff would publish in this. If they don't stop this, they would actually get the subsidy from the DHET. That is the legitimate journal, a paper in the legitimate journal on the left-hand side, and that is a paper that appeared in the clone. I've redacted a little bit to hide the authors. So that was the South African paper on the right-hand side. The key issues that stand out to me when I've looked at these journals is either poor or no peer review. Remember, clone, hijacked, and predatory journals do not have access to highly qualified staff to review papers for them. And they want to get that paper as quick as possible in the journal, and they want to get your university to pay the article processing charges. Fast turnaround time, outside the scope, large volume of papers, and there's no return in value for your APCs. Very poor editorial services. Is it misconduct? Well, there is. There are authors that would argue that if we willfully submit to a predatory journal and we want to avoid the act of rigorous peer review, if that's our intention, it's not just a questionable research practice, but it's a form of scientific misconduct. And I do know there are scholars in South Africa that made a career out of publishing in predatory journals because it's quick and easy. And that would include also attending predatory conferences. I've got a couple of useful websites that I've given to you, and I've got a whole range of links and resources in the text document. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Colleagues, we have come to the end of our program, but I will allow, she's already here, Dr. Komane to do the closing remarks. And I just want to thank you for being good audience and for staying until this time. And then can you give us a round of applause for remaining until the end, which means it was a very useful session for you. Hence, we are still here, and I believe that we have landed safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I had a presentation made. Where is Katla? But I'm not even going to go deep into the presentation. I think I just want to give everyone a round of applause, and thank you very much. I think you have received so much support from the institution. And I can tell you now, the plane has definitely landed, and it has landed very smoothly. We can give our host, MC of the day, just a round of applause for running this whole occasion. DVC, yeah, indeed, numbers talk. And this is one thing that we're going to take with for today, that we know that we have to work and increase the numbers, because those are the valuable item we can take out there and show that TUT indeed is a brand that rocks. So we must make sure that we continue trajectory movement. And then moving over to our next speaker, who was, I think it was Ms. Mokol. You know, you said something very powerful. Our plan can change, but our purpose doesn't. And this is one thing that I also want everyone who's in this platform to take those lessons and remember that. Then the other one that was also very powerful, it's understanding the culture of research. I think this is exactly what Prof. Mweti said earlier on, saying, you know, I was in a different place, left and right. I didn't even know where to drive. Those are some of the powerful things that we should also remember. And also talking about speaking out. Madam, you know, you were saying very nice thing that you are running after everyone. And I want every researcher here to know that there is support. Go and sit out there in the doors of the DVC. DVC, can I send them over? And then we're also going to look at TUT as being a branch. You know, they said we must brag. Dr. Sifolo said we must brag. I'm going to brag now, DVC. You see that student that presented and won an award? I'm supervised that student with Prof. Katerere. And why I'm mentioning that, coming from somatology, you know, now we're famous for massage. So my students out there busy with treatment. But there is a reason why we've mentioned that. You can go to engineering, you can go to chemistry, you can go to pharmacy and collaborate. And that's exactly what I did. I didn't step away. I jumped into that opportunity and I said, if it's Erasmus Plus that takes me to Finland, let me go and learn. Prof, I was sitting there excited, saying to myself, if I can make it, I mean, sitting here with somatology, with the only person who's got a PhD in that program being me, I cannot be a stopping block for other people to grow. So that is why we want our students to grow. So Prof, doctors, you're going to be seeing our students coming through to entrepreneurship. It's one thing that we are definitely going to be looking at. They won award for design thinking. But because it's still a scarce skill type of a profession, we're calling upon to everyone. Somatology can collaborate with any department. Please, if you need us, we are there. And this is why I'm saying to them, collaboration is very important. Then lastly, what we've learned about NRF and also Mr. Matupa, you know, you mentioned something. You know, I was sitting, I was thinking, okay, they're talking about UP, and then we're getting excited. Hey, maybe we can go to UP. And then you say, no. Stay where you are. We are not in competition. And I think that was very important. I think students now are not going to say, where am I, in the right place, or where am I supposed to be? You have made it clear that we're working for the nation. And it was further added by Prof. Gumbo, Dr. Gumbo, to say, it doesn't really matter as long as you are going to move it from output to outcome. And this is where we're going. We're moving forward towards that. And Dr. DVC have just told us that it's happening. We can actually go and get a soap somewhere around in our hub in Garankuwa, where we know everybody will be promoting that and will be supporting them. It's there. I mean, she also mentioned about Niselo product and about cannabis. Yes, we work with cannabis, but it's something that if you don't share it, you won't know about it. And once you know about it, maybe whatever you know from your side, I can learn from it, and then there goes TUT growing and expanding its wings. And that's all that we want. We've learned also about predatory journal, open access. I mean, if you go into TUT library, there is so much support in terms of research. If you go to the research and innovation offices, there's so much support in research. And DVC, lastly, I want to say, yes, research is growing because of your passion that you've got. And one thing that I can tell to the students that it's important to have that discipline. So we start with discipline first. And then you move forward to being focused. And once you're focused and you're consistent, the rest is history. Success is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You are released. You can freely go home now. People else.